Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Slingshot Marksman Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shuta's eyes burned. He had chronic dry eye, so it wasn't an unfamiliar feeling, but most days they were made worse by extended quirk usage. Today, they burned with the anger he felt. When he made it to the staff room door, he pushed down the urge to slam the door open. That would be irrational. He was angry and frustrated, sure, but that didn't give him an excuse to act like a teenager throwing a fit trying to get someone to notice. So when he came through the door, it was with his usual low level of enthusiasm. Hey Shoyuta! Running late and missing out on nap time? Must have had a pretty hectic day one. Hisashi's greeting was met with an unimpressed glare, a warning to keep the volume down. I just spent half an hour dealing with one of my students. He sensed the other teachers turning their attention to him as he made his way over to his desk, rummaging around his drawer for some eye drops. I would appreciate it if you didn't blow out my eardrums. Fair enough, man. Shoyuta just rolled his eyes at Hisashi as he began reviewing lesson plans based on what he had learned about his students today, while one particular student and his words ran through the back of his mind. Half an hour's a pretty long time to talk with one student. Namuri wasn't directly addressing him, but she was definitely speaking loud enough to make sure she was heard. Wouldn't happen to be from another day one expulsion, would it? Glancing up revealed an eager Namuri leaning forward at her desk, staring at him intently. Usually he would brush off the statement and let them figure it out for themselves, but right now he was frustrated. When he came across a problem, he liked to fix it. It was only logical to cut to the center of the matter and sort out the issue before things could get worse. However, when it came to Midoriya, he had no idea where to start. The kid obviously had issues if his reaction to encouragement was to break down, not to mention the unhealthy level of focus needed to get into a top hero school without consciously realizing that you were attending said school. But there were too many variables to break down and work with, nothing specific that Shoyuta could work with, to fix, except, you're the only person who has ever said I could be a hero. Quirk discrimination was, unfortunately, a common occurrence. He knew that those who were different were punished for it, and in a society revolving around quirks, not having one would be a sure way to be left behind at every possible turn. Namuri was still waiting for his answer, so he decided he would make the most of her attention, and by extension, the other teachers that were present at the moment. A lazy sweep over the room revealed that Inui was the only one who had gone back to his work, while Ishiyama and Takashi were pretending to do the same. Hisashi was keeping to himself, headphones on, but he probably expected the full story when they got home. No doubt he would also complain about the logical ruse Shoyuta was about to pull, but he had figured out the first thing he could do to sort out the Midoriya problem and wasn't about to hold back just to be polite. Actually, it was the quirkless student. Shoyuta didn't say that he expelled Midoriya, but he didn't need to. They all assumed it, and with that assumption he'd be able to figure out how they viewed a quirkless student. This would give him a chance to make sure they didn't disregard the kid, didn't join what was probably a substantial list of people who ignored his potential because of his quirklessness. It does make sense that the quirkless kid was the one that ended up getting expelled. Takashi began, his permanent grin seemingly grim. That's kinda sad, but an expulsion is an expulsion, so pay up Ishiyama. The gray hero sighed as Namuri leant over his desk to collect her winnings. So you think I was justified? The four of them, Hisashi having joined them again after seeing Namuri collect her bet, refocused their attention on Shoyuta, who was now sitting forward and meeting their eyes individually. He stayed silent as they thought of their answers. They'd worked together long enough to know a weighted question when he asked one. Takashi was the first to speak up, the blank eyes of his mask meeting Shuta's without hesitation. Like I said, it makes sense. A quirkless person couldn't make it in heroics. It's better you put an end to it now rather than after they've been hurt. Ishiyama nodded in agreement. He turned his gaze to Namuri, who still looked uncomfortable. However, it only took a raised eyebrow for her to break her silence, throwing her hands in the air dramatically. What do you want me to say, Shoyuta? I know you wouldn't expel someone without a good reason, And not having a quirk would put anyone at a disadvantage. Correct. Which is why I did not expel Midoriya. He gave them each a hard look to stop their outcries, lingering on Hisashi, who didn't seem to know exactly what was going on, but had a history of forgetting what office noise level was. Despite being at a disadvantage, he still got into the most prestigious heroic school in the country, placing second overall. He also placed 9th on my quirk assessment test. And from what I can gather, this was without any support, since people don't tend to believe those without quirks can be heroes. At this point, even Inui had shifted his focus over to Shoyuta from his paperwork. He asked me if he could be a hero, and I said yes. As you all know, I'm not one for giving out empty platitudes and supporting illogical dreams. But Midoriya has proven that he has an incredible amount of potential, so I would hope that you would all treat him with the respect you would grant any other student. With that out of the way, Shoyuta turned back to his work and let the others mutter between themselves. He'd like to think that the other teachers would have given him that respect anyway, but remembering how resigned Midoriya had pushed him to act. After all, sadness came from many places, but resignation came from experience. And Shoyuta was not about to let UA add to whatever problems that kid had faced. So you didn't expel anyone today? It was an obvious attempt to lighten the mood, Nemuri's outgoing persona in full swing with a teasing note to her voice. Feeling that the others had taken his words to heart, Shoyuta rose to the bait, though he kept his focus on the schedules he was shuffling for the next few weeks. No, the kid's incredulous face at being told he was Inui flashed across his mind, and he let out a scoff, choosing to focus on the humor of that moment rather than the heartbreak. Even if I had expelled him, the kid didn't even realize he was in UA's heroics course, so I doubt he would have cared much if I did. What? Shoyuta whipped around to glare at Hisashi, hair floating and quirk activated, as the quirk-enhanced shout reverberated around the office. It didn't do much though, as everyone else's shouts began to overlap and create an even bigger ruckus. No, I agree with Yamada. What? How do you not realize something like that? What? Okay, that has got to be a lie. Well, that is quite unexpected. The calm statement cut through the noise of the other teachers. Everyone's head swiveled to meet the voice of Nedzu, who had appeared at an unattended desk as if he had been sitting there the whole time. And what were you expecting? Shoyuta couldn't hide the suspicion that laced the statement. The fact that the white-furred principal had been expecting anything set Shoyuta on edge. Nedzu was smart and good-natured, yes, but he also had a sadistic streak and a level of cunning that would scare anyone with half a brain and an understanding of plausible deniability. I'm not sure. He had enough skill to be able to enter UA without the support of a quirk, so I admit he captured my curiosity. I put him in your class because that would be the quickest way to test if he had what it takes. He would either be kicked out immediately, or he would remain and be in the class of the hero who would be able to help him the most when it comes to fighting quirkless. However, entering the school without realizing has several implications I did not account for. That caused an immediate rise of tension within the room, as the teachers were faced with the reality that a quirkless child had managed to do something that one of the smartest creatures alive had not taken into consideration. Combined with the fact that they were still processing that the quirkless student had also entered UA without realizing, the staff room was left silent. Aizawa, if you could come to my office, I would like to have a brief discussion on the student and where to go from here. The others maintained their silence as Shoyuta stood up and followed Nedzu's retreating back, unsure of where this conversation was going to go. It was common belief that Nedzu had an office somewhere in the upper levels in the building, but the reality was that it was a place for impressing visitors and officials. Nedzu's actual office was only a short walk away from the rest of the staff. It was less grand than the room in the upper floors, but it was filled with far more information and a level of security that would put a high-security vault to shame. He watched the small mammal prepare some tea and set a pair of cups on his desk as he settled into a chair across from him. Now, if you wouldn't mind, I would like to hear the whole encounter from the beginning. Shoyuta took a sip of tea and began at the start of the day. He went over Midoriya's responses to each test and how he became almost unnoticeable when not completing them. In fact, he'd been silent the whole assessment, completely forgettable if not for the unexpected methods he used to raise his scores. Nedzu was silent, listening intently, even as Shoyuta reached his recounting of the afternoon. He kept it brief, knowing that while it was important to emphasize how badly Midoriya must have been treated in order to break down so completely at basic encouragement, it was a personal moment that didn't need to be recounted in perfect detail. Nedzu steepled his fingers together, as much as his paw-like hands would allow him to at least. He said he didn't have any training? Formal or otherwise. What he said was that he had absolutely no training or skills, before I had to make him realize he was in the heroics course. He finished the last of his tea before leaning back in his seat. Aside from making sure the teachers and other students treat him well, I'm not sure what we can do. Indeed, it is a very unusual situation we have found ourselves in. Shoyuta resisted the urge to groan. These sorts of problems usually emerged later in the year, after the students had gotten some real-life experience and realized how dangerous and unglamorous being a hero could really be. Those students could be directed to Inui, as the dog-like hero was a specialist at heroics-related counseling, but without any knowledge on Midoriya's past and the full extent of his problems, there wasn't much they could do. Nedzu seemed to share a similar opinion. I believe our best option at the moment is to treat him like any other student, though I would like to meet him. Personal issues aside, he is still an incredibly intelligent individual, and I would hate to see that go to waste. That had Shoyuta taking a long pause, hearing the underlying message in Nedzu's statement. You want to train him? Perhaps. I will hold off meeting him until he's more settled, as I doubt anyone would appreciate having a meeting with their principal so early in the school year. When Nedzu added nothing else and began stacking their teacups, Shoyuta took that as dismissal. He stood up, running through a mental checklist of what he had to get done for the next day, and whether or not he would be able to finish all that and fit in a nap before his patrol. He was almost out of the door when Nedzu spoke up again, eyes gleaming with a light that Shoyuta didn't trust. Keep an eye on him, Aizawa. That boy is a variable hard to account for. He's already beaten so many odds, I have no idea what could happen next. He smiled with teeth too sharp for any rodent. How interesting and how terrifying that is. Humming to the tune that was playing on the radio, Inko finished cutting up the pork for tonight's dinner and moved to gather the ingredients to crumb them with. She'd been assigned a late shift on this week's roster, but there was no way she was going to miss being home for Izuku's first day of school. It had taken a bit of persuasion and manipulation to get one of her coworkers to switch hours with her for today, but it was worth it. Of course, that had meant she'd spent most of the day stressed cleaning the house from top to bottom, then pacing once there was nothing left to do with her hands. Eventually, she had settled on preparing dinner early, so she would be able to give Izuku her full attention once he came home. The radio was good background noise, but it couldn't keep her completely distracted from the pool of worry in her chest. Izuku had gotten into his dream school, he was on his way to being a hero, but he was still young, still quirkless, and Inko wasn't sure if he could handle it. She'd been expecting to hear the phone ring at some point in the day, telling her to pick up her son because there had been a mistake. The door handle rattled and Inko's eyes widened in horror as she realized exactly what she had just thought. She quickly washed her hands and banished that line of thinking from her mind once again. Making her way to the front door that was now opening, she strengthened her resolve. No matter what had happened today, she would support Izuku. She wasn't going to doubt him without cause, not after he'd worked so hard to get into UA. Welcome home, Izuku. How was your day? Her smile immediately started to fade upon seeing her son's face, his eyes clearly red from crying even if other evidence had been wiped away. Izuku, what's wrong? What happened? She could feel her worry blossoming into panic, hands beginning to wave in front of her, when Izuku looked up at her and smiled. And all the breath left her body. His smile was all over the place, like someone had glued 3 different pots into one that only just held its shape, but it was real. When he replied with, "It was good," she didn't doubt for a second that he meant it, despite his tear-reddened eyes and raw voice. This wasn't a fake smile used to cover up something he wouldn't share, or a pale imitation of the joy he'd had when he was younger. But it wasn't that joy either. This was something new, something fragile and precious, and she finally had to face the fact that something had been wrong and she'd missed it. So she couldn't help it when the tears rose in her own eyes, letting out a choked, "That's good." before hugging him tightly. Soon he was joining in, fresh tears trailing down his face, and she vowed to figure out what she had missed these past few years. The dawn light was just beginning to creep into his room as Izuku woke up, alarm blaring from his phone. He was almost surprised he'd woken to it at all. He couldn't remember falling asleep. The few hours he'd managed to get in had been dreamless, which was a relief from the thoughts that had been tearing through his mind the whole evening. But even as he groggily got changed into an old shirt and some shorts for his morning routine, he could feel those thoughts stirring again, realizing he was awake, so the landscape of his mind was ready for a complete upheaval once again. He was only just able to keep his mind distracted on his morning jog, focusing on his surroundings and what he was doing. 3 blocks. He turned left, tried to keep watch for the cracked pavement, and came up in a roll when he remembered a second too late and was sent tumbling. Don't think about it. 5 blocks. He made a sharp turn right into an alleyway for a shortcut. Using the dumpster as a jumping point, he grabbed the broken part of the fire escape, making a mental note to email the building manager again that their fire escape was still broken. The jump over the fence now complete, he sped up, running to the next street. Don't think about it. Slowing back to a jog, he kept taking deep breaths, and noticed Aspen was running late for his 4 a.m. patrol again. Either that or he'd changed his patrol route recently. As if to prove him wrong, a second later the mottled green hero burst across the street, trailing a wake of leaves. He'd also said no. Don't think about it. Izuku completed the last leg of his morning route by climbing the chain-link fence that had once kept the kids from this neighborhood, himself included, out of the patch of woods. That was until Bakugo decided that they were going to go on an adventure. Now it held less mystery, less excitement, but had become even more important to Izuku as he used the forest to test his skills. Without access to proper equipment, he turned to the trees to use for climbing practice, not trusting himself with steep building walls to start off with. Even after he'd grown past that, he'd still kept coming here, enjoying the quiet, sprinting through the undergrowth to improve his speed, stamina, and observation, missing even the tiniest root could lead to a mouth full of dirt and grazed palms. Taking in the early morning bird song, he stretched in the clearing that had become his home base, before unfurling his sling. There were targets painted onto trees, their branches, on boxes and cans he'd set up around the clearing, and a few hanging from the canopy. It was cobbled together and rough around the edges, but it was enough for Izuku. For an hour, all he did was work on his accuracy and the power he put into each throw. He let himself get lost in the rhythm of it all until it was time for him to head home. As he jogged home, he finally had to face the fact that things had changed. Usually he took this time to plan his day, what school work he'd need to get done, and what he'd have to do to track down the next hero. But now there was nothing. There was no next hero. Sure, he had notes for the other pros that taught at UA, and the next few heroes on his alphabetical list, but Eraserhead had said yes. The thought was too much, too overwhelming, even after he'd run it through his mind over and over again the night before. He couldn't even distract himself with schoolwork, because it had only been the first day. He was already familiar with all of UA's rules, and no one had assigned work or given out more than broad topics, so there was no starting point he could use to begin his own studying. That had brought its own round of questioning, when he once again had to remind himself that he had gotten into UA. It felt like there had been a mistake on whose part he wasn't sure, but people didn't accidentally get into UA. Should he even be there if he hadn't realized he was getting in? There were so many more qualified people out there, with such amazing quirks, so surely they deserved the spot more than he did. Izuku flinched in time to avoid running into a street lamp, unaware that he had been speeding up as his thoughts raced along with him. He couldn't deal with this, not all at once. So he did what he'd done for a year. He chose a new goal and focused on it. Get ready for school wasn't much of a long-term goal, but he could feel his focus shifting to what he'd need for the day instead of everything else that threatened to overwhelm him. It was only as he was changing into his uniform after showering that he couldn't distract himself. Skidding into the kitchen in front of a very startled Inko, he gestured wildly to himself, shirt only half buttoned up. "Mum, when did I get muscles?" Inko stared blankly at his mildly panicked tone before replying slowly. "Izuku, what are you talking about?" Izuku didn't know how to respond, deciding to just gesture again. Were you not working out? Inko's brows were slowly knitting up in confusion as he stood there. Izuku, what were you doing? Ayata didn't realize. Too late. Izuku realized it might have not been a good idea to let his mum know that he hadn't been fully processing the past year, and that he himself had only just realized how little he had consciously processed. I guess I was just really busy, I'm gonna keep getting ready for school, bye. Retreating into his room after that incredibly smooth exit, Izuku took a deep breath and began to gather his school books. As he sorted through stacks of notebooks to find the right ones, and tried not to topple loose piles of paper when reaching for textbooks, he started to really see his room for the first time in months. It was still the same space, bed, shelves, wardrobe, desk, but it had changed. Where hero posters had once hung proudly on his walls, they had been replaced or covered by maps, article clippings, calendars, and planners. His small, neat collection of hero analysis for the future notebooks were somewhere in his straining shelves, but he couldn't be sure where given the overwhelming amount of notebooks now filled with hero details that he'd used to track those he'd asked his question to. Even the splashes of color from his action figures and collectibles had disappeared, sold to fund his first aid supplies and the bullet train tickets to other cities that his allowance wouldn't be able to cover. It didn't mean that much, right? It was worth losing all that merch. Sure, it was a collection he cultivated and prized for years, and would never be able to replace, but he was on his way to being a hero now. As he packed his lunch and began to make his way to school, he told himself it would be worth it. He didn't think about all the heroes that had appeared in his merchandise, the way they'd spoken to him when they'd met in real life. He didn't think about how quickly he'd chosen to sell the All Might and Endeavor figures, their posters. He didn't think about how most of his collection had disappeared without him even realizing. Standing in front of the door to 1A felt so different from yesterday. Izuku could feel his heart racing as he stared at the door, mind screaming that he was, indeed, in the heroics course, part of UA. He'd double-checked his acceptance letter after getting home, and there hadn't been a mistake, at least no one that had been noticed yet. He could hear the other students inside, and while it was comforting to know they were in there, that this wasn't a dream or elaborate prank, there were still other students. Students who had powerful quirks. Students like Bakugo. Izuku was in UA, and he was determined that no amount of bullying would be able to turn him away. He'd spent most of his life being bullied. He could handle a few more years if it meant he could be a hero. It was okay, it wasn't, but that had never changed things before. He was more successful slipping into the room today without Ida's aggressive greeting, though Uraraka did notice him and waved from where she was having a conversation with some of the other girls. Izuku attempted a shaky smile and wave in return, a warm feeling joining the buzzing of his nerves at the friendly interaction. Seeing her go back to her conversation, he made his way into his seat, staying low over his desk to make himself less noticeable. Now officially at school, sitting still, his mind didn't have anything else to distract itself with. Anxiety crawled like ants under his skin as thoughts of middle school crept up on him, reminders of what to expect from the other students and the teachers. Aizawa encouraging him was amazing, and Uraraka was so nice, but those two were outliers if he was going on past experience. He was an analyst after all, and he couldn't ignore years' worth of data. So caught up in old memories, his awareness failed him. When someone tapped his back, he couldn't help but flinch away. He turned slowly, hoping to make the movement look casual, because other students always looked for a reaction and he couldn't give them that, not if he wanted to be left alone for the most part. The purple-haired student, Shindo? He couldn't remember. He'd been trying to figure out how to talk to Aizawa before he expelled him regardless of the quirk assessment test results. Was still pulling his hand back, a sheepish look on his face when Izuku had turned to fully face him. Sorry for startling you. It's fine. Izuku twitched his shoulders in an approximation of a shrug. The other boy didn't seem entirely comfortable either, shifting a bit in his seat and tapping at the notebook out on his desk, which, luckily for Izuku, had Shinso Hitoshi written at the top. After a few awkward seconds, Shinso sighed, running a hand through the mess of his hair. Listen, I just wanted to say thanks for helping me at the entrance exam. What? Something was wrong, Izuku's mind already analyzing the statement for any traps, for the joke that would follow. He didn't get thanked. He helped where he could, but it was usually his choice to get involved. People didn't thank him for butting in, especially when he barely did anything to help in the first place. Shinso didn't crack though, didn't reveal the trick, just shrugged and kept talking. You gave me some advice on how to beat the robots and their physical weak points after taking out the two-pointer that had been chasing me down. I don't blame you if you don't remember, that whole exam was insane, but you're probably the only reason I passed, so thanks. With that, Shinso smiled tiredly at Izuku, and he realized that this was genuine. Oh, sure, I'm happy I could help. You probably could have passed regardless. He did his best to remember the entrance exam, the people he'd met and tried to give advice to. He had the faintest recollection of someone with purple hair swinging a pole at a two-pointer, but he couldn't be sure that was Shinso. That person had been the only one who had really responded to his advice, and looking back on it he probably should have encouraged the others more. I didn't even do much, I wish I could have helped more. The purple-haired boy huffed out. A laugh. It's a competition. Why'd you even help people by doing that when you could have lost points? Izuku could have explained that he knew about the concept of rescue points, that it made sense that helping others could give him more points, but that wasn't the whole reason he'd chosen to do it. Even if rescue points hadn't been a factor, he'd always been the kind of person to get in the way, to meddle even when he wasn't wanted. Looking back on it all now, with everything he'd avoided for so long in the forefront of his mind, he realized the reason why he'd done that. He was so used to not being enough, feeling like all the odds had been stacked against him. And he didn't want anyone to feel that useless, awful, sinking feeling that he'd lived with most of his life. So he did his best to help. He'd learned long ago that no one was going to help him, but it was fine. Stop thinking about it. I guess I just thought I know the feeling. I didn't want anyone to feel the same as I do. Shinso just stared as he finished talking, causing Izuku to shrink in on himself. He didn't know why he said that, he was trying to figure out too much and some of it had slipped out, but an apology was already on the tip of his tongue when Aizawa made his way through the door and got the class to quieten down. Homeroom was spent with Aizawa going over basic school rules, class setup, and letting everyone know that if there were any issues, personal or class-based, that they could be brought to him. He'd met Izuku's eyes in that moment, and he wasn't sure how to take that. After that their real classes began, and worries about the past and the future were replaced with class content, though those thoughts were still swirling at the back of his mind. They rose up when ectoplasm entered the classroom for maths, clamoring for attention, but Izuku forced himself to think about the work rather than the hero who'd told him he could never be one. It had been an uncomfortable lesson, but ectoplasm hadn't acknowledged him and that suited Izuku well, preferring to go unnoticed in most cases. He felt the same discomfort when their history teacher was revealed to be Cementos, but the concrete hero didn't treat him any differently than the other students, which was a relief. When the lunch bell rang, Izuku was confronted with the fact that it was only halfway through the day. He was so tempted to reach out to the state he'd been in the past year, present but disconnected once more, but he wasn't sure how long it would take him to come back if he went there. He'd felt Shinsu's eyes on him the whole day, never a good sign, and Bakugo's desk was right in front of his. The explosive teen looked more tense than usual, which was always a warning for Izuku to get away as fast as possible or risk becoming an unwilling form of stress relief. Would UA stop him? Would they stop any of the students? After all, he was quirkless, they probably didn't even want him in the school. Hey Midoriya, do you have any plans for lunch? He leaned back from where Uraraka had come to stand by his desk, hands planted on the surface minus her pinkies. He looked between her and Ida, who hovered behind her in a stiff plank of wood that had gained sentience kind of way. No. Come join me and Ida. A few seconds without a reply and Ida joined in, hands waving. It would be quite nice to have more company, as it is imperative to foster good relationships while at school. It's also less daunting to do new activities with others, and this will be the first time we've all been to the cafeteria. Not seeing any trick in their earnest expressions and wanting to put some distance between himself and Bakugo, Izuku nodded. He'd taken to avoiding the cafeteria in middle school, the crowded hall filled with harsh jabs both physical and verbal, so it was disorienting to be back in such a similar environment. It made for a tense walk as the trio grabbed their food and found a place to sit. Uraraka kept glancing between the both of them, probably hoping for some sign of interaction, and seemingly finding none decided to start the conversation herself. You know, I wasn't sure it would be true all our teachers would be pro-heroes, since they're so busy with that, but they've all been really good so far. Before Izuku could process how the fact that their teachers were pro-heroes, some of which had told him he could never be one, made him feel, and how he was meant to respond to that statement, Ida replied. Of course, they would not allow someone with no experience in the world of heroics to teach at such an esteemed establishment. Practice and experience are two of the most important factors when working towards becoming a pro-hero. As Ida mentioned experience, the last few pieces fell into place and Izuku realized who the proper boy reminded him of. Oh yeah, you'd have first-hand information on that, wouldn't you? I'm sorry. Both he and Uraraka looked at Izuku quizzically, Ida with a more guarded expression. Backtracking, Izuku quickly went to explain himself. You're related to the Ida family, right? The one that runs the Ida 10 agency. Ida still didn't confirm or deny it, so Izuku rushed on. It's been run by the same family since its foundation, which is a bit unusual since heroics agencies usually follow a more business-like approach of appointing heirs and non-hero managers to run the agency in the event of the leading hero's death, but Ida 10 has opted for a more traditional hereditary approach that mostly works since the agency is very teamwork-oriented with dozens of sidekicks. Their public image is pretty high because of it, ranking in the top 20 for most friendly agency and top 50 for cooperation levels. Realizing he had become to ramble rather than just explain himself, he hunched his shoulders, voice growing quieter as he trailed off his explanation. And they have the same last name as you, with a similar engine quirk, so I thought that you're probably related? Yes I am. Ingenium is my older brother. Ida looked shocked, blinking repeatedly as he stared at Izuku. Uraraka once again came to rescue them from the awkward tension that was gathering. That's pretty cool, Ida. You kinda come across as a rich boy, but I wouldn't have been able to guess you're related to a hero. It was Ida's turn to look a bit sheepish, spluttering at rich boy. However, he didn't seem to be done with Izuku. How did you know all that information? I liked? Izuku wasn't sure anymore. He hadn't been sure for a while, but that was just one of many things he had to figure out. Heroes, so I remember a lot about them. I wish I had that kind of memory. I'm pretty sure I only scraped by the written portion of the entrance exam. Uraraka sighed dramatically and slouched in her chair. I always have trouble studying, so Aizawa might end up expelling me anyway. That is unlikely as long as you work hard to pass. I'm sure they would offer supplementary lessons for those who requested them. Now please sit up properly. Good posture is incredibly important. As Ida ranted about good posture and Uraraka gently teased him about it until they both realized their lunches were getting cold, Izuku thought that things might be changing. It was nice to be invited to sit with others with no strings attached. He still felt tense, like his thoughts wanted to drag him into another breakdown, but sitting in the presence of Ida and Uraraka at his dream school, he thought that maybe he'd be able to survive the rest of the day. He was wrong. There was no way he would make it until the end of the day. He was alone again and drowning, sludge choking him, because All Might was standing in front of the class in his Silver Age costume. Being able to distract himself with new content and new people was something he could do in the face of a couple of heroes he'd asked, in an environment that was never meant for someone like him, but it couldn't stand up to this. Every swirling thought that had been grabbing at him now screamed at him to acknowledge that he was in his dream school not because he had worked hard to be here, but because he'd wanted to ask one hero if he thought someone quirkless could ever be one. And that whole process, that spiraling nightmare, useless, pathetic, worthless, inspired quest had begun with All Might. He couldn't help it. When his thoughts rose up in a storm, he let himself fall right back into the emotionless state that was his only protection. Waiting until everyone else had collected their costume cases, he trailed behind the others to the changing rooms. He navigated the room without looking up, weaving between the others without bumping into them in fear of them turning on him. After all Might didn't believe he could be a hero. Would he stop the rest of the class if they turned on him and tried to make him stop trying? His previous teachers never had, no matter what the other students did to him. He managed to make it to an unoccupied part of the room without disturbing anyone, and opened his case, trying to remember what the design he had submitted looked like. After opening the case and staring for what felt like an eternity, but was probably just seconds, Izuku processed that his case was empty. He almost wanted to laugh, but wasn't sure he even could in this state. Of course his case was empty. He'd gotten into UA, but that didn't mean that people would accept him here. Without the ability to process just what he was feeling, even though his body was locking up as if expecting another hit, because while it wasn't physical, it was still another strike against him, it was all he could do to stare at his empty case, hearing the other boys slowly start commenting quietly on how he wasn't moving. He was startled out of it when a hand, familiar, not burning yet but that could change in seconds, struck his shoulder, holding on and turning him to face its owner. "What the F is wrong with you?" Bakugo pushed himself into Izuku's space, sneering down at him. "You managed to weasel your way into the hero course, so pull your sheet together." The other boys would wonder why Bakugo phrased it like that, and the relationship these two seemed to have, but it would be a while before they got answers. "Just put your costume on and stop holding everyone up." Bakugo ended the interaction with a short shove to Izuku's shoulder, but that was nothing compared to what Izuku was used to. And Bakugo being that kind was something that Izuku never would have imagined. It was enough to reset his mind, to bring his focus to his friend, classmate, bully, in front of him. "That I didn't get one." His voice was quiet, strained, and he knew that would just annoy Bakugo more, but he couldn't make it any louder. It had looked like Bakugo was about to turn and walk out of the changing room, done with this conversation, but now he paused. "What the hell are you talking about?" They probably thought it was a joke. It would explain the whole situation, and wasn't a conclusion that was too hard to come to. Bakugo couldn't seem to understand that though, eyes narrowing. They probably thought it was a joke, so they didn't make it. After all, what costume designer would waste time and resources on an outfit for a quirkless hero, when there would never be one? Bakugo looked over at him then, eyes darting over to Izuku's open and empty case, as if trying to put together some puzzle. Red met green for a split second before Bakugo scoffed, stomping out of the room. Izuku knew that the other students were probably wondering what was going on, their conversation too quiet to be overheard, but their excitement for hero training outweighed their curiosity this time around, causing them to join Bakugo on the way to the training field or rush to get the rest of their costume on. Izuku ignored them and took a moment to center himself. He was in the heroics course at UA. He hadn't been given a costume, but he would figure something out. He'd told himself this morning that he wouldn't be bullied out of UA, and he would stand by that decision. Another 3 years of this would mean nothing if he could become a hero at the end of it all. So as the last of the students left the changing room, he put away his case and changed into his gym uniform. When he joined the others, he quickly made his way to Uraraka's side, her question about his lack of costume held off by All Might beginning to speak. "Why, you all look fantastic in your costumes." And then All Might turned to look directly at him. "Except, young man, why aren't you wearing yours?" Izuku had no idea if All Might remembered him, or what had been said that day. But he couldn't bring himself to look the hero in the face to find any hint of recognition. Keeping his head down, he decided that there was no way he could admit to the #1 hero, in front of all his classmates, that the support department seemed to agree with his opinion that someone without a quirk could never be a hero. So he lied. "It didn't fit." "Well, that is unfortunate, but if any of you have problems like this, you can go to the support department to get them amended. Just bring your costume in and they'll fix or alter it as needed, or redesign it if there's a problem. That goes for all of you students." With that out of the way, All Might began to explain their first heroics class exercise, though Izuku noticed a few of the other boys glanced over at him, probably wondering how he knew a costume didn't fit if he didn't try it on. He hated that feeling of being stared at. Even in a still semi-detached state, the discomfort roiled in his gut. Finding out he was paired against Bakugo certainly didn't help the rising feeling of dread. "Do you have a plan?" Uraraka was holding the floor plans to the building, but ignoring them in favor of looking up to Izuku with a hopeful look on her face. A plan. He could make a plan. Given the layout of the building, it would be likely that the bomb would be placed higher in the building. The rooftop would leave the bomb too exposed, especially if heroes with mobility-oriented quirks were on the scene. The first floor had the same problem, as while it was less exposed, it would be easier for the heroes to attack en masse and reach the bomb while others occupied the defenders. In around 70% of cases with bombs like this, where extortion was a larger priority than destruction and loss of life, the bomb's placement would be in the higher floors for a more defensible position. Of course, this was a simulation and not real life, but the bomb would have to be stationed somewhere for the villain team to move it, and Bakugo was a smart tactician, it was just often lost under his more aggressive traits. The bomb would therefore probably be placed on the third floor originally, since that would make it easier for students to move as higher or lower in the building, and Bakugo would insist on moving it one floor up. That would leave the fifth floor as a spatial barrier if the heroes were to come from the top, and if they were to come from the bottom, that would leave Bakugo with 3 floors of hunting ground. Ida would be at a disadvantage regardless of placement due to the interior setting, but to make up for that they could choose a larger room, and the floor plan that Uraraka was still holding showed that the largest of those rooms on the 4th floor was on the left side of the building, accessible by window. Therefore, it was most likely that the bomb would be placed in that 4th floor room, with Ida to guard it so he wouldn't have to deal with twisting corridors and flights of stairs. He hesitated for a moment before he shared his guess, but Uraraka had been waiting patiently and he didn't think she'd have asked him for a plan if she didn't actually want to hear his opinion. That didn't stop him from feeling self-conscious as he told her his thought process. She was polite and actually listened as he rattled off his observations, pausing only a moment to look at him as if trying to figure out some sort of puzzle before speaking up. Okay then, what do we do? How should we fight them? Part of him said that there was no way they were having a proper conversation about this, and it was a miracle that she had listened to his ramble about the situation, but with a goal in mind he could ignore that part of himself. Your quirk is force negation, right? Actually, it's called zero gravity. I can remove the gravitational force on anything I touch, though I have a weight limit, and I feel sick if I use it on myself. That description didn't ring quite right to Izuku, remembering how the concrete chunk she'd saved him from in the entrance exam hadn't just stopped being affected by gravity, instead stopping near completely, which would insinuate more than one effect. But now wasn't the time to bring up quirk analysis, he'd stopped trying long ago anyway. He'd been hoping that Uraraka might have been able to float them both up to where the bomb should be, but if she felt nauseous when using her quirk on herself, then it might be best to come up with a different strategy. In that case, he had to stop again for a moment, trying to picture what Bakugo and Ida would do. Ida seemed like the kind who would follow rules, so he'd probably stay with the bomb to defend it properly, even if mobility weren't an issue. Bakugo was that it had been a while since Izuku had actually spoken with Bakugo, and just a few minutes earlier he had helped Izuku, intentionally or not. But just because it had been a while didn't mean Bakugo wouldn't be aiming to win. Getting around Ida shouldn't be too much of a problem, but Kaken will track us down to fight. There's no way we'd be able to sneak into the building and make it to the bomb without running into him. He grimaced. I can get to the bomb without going through the building, but if he doesn't see anyone he'll know something's up and go back to the bomb. You'll have to be the one to distract him. Are you sure you'll be fine to take on Ida by yourself? It stunned Izuku that not only was Uraraka listening to his plan, she actually sounded like she was going to follow it. He began rolling his shoulders and gently stretching to prepare for the trial. If Uraraka was going to follow his plan, then he was going to make sure they won. I should be fine. I can't fight, but if I can outmaneuver him, it shouldn't be too hard to reach the bomb. Uraraka only just had time to give an affirmative nod, the determined grin on her face partially covered by her helmet, before All Might announced the start of the trial. With that, Izuku was off, racing around to the back of the building. The sides were made of a fairly smooth concrete, but there were plenty of window ledges, pipes and spider webbing cracks that Izuku could use to pull himself up. He didn't doubt Uraraka's abilities, but Bakugo could be ruthless, and the sooner that he reached the bomb, the sooner she'd be able to get away from him. Given the bomb was, probably, on the 4th floor, he didn't have to worry about Bakugo being in the room by the time he got there. Once the start had been called, Izuku had no doubt he'd begun hunting them down. Finding himself now at the correct window, Izuku held his breath and peeked into the room, only exhaling when he saw that he'd been right and the bomb, along with a monologuing Ida, was in the room. The window wasn't much of a challenge to open, only requiring a bit of pried-off pipe bracketing to slip underneath the gap between the window and the frame to undo the lock. Getting his fingers under the rim, he slowly pulled the window open and slipped into the room. Luck didn't seem to be on his side today, however, as Ida chose that moment to do a dramatic spin and pose with his monologue, and ended up looking straight at Izuku crouched near the window. "How did you dash?" "Ahem, however you got in here, hero, today is a day you will regret." Izuku would have laughed at the cheesy and definitely inaccurate villain portrayal if he didn't have 179 centimeters of hero students suddenly barreling towards him at full speed. Ida seemed to want to go for a straight capture, but with the bomb in sight, Izuku wouldn't let that happen. He kicked off in a dead sprint, but he'd underestimated Ida's turning speed. Instead of having to slow down to avoid hitting the wall, he was able to pivot and come straight after Izuku. Izuku could already feel him getting closer, and knew he wouldn't be able to reach the bomb. So he did what he did best, analyzed the situation, and acted. Tenya had been surprised to see Izuku come in through the window. In truth, he had been expecting to see Uraraka, as Izuku hadn't shown any sign of a mobility quirk, nor the confidence that came with a powerful combative quirk. He was even more surprised when Izuku suddenly disappeared and he was sent flying. He could feel his ribs already throbbing from where Ida's armored feet had met them, but the room didn't have any other obstacles he could have used, so becoming a human speed bump was the best option. In a second he was up and sprinting for the bomb once more. Hero team wins. Izuku let out a sigh of relief before turning to see how Ida had recovered from his fall. In the split moment of completing a goal and seeing Ida, who looked so much like Ingenium in his hero costume, he almost asked the other student if he thought someone without a quirk could be a hero. He nearly bit his tongue with how fast he closed his mouth as he realized what he'd been about to ask. "Don't think about it." He pushed down the horror and instead offered his hand to Ida to help him stand from his sitting position. "Are you all right?" "I believe so, are you?" Ida took his hand and stood, Izuku hiding a wince as the movement caused his ribs to protest. "I didn't even see you fall, I apologize for tripping on you." Izuku laughed nervously, looking away as he began to make his way out of the building with Ida. "Oh, that was on purpose. You were faster than I expected and that was the quickest way I could think of to stop you. No need to apologize." They didn't talk much after that, considering Izuku quickly brushed off Ida's concerns and confusion about choosing to become a human speed bump. When they exited the building, Uraraka was there to greet them, enthusiastically saying something that Izuku missed, because Bakugo was also there. Bakugo, loud, explosive, powerful Bakugo, standing silently and staring with an intensity that dried Izuku's mouth and made him want to run as far away as fast as possible. That kind of look always meant burns, but he had no idea what it meant when coupled with complete silence. He was saved from having to find out as the other two dragged him back to the observation room, where All Might congratulated them on the win. Now, does anyone have a nomination for MVP? Most of the class kept silent, glancing between themselves, until a dark-haired girl put her hand up. "Yes, young Yaoyorozu. Midoriya should be given the title of MVP for this match. He worked quickly and efficiently to make his way up the building and grabbed the bomb soon after getting inside, effectively dealing with Ida even if he didn't secure him with the capture tape. It also seemed like this plan was set from the beginning, as while we didn't have an audio output, Midoriya and Uraraka didn't seem to need to communicate once the trial started. It was dangerous to have Uraraka face Bakugo alone, but given how fast Midoriya was able to secure the bomb, it seems to have been a calculated risk. She finished her assessment and looked up to All Might for confirmation. The hero in question spluttered a bit before agreeing. "Very thought out, Yaoyorozu. I would have also mentioned Bakugo's proactive attitude, which was very good in this situation, but yes, Midoriya deserves the title of MVP." Glancing at the pro-hero's face told Izuku that he didn't really believe that, but he was hardly in a position to call that out, especially with other members of the class agreeing. It felt wrong, like they were waiting for him to agree so they could turn around and laugh at him for believing that they thought what he did was remarkable in any way. After all, he was quirkless, anyone could do what he could if they tried. The looming threat of a trick only started to dissipate when the class resumed, and everyone started watching the next match. Watching how the others worked was incredibly interesting, especially since he had missed most of their quirks while he focused on himself during the quirk assessment tests. He really had to work on his awareness. He noticed Uraraka coming to join him partway through and cut off his muttered analysis. "What are you doing? It looked like you were talking." Izuku cringed inwardly at having been noticed. "That's just a bad habit of mine. I tend to mutter. Apparently it's really creepy." Uraraka looked thoughtful then, one finger placed on her cheek while her head tilted. "I mean, muttering can be creepy, but I guess it depends on the context." "What are you muttering about?" "The matches." Uraraka looked at him for more, so he gave in. "I like analyzing things like quirks, so it's interesting seeing what everyone does." Her expression lit up then. "Oh, what have you noticed so far? You don't want to listen? Well, yeah. You managed to break down our battle trial really quickly. It'd be interesting to hear what you think from an outside perspective." He almost protested that she'd only been subject to his analysis during their match because it would help them win, so it wouldn't make sense why she'd want to hear him speak more. But so far Uraraka had proven to be kind, and the last thing he wanted to do was offend her, even if it did turn out that all of this was an act. So when the next match started, he began to talk. Still quietly, but he made an effort to not mutter as he shared his thoughts. He paused when Team B and Team I went head-to-head, and Todoroki froze the entire building. Endeavor had 4 kids, that much Izuku knew, though they were rarely seen. His wife never made an appearance, but a lot of heroes' partners tended to stay away from the public eye to attract less attention from villains. What didn't make sense to Izuku was why Endeavor would have an heir going into heroics without a fire quirk. He'd made it pretty clear how much he valued quirks when they'd met. "Don't think about it." He got an answer, however, when Todoroki went into the building and began to melt the ice instead of dismissing it. Dual quirks were uncommon, but given Todoroki's split features and heritage, it would make sense if he had some control over fire along with his ice. It was exciting to be in a heroics class, watching other students use their quirks and come up with strategies in a trial that would one day help them with actual hero work. But when the lesson came to a close and All Might dismissed them all, Izuku felt a huge sense of relief. Sitting with Uraraka had taken the edge off of the prickling, anxious feeling he got from being in a classroom setting with people he wasn't familiar with, who therefore had personalities and prejudices he couldn't account for yet, but it still drained him. There was only one other person he could account for aside from Bakugo, and that person was All Might, who didn't think he could become a hero. Despite his initial panicked response having calmed, he still couldn't stand to look at the hero for too long, and thinking about almost anything to do with All Might, who he had been to Izuku, what he had said when they'd met, how he'd completely upended his life, made breathing difficult. So watching the man run off at the end of the lesson and being free to break away from his classmates helped steady the erratic pace of his thoughts. However, his calm was dampened on the walk back to the changing rooms, and he was reminded of the fact he had to figure out what to do about his missing costume. Caught up in the possible actions he could take with that, he was caught off guard when one of the other boys yelled at him. "I thought you said you weren't hurt?" Ida sounded quite distressed, and his tone had everyone turning to him before shifting to look at Izuku. "I wasn't." He didn't like that everyone's attention was so focused on him when he already felt vulnerable without a shirt on. "Then what's that?" Another boy, Kaminari, was pointing at him now. Izuku looked down to his exposed torso, and the large bruise that was starting to form along ribs from crashing to the floor and using his body as a speed bump. "It's just a bruise, it's not bad." Luckily, it hadn't had time to change to the deep purple he knew it would shift to, given how much his side was throbbing. He'd had worse though, and he hardly wanted to bother anyone over a bruise. His ribs weren't even fractured or broken, so he would be fine. Quickly putting his uniform back on, he hurried out of the changing room with a small shrug to those who still looked strangely concerned. The others who had made it back to the classroom before him seemed to be in high spirits when he entered. He managed to avoid getting noticed until he'd grabbed his bag, doing his best to ignore Bakugo, who was doing the same in front of him, when Kirishima, who had a pretty simple yet versatile quirk, which he'd like to learn the limitations on, approached both of them. "Dude, well done on your match. It was pretty crazy how fast you managed to scale the building, though I'm not gonna lie, I was hoping to see you guys face off against Bakugo." The redhead looked between the both of them, seemingly oblivious to Izuku's rapid paling and the tension Bakugo was carrying. Are you FING kidding me? I'd beat the shit out of that useless Deku. Bakugo punctuated the end of his statement by picking up his bag and stomping out of the classroom, slamming the door behind him. Wow, harsh. Izuku felt the shot of adrenaline start to leave his system only after the door stayed closed for the next few seconds, leaving him more exhausted than he'd already felt. Seeing the others looking to him for his opinion, he shrugged his bag on, speaking as he edged his way to the door. No, he's right. I'm not very strong, and besides, I can't fight. Kaken would definitely win. Ah, come on, don't say that. Kirishima tried to throw an arm around his shoulders, but Izuku ducked out of the way. The redhead didn't seem bothered though, continuing on, hauling butt up a building means you've gotta have some muscle. The others agreed, pitching in their own opinions. It was nice they were trying to make him feel better about himself, but he could do without the pity. He knew his limits. He'd almost made it successfully out of the room when Uraraka came up beside him. I've gotta run and catch the train, did you want to come along? She'd asked a similar thing yesterday, and Izuku felt bad for denying her again, but he had to sort out his costume problem no matter how much he just wanted to go home. I'm sorry, I've got something I have to do again. That's fine. She waved him off, before pulling out her phone. How about we swap phone numbers? If it had been any earlier in the day, Izuku might have hesitated, or tried to find the trick. After he'd first got his phone, people had pretended to be his friend to get his number, then shared it out to everyone, from bullies so they could send him more hate, to random people offering some kind of service or reward if they called. In the end he'd changed his number to get it to stop, and refused to give it out to any friends. But the past few days, weeks, months, years, had been overwhelming and left him feeling fatigued when he didn't have something to focus on, and Uraraka was kind, though they'd all been kind until they'd gotten what they wanted, so he handed over his number. After giving a brief goodbye, he made his way out of the room. That night, Uraraka would apologize for giving his number to Ida, who had joined her shortly after he'd left. Ida had been concerned about Izuku's bruise and the fact he hadn't gone to Recovery Girl, and Uraraka thought that it would be nice if they could all talk together with a group chat. She would explain that she wouldn't give out his number to anyone else without permission, and that she would understand if Izuku was angry at her for giving it out in the first place. Izuku would spend the next 20 minutes wiping away tears because he might finally have friends. It might be another trick like middle school, but it didn't feel like one, so he let himself acknowledge the hope even if he couldn't embrace it yet. As he made his way to the teacher's offices, he had to fight the instinct to turn around. Aizawa was probably busy, he shouldn't have to deal with Izuku's problems. And it was just a missing costume. Izuku could make one himself and bring it in. Only, he wasn't sure what standards the costume would have to meet, what materials and designs were allowed, if he would be able to bring in support items like his sling to add to the costume. If he brought in a costume only for it to be wrong, he would just be causing more of a mess, or getting the support department in trouble for creating something inadequate when they'd had nothing to do with the costume in the first place. He didn't want to cause any more trouble, didn't want to draw any more attention, but Aizawa had said that they should turn to him if they had any problems, and for once Izuku believed that he might be a teacher that meant it. Or, well, included Izuku when he spoke to the class. That thought, however, couldn't stop him from hunching in on himself, holding the straps of his backpack in a death grip as he grew closer. Dozens of ways to explain the situation flitted through his head before disappearing. His mouth felt dry, and the bruise on his side throbbed aggressively. Standing in front of the door, he fought back the voices that were screaming that this was a mistake, that he should just deal with it, that if he caused a fuss that would just make the teachers hate him more than they already did, that this was a test and trying to get help meant he would fail, because if he couldn't deal with one missing costume, then how was he meant to get through the rest of the year? He could feel the spiraling thoughts pulling at him like a cruel undercurrent to a whirlpool. Taking a deep breath, he thought back to Aizawa's gentle voice when he had told him it was possible to become a hero, and lifted a shaking hand to knock against the door in defiance of the current. "Come in." The voice was muffled by the door, but Izuku had listened to enough of his radio show to identify it as present mix. He shifted the door open, slipping into the room and making a beeline to where he could see Aizawa working. He ignored the looks he knew he was getting, the way the room had grown quieter the instant he had stepped inside. Aizawa glanced up at him from the paperwork he was doing on his desk, finishing a line before turning to face him properly. "Can I help you, Midoriya?" It was too late to back out now, but Izuku wanted to do nothing more than run for it. It wouldn't be that hard either. The door was still open a crack, or if he wanted to avoid passing some of the other teachers again, he could jump over Aizawa's desk and go through the window that was letting in a nice breeze. "Midoriya." The gruff tone brought Izuku back to the present. Sorry, sensei, I wanted to ask you about my costume?" Aizawa sighed. "All Might should have told you all to go to the support department if you want any changes to your costumes, or if you have any problems. Power Loader oversees that, and it gives the support corps students a chance to learn about costume development." He could take the opportunity to turn and leave, apologize for the mistake, and figure out how to fix this on his own. But Aizawa was the one person who believed in him, and Izuku was so tired of dealing with everything alone, especially after having to spend his afternoon with the hero that had started it all. "I didn't get one." He couldn't look directly at the hero, but he could tell that he had paused midway to turning back to his work. "What do you mean you didn't get one?" Izuku knew that Aizawa's voice was naturally flat and gruff, but that didn't stop his mind from telling him he'd made a mistake coming here, that he was annoying Aizawa, and soon enough he'd realize that Izuku really was useless, that he didn't belong at UA. He fidgeted with a backpack strap, looking down at Aizawa's feet. "My case was empty. I didn't get a costume." He flinched and quickly stepped back, getting out of the way as fast as possible when Aizawa stood up abruptly. He watched, frozen, as the hero began walking to the door, before he stopped and looked back at where Izuku was standing. "Come on, we're going to get to the bottom of this." It took until Aizawa was opening the door for Izuku to move, keeping his head down and trailing behind the hero as they made their way back in the direction of the classroom. If he had looked around the room, he would have noticed the other teachers staring after the usually sedate, unkempt man with a trace of fear. After all, his voice may be monotone, but those lines were spoken with bite, and he'd moved with a speed that they rarely saw out of combat. "So there was nothing in your case at all, not even a note?" Izuku shook his head, before realizing Aizawa wouldn't be able to see the movement, and let out a stuttered, "No. I'm going to double-check there hasn't been some mix-up of cases, and from there we'll head over to the support department. Do you have anywhere you need to be this afternoon, anyone you need to call?" Aizawa looked back this time, so Izuku shook his head again. His mum would be working late today, and the only thing had planned to do was some self-appointed homework. When they reached the classroom, it was empty. Izuku waited at the doorway while Aizawa opened the case racks, quickly locating Izuku's and opening it up on a nearby desk. Izuku would have been offended if he wasn't the type of person to check and double-check all of his information before acting on it. Aizawa was being thorough, not dismissive. Izuku was well aware of the difference. The hero made quick work of checking inside for any hint of why it was empty, before moving back to the racks, pulling out a few spare cases stored below the rest. With each case opened, revealing empty interiors, Aizawa's expression grew darker, his eyebrows furrowing. He didn't say anything as the last of the cases were opened, or when he put them back in their place and closed the racks again. He didn't say anything as he left the classroom, only slowing briefly to check Izuku was following him. Izuku had done his best to memorize the floor plans of UA, but was still unfamiliar with the turns they took on the way to the support department. They finally paused at a set of doors, which happened to be metal, dented, and on the ground. Aizawa just sighed as he stepped around them and through the open doorway, Izuku close behind. "Maijima." He was met with a groan from deeper in the room. "Sheet, did I forget a staff meeting?" Izuku froze as Power Loader rose his head from his desk and locked eyes with him. Well, Izuku thought they locked eyes. He had his usual costume helmet off, but his ginger hair still hung over most of his face. "Ah, forget I said that?" "Sure." Izuku had grown up around Bakugo, so the swear was definitely tame compared to what he was usually subject to, but it was still strange hearing it from a pro hero. Aizawa walked further into the room, until he was standing in front of the hero. "No, you didn't miss a staff meeting. We're here about costumes. Midoriya, this is Higuri Maijima, or Power Loader, though you probably already knew that. He's the head of the support department. Costume problems? Power Loader sat up straighter, directing his full attention to Izuku, which did nothing to calm his nerves. No worries. What can I help with? Got some wear and tear already. Izuku opened his mouth to reply, but nothing would come out. He'd expected a more dismissive solution from Aizawa, and then to go home and figure out what to do by himself. Facing another pro hero about a problem he shouldn't have to deal with was just one more thing that Izuku couldn't process right now. He didn't think he could handle being told he was being stupid, that he'd just managed to lose his costume on the first day. So when the words refused to answer him, he turned to Aizawa. It only took a second of panicked eye contact for Aizawa to take over. Midoriya didn't get one. Power Loader's demeanor shifted as his head tilted, losing some of the enthusiasm he had shown at the mention of costume issues. What do you mean? I mean, Izuku cringed inwardly at the stress Aizawa put on the word, the hidden anger that accompanied it. There is no hero costume for student 18, not in his case or in any of the spares. So I was hoping you had it somewhere around here. Power Loader shifted uneasily, a hand moving to run through his hair. That can't be right. I'll have a quick look, but I don't know why one would be missing. He got out from behind his desk and started towards the far side of the room where dozens of cupboards were situated. But Izuku knew Power Loader wouldn't find his costume there, or anywhere in the school. They probably never started. He wasn't aware he'd said the statement out loud until Power Loader turned back in his direction. Why do you think that? If it wasn't obvious to Power Loader, then he probably didn't know that Izuku was quirkless. Would he laugh Izuku off, or just tell him it was for the best? Or would he be one of the cruel ones, who would tell Izuku it was good that the materials had never been wasted on him? There would be no way to know until he told him though. I'm quirkless. They probably thought it was a joke. No one he glanced at Aizawa, and corrected himself. Most people don't believe a quirkless person can be a hero. Or even get into UA. There was a beat of silence before Aizawa spoke, having turned to also face Izuku. Have similar things happened to you before? Izuku didn't bother answering that one, choosing to avert his eyes and hunch in on himself more. Look, I'm sure there's some explanation to this whole thing. They wouldn't they're given information on the kids' quirks to help with the costume design, especially for the ones that don't send in a lot of ideas. Power Loader had started pulling open cupboards and drawers, digging around for signs of something that didn't exist. It's fine, I should have expected it. No, it's not. The anger in Power Loader's voice finally made him look up, watching the hero's back as he dug through more materials. Aizawa stood off to the side, still near Power Loader's desk, a phone in hand and a scowl on his face. Just because something is unlikely is by no means an excuse to not do a job. I'm going to find out what's happened. In the meantime, bring your costume design to me tomorrow and I'll get straight to it. If the anger in the hero's voice hadn't drawn his attention, that statement certainly would have. Power Loader wasn't part of a support company using cheap materials to make prototypes for hero students until they figured out what they really wanted. He was a fully trained and qualified costume designer. They were far rarer than pro heroes, and to have one offering to make a costume for a student was near unheard of. Power Loader closed the drawer he'd been routing through with a sigh, and turned to Izuku with a hand running aggressively through his hair. I'm sorry. No matter what the circumstances for it, you shouldn't have been left without a hero costume. This was an oversight on both our costume manufacturer's behalf, and my own for not double-checking that we received all orders. So I apologize, and hope that we can have this problem fixed as soon as possible. And then he bowed. Izuku had hoped that maybe he'd be able to get some help, that Aizawa would be true to his word and help him figure out this mess, that he wouldn't have to be completely alone again. Maybe he'd get a spare rejected costume, or they'd tell him he should just make his own. But he hadn't expected this. He hadn't expected anyone to care. His hands were up in a second, waving away the words as soon as they processed. It's fine, there's no need to apologize. I can wear my gym uniform, it's not a big deal. I don't have a quirk that needs support from a costume, so it's not a problem. Midoriya, you're a student at UA, and you deserve the same treatment as the others. Aizawa slipped his phone into his pocket and made his way to stand in front of Izuku, making sure he had his full attention. I don't trust you to believe me when we haven't had a chance to prove that we're not the same as everyone else who's treated you badly, but don't ever think this sort of thing doesn't matter. Izuku couldn't breathe. Indeed. A higher-pitched voice joined them from the doorway. Am I a mouse, a bear, or a dog? Whatever I am, I'm the principal, and I've heard there's been an issue here. Izuku broke his disbelieving stare to look at Aizawa, putting together the principal's sudden appearance and the fact that Aizawa had been on his phone while Power Loader had been searching for a costume. He almost felt betrayed. It was a missing costume, he could deal with it, and they certainly didn't need to bring the principal, who in the past had always sided with anyone other than Izuku. In fact, most of the time they refused to acknowledge he existed, into the matter. Midoriya didn't receive a costume, and we believe it could be because he's quirkless. BGMI. Going to follow up on it, but I thought you should know. I see. Netsu entered the room properly, approaching Izuku. I apologize greatly for this injustice. UA meant to be a place of no discrimination, but at times our awareness fails and mistakes such as these occur. I hope you can understand as we try to fix this error. And then he bowed. At this point you could have told Izuku he was dreaming and he would have believed it. I can understand how harmful it can be to be left out and have to work hard to receive the same treatment that others take for granted. That statement struck a wrong chord with Izuku. While Netsu wasn't incredibly well known for his hero work, he was still well known due to the fact that he was an animal with a quirk and intelligent enough to become a hero. A less well-known fact was that he had been horribly abused at the hands of the scientists that had held him captive, and even after escaping had needed to fight to be given rights. Having someone who had struggled so much relating their experiences felt off. Sure, Izuku hadn't had the best time growing up, but he was just a useless, pathetic, worthless, quirkless kid. It made sense, it didn't matter. Right? Power Loader brought his attention back to the present. It's gonna take at least a day for me to get through to one of the designers that would have been in charge of production. I've gotta organize some material deliveries in the morning, but if you bring your design in at lunch I should be able to get working on it so you'll have something by your next heroics class. Just to be thorough, you did submit a design along with your enrollment papers? Netsu inquired. Izuku nodded. It was one of the first things he'd thought back to when he had been trying to figure out what to do next about not getting a costume. Fantastic. I only asked because I heard you weren't aware you had received a position on UA's heroics course. Quite the achievement, by the way. May I ask how you came to the decision to ask Aizawa instead of another hero? The question took Izuku completely off guard. He didn't even consider lying as he answered. There were other heroes. I've asked a few. Interesting. How did you track them down? Netsu was watching him closely now, and it felt almost as if a trap had been sprung around him. Though I may be assuming that from the way you approached Aizawa. No, you're right. It's just some research and analysis. He thought about straining bookshelves and a computer with little free storage space left, a couple of journals. Would you be open to bringing those in? I can. But why? There was truly nothing remarkable about the analysis he'd done, especially compared to what one of the smartest creatures on Earth would be capable of. Simple curiosity. If it suits you, you could drop them by my office in the morning, since you'll be meeting with Majima during lunch. Once again Izuku was struck by how strange today had been, and all the conflicting thoughts and emotions he was barely holding off. He didn't really want to show anyone his notebooks. It had been made clear to him years ago that they were boring at best, creepy at worst, but he couldn't say no to the principal. Sure. It sounded unconvincing to his ears, but seemed good enough for Netsu. Excellent. Now I'm sure you have other things to get to this afternoon, so if there's nothing else you need you're free to go. Izuku saw the option to leave, and this time took it with both hands. Adjusting the straps on his backpack he quickly bowed to Power Loader, Aizawa and Netsu before heading for the doorway. As he walked Netsu piped up a final time. Remember, we are here to help you, do not be afraid to reach out if you need it. Izuku lingered at the doorway, looking at the three teachers, weighing Netsu's words. He thought of a reaching hand, straining against sludge towards heroes that just laughed. Thank you. Sorry for all the inconvenience. The words were quiet, half-muttered, but they were all Izuku could manage before he made his escape. He truly was sorry for how complicated he'd made things. Aizawa would probably have to deal with more paperwork, along with Power Loader, who now had a costume to make on top of already teaching support classes. And having a costume made professionally, not that the support company that the school used was unprofessional, but mass production did mean a lowering of quality, which was understandable, definitely had to be unfair to the other heroics course kids. And now Nedzu was interested in his work, and he had to make sure he didn't mess that up. Nedzu had said they wouldn't accept discrimination, but once they realized Izuku wasn't special, and they'd had to do all this extra work for him, he wasn't sure how long that would last. There was too much going on for him to calculate and process, but wasn't this what he'd always wanted? Hadn't he always dreamed of teachers who didn't ignore him or put him down? He thought back to months of waking up, the feeling of sludge running down his throat in the forefront of his mind. He thought of years before that, teachers accusing him of lying or being disruptive, or ignoring him completely. No, he hadn't dreamed of it in a while. After his first year of middle school, he'd come to accept that a lot of things would never change for him. He held his backpack straps in a white-knuckled grip as he realized that a few teachers doing their job, and seeming to care about how it affected him, was enough to give him a hint of hope that things might get better, because he hadn't even been able to rely on people trying to do their jobs in the past. But now he was at UA despite all the odds against him, so maybe it would be okay to dream again. I'm pretty sure that this was only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to shit this kid has been through. Shoyuta felt pure molten rage flowing through his veins, but had nothing he could do with it, aside from maybe breaking into a support company's manufacturing building and tracking down who had treated an official design request as a joke. That would be irrational though. He wasn't going to threaten some poor worker who only did what they were told. After Maijima found out who was responsible, however, he couldn't make any promises. The hero in question was pacing across the workshop, occasionally stopping to look in some shelf or compartment like it might be hiding Midoriya's costume. He said, "I should have expected it." What the F-it? Maijima was a bit rough around the edges, but he was always supportive of his students, and he seemed genuinely disturbed by this whole issue. Shoyuta knew that he wasn't naive. They'd all seen their fair share of the problems that plague society, but Maijima had taken this truly to heart. "I can see why you contacted me about this, Aizawa." Nedzu hadn't moved from where he'd watched Izuku leave the room, a calculating look in his eyes. "Unfortunately, I believe this will keep happening." "Are you kidding me?" Maijima rounded on Nedzu, but the white-furred mammal just raised a placating paw before explaining. "No matter what we do or say, there will always be someone working against him just because he's quirkless. We'll just have to do our best to support him while he's here and willing to fight." All three of them were silent then, processing the grim statement. One part of the interaction had stood out to Shoyuta, not because of how angry it made him, but because of how out of place it had seemed. "Why'd you ask for those journals?" Nedzu shrugged. "Like I said to Midoriya, I'm curious. I want to know more about who we're dealing with, because I have the sneaking suspicion that he is far more than a quirkless student that got lucky." Another silence followed, before Nedzu went to leave, stopping at the empty doorway. "Maijima, may I ask why the doors are currently on the floor?" That elicited a groan from the hero. "Because I got a crazy genius this year, who took the phrase, blast-proof, as a challenge." Shoyuta couldn't help but snort at that. "Well," Nedzu clapped his hands together, "it certainly seems like we're in for an interesting year." When Izuku got to school the next day, he had a split second of worrying he'd misread the time this morning, because the entrance to UA was incredibly busy for how early it was. It was only as he got closer that he realized the crowding was caused by a mass of reporters, who seemed to be setting up for the day. As he watched, a few students wove through the blockade, and one muscled past as a reporter tried to latch onto them, a microphone shoved in front of their face. He clutched the tote back closer to his chest, ignoring the throb of pain that went through his side at the action, knowing that if he let the journalists get their hands on the bag and the notebooks within, there would be hell to pay. Sure, they only held information anyone could find, but a lot of it was important and required a fair amount of digging, and he knew no hero would appreciate their details being spread across numerous outlets. Besides, Nedzu had asked to see his journals, and Izuku wasn't sure what the consequences would be if he were to show up without them. It was still early in the day and the media presence was intense, which left him wondering how bad it would get as more students arrived. He kept his head down as he got closer, imagining the mess that the entrance would become, though the extra mass of students may be able to force the media back. No matter the outcome, Izuku was determined not to be here when that happened. His determination to escape the media only increased as he got within earshot, and started hearing the questions they were throwing out towards any student that tried to pass them. Is All Might really teaching here? What is he like? Have you heard the rumors of why he started teaching? The same All Might-related questions were shouted on loop until, apparently they let a quirkless kid into the school. Can you confirm this? The student who was being asked just screwed up their face and kept pushing through, but Izuku froze before he reached the edges of the mass of journalists. Wait, I thought that was already disproven? No, I have it from a good source that there is a quirkless person in the school. Well, who are they? I wouldn't be standing out here with you if I knew now, would I? Their words flew over Izuku's head. He tried to process things last night. He'd told himself over and over that he really was in UA's hero course, and he'd begun recalling the past year to better process it. He'd cried a fair bit too, his tear ducts making up for lost time it seemed, but even after falling asleep sometime in the early morning, he knew he'd only managed to scratch the surface of what he was feeling. So many amazing things had happened. He was at UA, he had someone who believed in him, he was on the way to becoming a hero, but he was still trying to figure out the cost. It had left him waking up feeling numb but pent up, anticipation for something intangible twisting his gut, joining his growing anxiety over what Nezu would say about his journals. Stop thinking about it. The last thing he needed to add to that was to be swarmed by journalists, especially ones questioning his right to be at UA. So he readjusted the grip on his bag, hunched his shoulders, and disappeared in the crowd. Years of practice allowed him to weave unnoticed between groups of reporters and students alike, until he was through the gate and on his way to Nezu's office. When he knocked on the principal's door, he received a short "come in." Slipping through the doorway revealed a medium-sized room, a desk situated close to the entrance, and several monitors set up against the opposite wall. Nezu himself was sitting in front of these monitors, flicking between them. It didn't take long for Izuku to recognize the scene at the gate, though it seemed more packed than it had been minutes ago when he'd passed through. Midoriya, so glad you could join me this morning. Nezu turned to acknowledge Izuku's presence with a small nod, before his attention turned back to the monitors. Usually I would have liked to talk with you, but unfortunately the media has decided to act rather unruly today. As such, I'll have to ask that you deposit your journals on my desk, and then we'll talk at a later date. Okay, was his only reply. Izuku was hardly in the right mindset to talk to the principal, so hearing that he could leave immediately was a relief. Seeing the stacked books in the tote bag rival the towering paperwork stacks already on the desk, however, made it impossible to ignore how much work he'd done on his hero hunt. After all, this wasn't all of the journals he'd worked through over the past year, and the USB in the bag only held a fraction of his digital collection. It felt awkward to leave them there, a collection created out of desperation, a testament to a final attempt to keep hope. And now someone, and not just someone, one of the smartest creatures on Earth, and the principal of his dream school, would know just how obsessed he'd gotten, how much information he had collected, how many heroes he had asked. It added to the uncomfortable, skin-prickling feeling that had spread since he'd woken up, and had only been made worse by hearing the media outside the gates. Telling someone he had hunted down heroes to ask them if they thought he could be one was one thing, but having someone know was something else entirely. Izuku's fingers twitched as he turned to leave the room, as if they were going to reach out and snatch back the books before Nezu could see them. But the principal had asked for them, and Izuku wasn't about to risk his place in the school for a bit of discomfort. He just hoped there was enough there to satisfy Nezu's curiosity. While he'd accounted for the time he'd need to drop off his notebooks when he left for school this morning, he hadn't accounted for the holdup due to the media, so he was cutting it quite close to the bell by the time he made it to class. Everyone seemed to be there as he came through the doorway, complaining about the media. A few people seemed excited to have the attention so early in the year, but the majority of the class were talking about getting mics shoved in their faces with a tone of disdain. He was passing Kaminari's desk when one of the blonde's comments stopped him dead in his tracks. Listen, I get that they're trying to do their jobs, but you gotta admit it's annoying, right? Especially considering we don't even have a quirkless person in our class. It's cool to be inclusive or whatever, but I don't know where they'd get the idea that some quirkless kid could make it into the hero course. The pricking, uncomfortable feeling that had been plaguing Izuku all morning stopped, replaced instead by full-body static, taking over his senses. Everything had been too much ever since Aizawa had said he could be a hero, but he'd been able to start processing things again, and what he couldn't process, he'd been able to ignore. He was fine. But the storm that was his thoughts was climbing now, towering over the barriers he'd so carefully constructed and reinforced, ready to crash down and overwhelm him. Because of course his classmates had been so nice to him, they hadn't realized he was quirkless. Don't think about why. Those gathered around Kaminari's desk turned to look at him. Static had replaced every nerve ending in his body, but instead of being left feeling numb, it felt like pure energy. Why can't a quirkless person get into UA? Why can't a quirkless person become a hero? They seemed confused by his tone, but Kirishima was the one reply. I'm not sure what exam you took, but there's no way they'd make it past the entrance exam. There are plenty of ways to beat the robots. He knew his voice was cold, but he couldn't find the energy to change it, despite his buzzing nerves. It didn't help that he could feel the attention of the rest of the class turning to him. You can rip out the wires, or direct them to hit each other with ranged attacks. You can also use debris to get between their defenses, or you can drop it off high places to damage them. That's without accounting for specialized tools and weapons, and not including rescue points. Yeah, of course you could do that kind of stuff. You have an analysis quirk to help you figure out how to do it, right? Kaminari leaned over his desk, watching him with a raised eyebrow, only for Zero to try and correct him. No way, he has a mobility quirk. You saw him climb that building yesterday. You guys have it wrong. Ashido excitedly interjected, ignoring Zero's objection. I was walking behind him heading to the school gate this morning, and when we reached the reporters he just vanished. His quirk has to be something to do with that. As his classmates theorized about his non-existent quirk, that Izuku realized what he was feeling was anger. He wasn't sure how long it had been building, hidden under every other negative emotion he'd felt over the past, 10 years? Because he truly hadn't had a friend since he was diagnosed as quirkless. His only source of support was his mother, who didn't even believe he could be a hero, though she tried to hide that from him. And that made him angry. It wasn't the explosive kind of anger that he so often saw from Bakugo. It was quieter, raging silently deep within him, because being angry had never helped him, and others being angry had just meant more pain for himself. Anger was something to be avoided, ignored. But his was rising with the storm now, screaming and dragging every horrible thing anyone had said or done to him in the past year alone to the forefront of his mind. It made him want to scream at the injustice of the world. But not all men are created equal, and he'd learned that at a young age. So he acknowledged his anger, the storm that lived inside of him, and brought back up the walls that separated him from them, falling back into the emotionless calm, because he had nothing else to fall back on. He didn't know whether he should be concerned that it only took him a few minutes to repress all that, but it would just be one more thing he'd need to work through when he had time. For now, he turned to his classmates, interrupting whatever Zero was in the middle of saying to Kaminari. I don't have any of those quirks. I don't have a quirk at all. But I still passed the entrance exam and Aizawa's quirk assessment test. But can't someone quirkless be a hero? The classroom fell silent. The group at Kaminari's desk stared at him, but as no one made a move to reply, he continued on. I've heard every possible reason. That quirkless people are weak, useless, pathetic, worthless. That the only way I'd do well on something would be to cheat or lie, that I'm a loser, someone who shouldn't exist. So don't hold back, because I want to know why you think I can't be a hero. There was no answer to that either. The only change came from Kaminari's mouth falling open. But the non-answer still spoke volumes, so he made his way to his desk, ignoring the eyes tracking him there. He made sure to tuck his bag under his legs as he got out his things for the day, to be on the safe side. As he did that, Conversation began starting up again, growing louder as a few shouts were directed at him, but it was easy enough to block those out. He'd had years of training after all. Besides, their voices were far less demanding than the claws that were once again sinking into his mind, holding onto the growing shred of hope that has been restored by Aizawa, and picking it apart because why? Why had he had to ask so many heroes for validation, only to be denied over and over again because he was quirkless? Why couldn't someone without a quirk be a hero? The students only quietened down when Aizawa entered the room, greeting them with an unimpressed glare as they rushed back to their seats. 6 seconds. Better, considering the excitement the media has stirred up, but next time you should be faster. Ashido took the momentary silence that followed Aizawa's statement to raise her hand, though the polite gesture seemed to be done out of habit as she barreled forward with her question without being called upon. Is it true Midoriya doesn't have a quirk? Izuku could see Aizawa from his hunched position as the teacher's gaze flicked to him, then back to the rest of the class, sitting on the edge of their seats. The only person aside from Izuku who wasn't waiting for an answer, and had been surprisingly quiet the whole morning, spoke up then. Of course he's effing quirkless, what the hell did you idiots think? Bakugo's statement somehow managed to be insulting, while also lowering the general tension of the room as the class's focus split to include him. I'm not here to discuss people's quirks. Aizawa's drawl and steely glare that he sent across the room made a couple of the students back off a little, but Izuku could still feel the question in the air. I do, however, have feedback from yesterday's battle trials, and how you used your quirks in that setting. You all performed quite well. He began, getting their attention away from Izuku. I've looked over your grades and evaluations, and while there is definitely room for improvement, you all adapted to this scenario, despite All Might's oversights with this exercise and general lack of direction. He placed a hand on a stack of paper that was on his desk. These all have comments on what you need to work on, and I recommend paying attention to the notes. If you refuse to work towards improving, you lose your potential, and I will not hesitate to expel you. The class stilled, remembering the threat they'd faced at the quirk assessment test, and trying to decide once again if Aizawa was being serious or not. Now, this is just the start of your high school career. If I hear of any discrimination, quirk-based or otherwise, it will be the end of that career. If you have any problems with this or need support because of it, come see me. Part of Izuku waited for Aizawa to turn and give him a pointed stare, like his so-called supportive teachers had, but instead he just received a sidelong glance, recognition without consequence. Now, onto homeroom business. Today you'll pick a class president. I don't care how you chose, just make sure you're done by the end of homeroom. And with that, their teacher disappeared into his sleeping bag, leaving a confused class to try and decide between themselves who should be their class president. After a moment they started speaking up, students offering themselves for the position. Izuku opted to stay silent and watch. Before long the volume was rising, people vying for attention or trying to argue why they would be the best choice for class president, until no one could be heard clearly. Except for Ida, who chose that moment to stand up and use his height and voice to speak above everyone else. Everyone please settle down. The best way to proceed is with a vote. But wouldn't everyone just vote for themselves? We barely know each other yet. The protest was reasonable, but Ida already had a counterpoint ready. That is what will make the person who gets the most votes a clear leader. Izuku certainly didn't want the position, so he'd be giving his vote to someone else, but it would be interesting to see how many others were willing to give up their own chance of becoming class president. Does anyone have spare paper? There was an answering mutter of potentially tearing pages from books or waking Aizawa, before Yaoyorozu spoke up. Here, we can use these ballard slips. She stood up from her desk, handing the cards out, working from the back of the classroom to the front. Once you're finished writing down your selection, you can place them in dash. She paused briefly, producing a small box from her upper arm, a truly amazing quirk, this box. With the voting method decided, everyone quickly began writing down their choice. Once the votes were tallied, it was no surprise that with Ida leading the voting with Yaoyorozu assisting, they were the two that ended up with the most. Ida had gotten Izuku's vote, along with 3 others, while Yaoyorozu had gotten 3. The rest of the morning progressed somewhat normally from there, though Izuku could feel that the others would occasionally glance at him. By the time lunch arrived, he'd fully packed up his desk and was ready to make a break for it to avoid questions and who knows what else. However, before he could leave his desk, Uraraka appeared, cheerful as she'd been the past couple of days. "Hey Midoriya, would you like to join me and Ida for lunch again?" It was a nice offer, but he could still see the way his other classmates hovered nearby, and the side glances Uraraka kept shooting towards them. Even if he could have trusted it, he needed to meet with Power Loader to hand in his design anyway. "Sorry, I've got to do something, costume problems from yesterday." He couldn't quite bring himself to look at her face as he replied, afraid of finding that her disappointment wouldn't be genuine, rather a letdown that she wouldn't get her own personal round of interrogation with the quirkless freak. "Do you have a packed lunch?" Both Izuku and Uraraka turned to look at Shinso as he packed his own things away. "Well," Izuku spluttered for a moment on an answer, and ended up defaulting to the truth. "No." "All right then, I'll grab you something from the cafeteria." And with that, the purple-haired boy stood up and left. Izuku took the resulting moment of confusion to make his escape, following in Shinso's wake, but once he was out of the classroom he was faced with his own sense of confusion. He spent the whole walk to the support department running over the interaction with Shinso, trying to figure out what the other boy had meant, his reasoning, his intention. By the time he made it past the doors to Power Loader's classroom, this time there was only one lying on the floor, though the other looked like the hinges were about to give in. He still didn't know what to expect. His attention was quickly diverted when the hero called him over and asked for his costume design, though it still lingered in the back of his mind. Despite the chaos of the media from this morning, the mood in the cafeteria was still fairly normal, if a bit loud for his tastes. Hitoshi quickly picked out his own lunch and spent a few moments trying to figure out what to grab Midoriya before settling on some onigiri and a sandwich. With that out of the way, and with a quick check of the school map, he made his way to what was hopefully the support department. It felt weird to be doing this, to be reaching out. Hitoshi wasn't one to try and establish connections or play at being friends, not after years of friends coming and going simply because of his quirk. But even before hearing that the kid who'd helped him into the heroics course was quirkless, he'd wanted to thank him. And technically he had on the first real day of school, but Midoriya had brushed it off straight away, and looked like a deer in the headlights the whole time they'd spoken. After that they hadn't really spoken, but after the battle trials, no one had wanted to speak to Hitoshi. It wasn't as if he'd expected UA to be any different from his previous schools. He'd hoped, but not expected. And it was nice no one was throwing around the villain label yet, but it's still FINGSEK. Sighing, Hitoshi pulled out his phone to double-check he was going the right way. He could count on his luck to try and befriend someone for once, only to get lost on the way. Of course, Midoriya could have been lying about going to the support department, but Hitoshi had seen him open his case and instead choose to wear his gym uniform. Midoriya also hadn't spoken to him since the battle trials. But considering he had barely heard a handful of complete sentences from the boy, he thought that might just be because of his quiet and withdrawn nature. It was always hard to tell, some of the quiet ones were the worst, they just kept their harsh words to themselves for the most part. He doubted that would be the case with Midoriya though. Hitoshi had learned to be quiet from a young age, and he had a suspicion that Midoriya had learned similar lessons to him. After all, the only thing worse than having a villain's quirk is having none at all. He paused in front of the door currently on the ground. He didn't know which classroom Midoriya would be in, but it seemed this would be his best bet. Poking his head in, he sighed with relief inwardly upon seeing Midoriya speaking quietly with a person Hitoshi assumed was the support department teacher. He made his way cautiously into the room, the smell of smoke lingering in the air. "I hope I'm not interrupting," he began, watching the two of them whip their heads around to face him. "I brought lunch." While Midoriya only blinked up at him, the teacher quickly hopped up, gathering the notes that had been on the desk. "Right, lunch, something I definitely didn't forget." He turned to Midoriya. "I'll give this a look over and compare it to the materials I have on hand while you eat. Give me a yell if you think of any alternatives." And with that he left the room, disappearing through a door that Hitoshi assumed led to storage, and leaving him alone in awkward silence with Midoriya, who was now watching him with suspicion. "So, I wasn't sure what you like to eat, so I just grabbed these." He placed the packaged onigiri and sandwich in front of Midoriya, before sitting down in the chair next to him. Midoriya still hadn't moved much by the time he'd unpackaged his own lunch, only shifting occasionally and flicking his eyes between Hitoshi and the food. As the silence dragged on, Hitoshi grew more uncomfortable and a little annoyed. "What? Do you want me to take a bite out of it first to prove I didn't poison it?" Immediately Midoriya's demeanor changed, his shoulders going up and his face shifting to a look of guilt, though Hitoshi noted he still didn't touch the food. He started fidgeting with the end of his sleeves, and looking at his curled, almost defensive posture, Hitoshi had the awful thought that maybe someone had tried to poison Midoriya in the past. It hadn't been actual poison, but in elementary school Izuku had been forced to eat more than a few unpleasant things, and had been given off food on a few occasions in middle school. It left him suspicious of any food given to him, though that was true for most things given to him freely. After a few more moments with a look of concentration furrowing his brows, Midoriya finally broke his silence. "No, I don't understand. Why would you go to this trouble? What do you gain from it?" Hitoshi found it hard to be offended about the insinuation that he was doing this for his own gain, considering how on edge Midoriya was, and the way he'd grown to have a similar attitude over time. No one wants to actually be friends with the villain kid, so kindness was always suspect. So he tried to explain. "I said thank you yesterday, but I don't think you realized how much I meant it. I would have failed the exam without you, and UA is my dream. You made that possible. The hero course has so few spots, and the robots are a limited resource in that stupidly biased exam, but you still stopped and helped me and showed me how to beat them even though it'd make it harder for you. The least I could do is buy you lunch, but you don't have to eat it if you don't want to." He flashed what he knew was a very sleep-deprived, but hopefully reassuring, smile. "I just didn't know what else to do." Midoriya shifted, before looking away and muttering a reply. "It was nothing really." It was then that Hitoshi realized that Midoriya had been packed up before they'd been dismissed for class, and had left as soon as possible. "Sorry, you probably came here to get away from the class, right? I can leave if you want, I just wanted to thank you again." He hesitated a second, before deciding to be more open than he had ever been with any of the kids he'd known through elementary and middle school. "Yesterday you said, 'I know the feeling.' I didn't want anyone to feel the same as I do. At first I thought that was just some platitude for the kid with the useless quirk in an exam against robots, but now I know for sure it wasn't. I was always the kid with the villain's quirk. I don't think I had it half as bad as you would have, but that it's harder to believe people when they call you a villain when you know you're in the most prestigious hero course in the country. And I owe that to you." He expected the question then. Midoriya would ask him exactly what his quirk is, since he must not know given the fact he'd been talking back to him so freely. And then Midoriya would ask him to leave and that would be the end of that. But when Midoriya opened his mouth, it wasn't to ask what his quirk was. Instead, he said, "Why would they think your quirk is villainous?" "What?" Something changed in Midoriya then. Sure, he was still hunched in on himself, still speaking quietly, but there was a new light in his eyes. Psychological quirks do have a higher rate of discrimination, though still not at the same level of mutation quirks, but it doesn't make sense why anyone would consider your quirk a villain's quirk. After all, there isn't such a thing as a villain's quirk. Sure, there are quirks more suited for villainy, but a quirk only becomes a villain's quirk once it's been used for villainy by its owner. Your quirk is actually one of the best suited quirks for stopping villainy, considering all you need is a response, and then you could order the villains to stand down, or even give themselves up to the police. That completely negates the need for a fight and the potential collateral damage that could arise. For example, last year the hero Celeste went up against 3 villains, and while they ended up winning the fight and subduing the villains, they ignored information on the villains' quirks, so a whole block ended up damaged, and there were a fair number of civilian injuries. If you had been on the scene, that could have all been negated if you used your quirk before the fight even started. Of course, I'm not sure if you can control multiple people at once, and you'd have to deal with any nonverbal villains physically, unless a physical response is enough to trigger your quirk. And then there's the issue of becoming well known enough that people would know not to respond to you, but that can be worked around by wearing disguises and/or being an underground hero. He'd become more animated throughout his speech, but now hunched in on himself again, looking sheepish as he trailed off. So yeah, there are definitely situations your quirk wouldn't be suited for, but it's hardly a villain's quirk, since it could stop fights before they break out, and even be used on civilians to help them in dangerous situations. Hitoshi was dumbstruck. His mind felt like a cat with tape stuck to its paws trying to formulate a response to that, when a blaring alarm cut through the air. What the hell is that? Midoriya stood up, looking towards the room's entry, then back to the door the teacher had disappeared through. It's the intruder alarm, someone's broken into the school. Before either of them could act on that, the teacher was back in the room, walking over to the two of them at a rapid pace. Both of you, stay in the room. Even with the doors messed up, it's got decent defenses. If you see anyone not in a uniform and not a teacher come by, get into the storage room and stay down. I'm going to find out what's going on. And with that, he was leaving, a phone already up to his ear as he made it through the doorway. When Hitoshi turned back to Midoriya, he also had a phone in hand, rapidly typing and scrolling. It's the media outside of the front gate, they've managed to make it into the school. Midoriya tilted his phone so that Hitoshi could see a live stream one of the reporters was broadcasting. While not ideal, the alarm was really starting to get on his nerves now. It was better than villains breaking in to try and attack students. You found that pretty quickly. Midoriya just shrugged at that. You just need to know the right search terms, and with a bit of practice you can find anything pretty quickly. Thankfully, the alarm shut off, but it did leave them in awkward silence once more. Hitoshi stared at the remains of his lunch, trying to think of conversation topics that weren't. So, were you lying about how you didn't think my quirk is villainous, or what's up with you being quirkless, both of which seemed like non-starters. Maybe he should have waited until he had some social skills before he tried actually befriending someone. So, do you like cats? Midoriya wasn't looking at him, but there wasn't anyone else who could have asked. Yeah. He thought about his two cats at home, cuddly troublemakers the both of them. Do you not have any cats? Midoriya shook his head. We're not allowed pets in the apartment. Overall, not one of Hitoshi's worst conversations, but not necessarily a great one. So, was that the support department teacher? Yeah, power loader. Or Majima, I guess. Hitoshi rubbed the back of his neck. It feels weird, calling them by their actual names, rather than their hero names, right? He got a slightly exaggerated exhale of air that might have been a laugh for that one. Definitely. They fell back into silence, but this time it was far less awkward. With a few minutes left before the end of lunch, Power Loader reappeared. You too good? They both nodded at the teacher, who did a quick sweep around the room before settling back at his desk. As they cleaned up the tiny bit of mess they'd made while waiting, Hitoshi noticed that Midoriya had taken a few bites out of the sandwich he'd bought for him. It was such a small thing, but he felt oddly touched. Midoriya gave off the energy of a cornered and injured animal, a survivor that's been taught that trust gets you more hurt, but he'd still chosen to extend that trust to Hitoshi. It made the discomfort Hitoshi felt at having been sincere feel worth it. Fully packed up, Midoriya shouldered his bag. Hitoshi had left his in the classroom, and Power Loader spoke up once more. Because of this, I probably won't be able to talk to you about detailing and support gear after school, and lunch is almost over, but I'll try and arrange some other time to meet up through Aizawa. Midoriya bowed his head. Thank you. Don't mention it, kid. Hitoshi didn't understand why Midoriya would have to see Power Loader again for what should be a simple size adjustment. That was, of course, if he hadn't lied about it. He knew he hadn't tried on the costume before he'd decided to stick with his gym uniform. Whatever reason he had, he decided to leave it for today, instead walking with his new possibly friend. Back to their classroom. When they arrived, Midoriya still got some weird looks, and Hitoshi felt some of the attention drift to him as well. He didn't have too much time to reflect on it before Uraraka was there again, talking to Midoriya about their own experience with the alarm, and something about Ida and an exit sign. Listening to her talk while he settled back at his desk, he thought that maybe UA would be different. Nezu was not happy. The media was always an issue he had to deal with inside and outside of school hours, but it was the kind of constant issue that you got used to, a thorn in the side, uncomfortable but manageable. This break-in was something else entirely, and felt like a prelude to something greater. He'd just finished briefing his staff on this, and what precautions they would be taking for the future. The mood was grim, but they were professionals and he wouldn't sugarcoat things for them. It was better to be ready than to be comfortable. Before they could begin discussing the matter between themselves more privately, Nezu clapped his paws together to get their attention. Now that we have addressed that, I have a second matter to discuss. The teachers all turned to him, apprehension thick in the air. Nezu was glad that they had learned that two matters mentioned next to one another, the first being of great importance and the second without indicator, should mean that the second matter should be given just as much attention. Order does not always equate importance. Kiyama leaned forward, arms crossed on the table in front of her. What's the second matter? Midoriya Izuku. Inui was the one to speak up this time, his growl prominent no doubt due to his annoyance at the media break-in. The quirkless kid? Correct. Nezu had been closely watching the expressions of the teachers as he'd mentioned the boy in question. Some stayed blank, bordering on confused. Others seemed more apprehensive. Aizawa's turned darker, a grim face of concern, a warranted reaction given how much Midoriya had already been through on the first 3 days of the year. The most surprising, of course, was Toshinori. The number 1 pro hero looked guilty, which only made Nezu certain that his hunch was correct. Takashi, Hoshiro, Ishiyama and Yagi. You all met Midoriya before the school year started, and Aizawa met him on the first day. Can you confirm that? The 4 teachers in question looked between a mixture of confused and stunned, before looking between each other to agree. With slow nods, Takashi, Hoshiro and Ishiyama confirmed Nezu's suspicions. The last to admit his interaction with the boy was Toshinori, who chose to speak up. How did you know that? And why us? Because yesterday, I asked if I could have access to some of his notes from the past year or so, as I heard he had been finding heroes to ask them if they believed he, a quirkless person, could be a hero. Nezu placed a few of the journals he'd been carrying with him onto the table for the other heroes to see. Due to the media, I wasn't able to get much reading done today, but I was able to figure out that he was working through his list of heroes alphabetically. Due to the fact that he came to UA to speak to Aizawa, Eraserhead, I felt it safe to assume he was up to, and as all of your hero names are before that, it would make sense that he had spoken to each of you. Toshinori continued to be the group's spokesperson as he continued hesitantly. What do you mean he came to UA to speak to Aizawa? The group of teachers who'd been present for Aizawa's revelation on the first day glanced quickly between each other, already knowing the answer. What I mean is that the first quirkless student to enter UA, in the heroics course no less, wasn't even aware what he was doing. On a basic level he knew he was getting into UA, but he was doing so to ask a question. Could any of you tell me what that question is? Aizawa had gone from giving Toshinori a distrustful side eye to glaring daggers at the man. Nezu could only guess what was going through the underground hero's head. He wasn't a fan of All Might in general, finding him too flashy and over the top, but to hear that the number 1 hero had been one of the heroes to crush a promising student's dream, despite being known for being happy and encouraging? Toshinori should count himself lucky Aizawa wasn't the vindictive sort, or he might have found himself deflating in public. Can someone without a quirk be a hero? That was the question. Takashi paused to survey the other heroes Nezu had named, lingering on Toshinori. He can't have planned on meeting all of us. Nezu found the clone hero's skepticism understandable, but evidence proved contrary. I can assure you he probably did. He has several notebooks and a list documenting an extraordinary amount of information on heroes. I'm sorry, but it's definitely not possible he planned to meet all of us. Hoshiro usually didn't speak up during these meetings, instead fading into the background as much as their bulky white costume allowed, but they had everyone's attention now. He was helping with disaster relief at the landslide last year when we met. Now that was enough to make Nezu question his conclusion. He still didn't believe Midoriya met anyone by accident, or his notebooks would be pure documentation and not planning, but working with disaster relief didn't seem like the best strategy for meeting heroes as there was no guarantee that any would show up to the scene, and it would have taken a lot of the boys' free time to join a disaster relief group. So, he quickly flicked through the journals he had in front of him, hoping to find the section on 13. What he found instead of a section was a whole notebook dedicated to the hero and other rescue heroes like them. Actually, Hoshiro, it appears that Midoriya isn't part of an official relief work group. In fact, he lives nowhere near that area. He lifted up the journal, unfolding a map that had been glued in, scribbled over multiple times with notes on epicenters, dates, and details on the area. The pages before it had contained paragraphs on landslides, erosion, and calculations. He hadn't gotten the chance to read this notebook, and now he was left wondering what else they contained, aside from bits of hero trivia and accurate analysis. If this notebook was to be trusted, then it indicated that he was there because he knew the landslide would happen. There was a beat of silence. What the hell, man? As usual, Yamada was the first to respond to the dramatic statement, and the loudest. You're telling us a kid predicted a natural disaster? Nobitoshi added in his usual drawl loud and fast with the question, though the other teachers were all saying similar things at once. Takashi turned his masked face to Nedzu, and he felt that if he'd had eyebrows at least one of them would be raised. This is testing believability now, Nedzu. Takashi Sato still wasn't sure about the kid. Sure, he could do some impressive research, if Nedzu's claim could be believed, but that's not hero work. He wasn't about to insult Midoriya or target him, but he would still stand by his decision to shoot the kid down until he could be proved otherwise. Nedzu nodded. I understand, but he skimmed the pages preceding the ones he'd already looked through. This was written a month before the collapse, and seems to highlight the problems that were later confirmed to have increased the mountain's instability. Okay, if he knew it would happen, why didn't he tell anyone? Ishiyama voiced the question, and the others quickly made sounds of assent. Ken thought back to the green-haired kid he'd met the previous year, how he'd thought he was puffed from a short run and would therefore be no competition for the rest of the students trying to get into the heroics course. He knew the advantages of having a powerful quirk, but if Midoriya was able to do the kind of analysis that Nedzu was capable of without a quirk, and take down enough robots to qualify in the entrance exam, then he had no idea how his heroic ambition would pan out. There was an anonymous tip. All eyes turned to Hoshiro and their haunted voice. It was sent to the police station, the town hall, local hero agencies. It was also on social media, but quickly got drowned out. No one ever managed to trace it, and it was dismissed as a villain trying to be showy, but messing up the timing. Nedzu felt his jaw clench at that. It was always highly regrettable when disastrous events could have been prevented, when the evidence had been right there, but for some reason or other, it had been overlooked. That's better than nothing, but if he's doing this much research, he should know tips aren't always given priority. Ken pointed out. Hell, why didn't he show up and bring all this research with him? People died. Right. The bite in Aizawa's voice made everyone shut up. Aizawa usually spent these meetings pretending to be asleep, so it was a good indicator that things were serious if he hadn't even thought to bring his sleeping bag with him. Because you would all believe a middle school student with a notebook telling you that there's going to be a landslide in a month. You would all stop on your patrol to read his work, compare it to similar cases in the past, agree with his research, then organize for either an evacuation at the start of the tourist season, or find a way to stabilize a whole mountain. He got a few murmurs in response, and shut them down as soon as they appeared by flashing his quirk for a second. Even if it were remotely possible that would happen, instead of getting dismissed, or having his research taken and left on some desk only to be thrown out a few weeks later once no one remembers where it came from, this is still a kid who hasn't had anyone believe him in years. Hoshiro Miyaku's head was still ringing. A tip-off. A genuine tip-off that could have saved numerous lives, if only it had been paid attention to. Of course, there were far too many anonymous tip-offs to act on all of them, and a lot of them led to nothing, but surely it should have been investigated? Not even in high school, and he was running around a natural disaster that he'd been able to predict, helping people, all because he wanted to be a hero and no one believed in him. Ken grunted. And not because he seems to be a nervous wreck just talking to a teacher after school? Well, that's probably because any time he's actually gone to a teacher, he's just been dismissed or hurt. A few voices rose up in disagreement, but once again Aizawa shut them down quickly. There are 4 heroes in this room right now who told him to give up on his dream, when you could have just given him some empty encouragement at the very least. Toshinori flinched at the look he was given at that statement. What do you think regular people, when caught up in their prejudice, are like? Aizawa Shoyuta felt furious. This kid had managed to figure out when a landslide of all things was going to happen, just to meet one hero. He'd asked 4 heroes in this room alone if he could be one, not including himself, and he'd gotten a no each time. If the amount of notebooks that Nezu had placed on the table were any indication, he'd asked a whole lot more than the 4 of them before he made it to UA. It was admirable, when not completely heart-crushing, that he hadn't given up. It quietened down after that, the other heroes conceding to Aizawa's points and mulling over what they'd learned. Nezu decided that it would be best to wrap things up now, before they derailed into a look at prejudice within society and how much responsibility they had in regards to breaking that down. He also had much to consider with these new revelations. Well, those were the 2 main points I wanted to address this evening. Remember, while the students are their own people, they are still learning, and it is our responsibility to make sure they're supported through this growth. It is also important that they're able to learn in a safe environment, and with the media break-in earlier today, we may need to be prepared for outside influences to challenge this safety. Stay vigilant, and notify me if you notice anything unusual. As for Midoriya, I would hope that you continue to treat him as you would any other student. I will be speaking to him more on his research and analysis, so there's no need to bring it up with him. Thank you for your time. The other teachers took the dismissal and began packing up whatever odds and ends they'd had with them, slowly leaving the room. For a moment Nezu thought Aizawa might approach Toshinori, but the underground hero left with Yamada, a scowl still etched on his face. Yagi Toshinori felt a sense of loss resurface, coupled with guilt. He'd seen Midoriya's heroic potential, had even considered giving one for all to him, but he'd never had the chance to talk to him after the second sludge incident. He hadn't expected to see the quirkless boy after that day, and certainly not in UA's heroics course. He'd wondered how he'd managed to get in after recognizing him, a darker part of his brain. Whispering that he must have gotten a quirk from another source, one that should be dead, but now he had to question his judgment completely. Because in the world he lived in, there was no way a quirkless kid could become a hero, but Midoriya didn't seem like he would give up until he was. Nezu collected the journals, placing them in their bag. They had originally been a point of interest, but he now recognized their full value, as both a source of information and an insight into Midoriya. He watched the others slowly filter out from the school from his office, the monitors playing in the background while he settled at his desk. He had a lot of reading ahead of him. The crinkling of paper being crushed then smoothed out repeatedly was one of the few sounds that could be heard in the hallway as Izuku stood once again in front of the principal's office. Aizawa had slipped the note to him discreetly that morning, and Izuku had spent the better part of the day trying to anticipate what the meeting would entail. It was the first Izuku had heard from the principal since giving him his notebooks, and he had no idea what to expect. When he entered, the room was much the same as it had been last time. However, this time Nezu was sitting at his desk rather than the wall of monitors, and there was a chair set up opposite to Nezu, with tea in between them. And sitting innocently to the side were his notebooks, all together in a neat pile. Midoriya, please, take a seat. Izuku silently obeyed, placing his bag by his feet and clasping his hands together in his lap. Thank you for giving me access to your journals. They have been quite the interesting read. I was wondering though if you had any more? Despite the amount of information within them, there seemed to be a few gaps, either between heroes or time elapsed between entries. Nezu looked so expectant, obviously knowing the answer was that yes, he did have more, but he had already exposed himself sharing this much. He didn't want to share the others, especially not his early analysis, but he didn't want to risk getting kicked out of UA for saying no to the principal. He decided to hesitantly test the waters. Weren't these ones enough? Enough of what? He wasn't sure. He still didn't know why Nezu had been so interested in the first place. Oh no, they definitely were enough. I was just curious what might have been contained in the gaps left by the other journals, so I thought I'd ask. Izuku let out an internal sigh of relief. Before we talk about the content of these journals, Because I absolutely must discuss some of the work you've put into them. I wanted to talk about your future at this school." His heart stopped and his stomach dropped. This was it. He'd lasted a week, but now because of his stupid, obsessive notebooks, he was going to be kicked out. Breathing felt difficult as he tried to rapidly figure out what he would do next. After all, which high school would take in a quirkless student kicked out from UA? "I would like to arrange it so we can continue having meetings like this throughout the year. Of course, it would depend on your own schedule and be subject to change if events require addressing during scheduled meeting times, but I was hoping we could find time once a week or so. Your analysis work is truly exemplary, and I would love to know more about your process, then work on expanding your knowledge." It took a moment for the words to sink in through Izuku's panic, but once they did, he wasn't left in a much more coherent state. Not only was he not expelled, but Nedzu, the principal, was offering future meetings and tutoring. It took a few moments, but eventually Izuku was able to stutter out an agreement. "Fantastic. Now," Nedzu said, gesturing to the stack of notebooks, "on to the work you've already done." And just like that, Izuku was back to feeling apprehensive. In the end, the conversation went all right. They talked about the journals and the basics of Izuku's research process. Nedzu seemed very interested by the fact that he could access the deep web, and they spent some time discussing the intricacies of the internet and how to access more restricted content. From there it moved to Nedzu asking what kind of programs he used, to a full discussion on the topic as they compared strategies and software. They probably would have kept talking on the subject for hours, if not for the fact that Izuku realized the conversation was veering into dangerous territory, going from trying to find content to actively hacking into websites that should be protected. That would be illegal. He'd summarized, cutting the discussion short. Nedzu gave him a look he couldn't decipher. Indeed it would. There was a lull, filled only by Izuku taking a tentative sip of the tea that had grown cold in front of him. "You went through a lot of effort for each of these heroes, Midoriya. Why?" Nedzu had read through all the journals Midoriya had given him, and not only had he found a very talented analyst, he'd also found a threat. With the information he had found, there was a very high chance he could hurt or kill the heroes he had tracked down, without ever being caught. Nedzu needed to know that if he were to help Midoriya, there would be no chance of him turning and becoming a villain. Izuku felt that question resonate within him. Why had he done it all? He could see the shape of the answer in the back of his mind, but knew he wasn't ready to confront it. So he danced around the answer, trying to stick to the narrative that he just wanted a bit of support before he committed to becoming a hero, which was at least partially true. He also wasn't naive. He could tell that Nedzu was searching for some specific answer, and their discussion on research had been purposely directed towards certain topics. He didn't want to insult Nedzu, couldn't afford to disappoint him, but he definitely didn't trust him yet. After enough redirection, Nedzu managed to pick up that he wasn't going to get a straight answer and moved on. "Now, the biggest point I wanted to discuss with you this afternoon, that may take up the rest of our time, is this notebook here." He placed a paw on the topmost book. It was a red one, that much Izuku could see, but he wasn't sure what information it held. "What about it?" Nedzu folded his paws together on the desk in front of him once more. "In this notebook, you did a lot of research on rescue heroes, but the primary standout is a series of calculations you managed to do. How did you predict that? Landslide?" Immediately, Izuku felt more grim. He'd seen the official death toll in the days following the landslide. It had become just one more thing to not think about, one more failure. All of my research should be in that notebook. It was really a matter of finding the right landmark, doing a bit of investigation, then running some calculations. Indeed, it was interesting to see the process of natural disaster prediction, which is quite a complicated task, fully written out and documented. However, it does leave me questioning why you wouldn't tell anyone. Some of your notes did include the potential severity of the fallout. Why not warn the people who were going to be affected? Izuku grit his teeth, guilt and anger making themselves known at the edge of his consciousness. "I did." Nedzu kept silently watching him, so he continued. "I sent in anonymous tips to multiple places. No one really acted on them. Then why not try again? Or potentially go to them in person to show them your evidence?" "The only thing I'd get from showing them my evidence would be a laugh out of the station or agency. Nezu looked as if he were about to speak, but Izuku didn't want to hear that he was just being anxious, that they would never do that. It's happened before. Surely if you were able to present your evidence, they would have to take the information seriously. Besides, no two institutions are the same. He'd wanted to go there in person. He'd wished he could have walked through the doors and handed them a neat folder of information and had it taken seriously. It's happened before. He repeated. I've tried lots of different approaches and gone to different stations and agencies and individuals, but as soon as they take down my details and get my age and the fact that I'm quirkless, they brush it all off. Even in cases where they have taken the information, it was only to discard it when I wasn't looking. He could always tell with the way they'd start speaking to him like he was a small child, the way they would stop paying attention to him aside from saying placating nothings until he left the building. The only thing that seems to work consistently is to find a direct communication path to a hero agency to report villain activity anonymously. And even then, the information has to be documented a certain way for it to gain attention or warrant a response. A natural disaster can't be presented like that. He'd learned to deal with smaller problems himself. Sometimes minor villains just needed someone to reach out with a solution to their situation, or residents in a dangerous zone could be told to evacuate for the day. No matter how much information he brought with him, if he was the one delivering it, it became worthless. I report things anonymously because at least there's a chance the information will be taken seriously. People can't be biased against a source that isn't connected to anyone. Sure, there's a higher chance of an anonymous tip being ignored, but at least then there's a chance. What he didn't say was that it also meant he wouldn't face being ignored in person, wouldn't be ridiculed and insulted until he left. It made sense why hero agencies and police stations would react that way, given he was just a kid, quirkless, and his information was drawn from a lot of sources that weren't reliable. But that didn't make the experience any better. Nezu seemed to mull that over. If I had the chance to read through your work as presented in this notebook, I assure you I would have taken action, and made sure others joined so that preventative measures could have been put in place. Now it was Izuku's turn to turn over the statement. He believed that the hero would have done something about the matter if he'd known, and might have read through Izuku's work, but no one would have joined Nezu in making preventative measures if they knew the information came from a quirkless 14-year-old. No one listened to Izuku or trusted his information. In the future, if you ever find information like this, I'd appreciate it if you gave it to me. I understand now that many people in this field are quick to dismiss you, but if you bring it to me then I can make sure it's acted upon. Izuku tentatively agreed. While he highly doubted it would be acted on if his name was attached, he could always ask Nezu to keep any mention of him out of it. As long as Izuku's sources were solid, and he'd done enough work, no one would have any reason to believe Nezu was relying on his information. Afterwards, they spoke more of setting up future meetings. When Izuku admitted that he didn't have after-school commitments aside from homework, they agreed to once a week after school, with the days subject to change. Nezu suggested that Izuku bring forward some ideas next session, such as a specific thing he wanted to discuss or a skill to learn. It was easy to agree to that, considering how much Nezu would know when it came to practical analysis and working in heroics. By the end of the meeting, he felt a lot more comfortable with his journals back in his possession. It helped that he knew he wasn't going to be expelled due to them, that his work had stood up to Nezu's scrutiny. There was also the smallest sense of relief in the question that Nezu hadn't asked. There were a lot of heroes listed in those journals, but no tally, no final amount listed. He hoped that the principal would never ask him just how many heroes he'd asked. But that was just another thing to not think about, not yet. Besides, he had homework to do and research to start. He'd thought his afternoons had felt empty with just homework to keep him busy. Of course he found other stuff to do. After talking with Powerloader, he'd been trying to figure out the best support items to integrate into his costume, and ranking them on how easy they'd be to use, how complex they were, and how expensive they'd be. While something like Aizawa's capture weapon would be useful in combat, at least until he learned to fight using hand-to-hand, proper support equipment like that wasn't cheap, and he could make do with what he had now. Nothing could have prepared him for how bad the weekend was going to be. After doing his usual morning exercise, cleaning his room, and getting up to date on hero news and his forums, He didn't have anything left to do. Just as he was considering re-indexing his digital library of resources and compiled information, Inko appeared at his door looking rather frazzled, trying to put her hair up while rummaging around in her handbag. Izuku, I'm so sorry, work just called so I'm going in. I should be home in time for dinner but I'm not sure, don't wait for me if you get hungry. Izuku watched as she finally managed to get her phone out of her bag, before dropping it back in there after getting a look at the time. I feel like I'm forgetting something but I have to go, love you, have fun and don't forget to do your homework. Hearing her close the front door behind her, Izuku leant back in his chair. He wished he had homework to do. Deciding to plan something nice for dinner so that his mum wouldn't have to worry about it regardless of whether or not she made it home in time, he made his way to the kitchen. However, he quickly came across a problem. They usually went shopping on the weekend for their weekly supplies, and they were currently low on everything. While shopping was usually an annoying time sink, since they tried to make the most of any specials that may be on offer from different stores, now it was a blessing. Something to do, and on the way there he could work on his stamina. Getting to the store wasn't a problem, though he'd had to quickly detour and duck under an overhang when he noticed Kagurashi, who was making a fair detour from their usual route if they were crossing paths here, approaching. What he was doing wasn't illegal, but he didn't exactly feel like being questioned by a hero on what he was doing, running across rooftops on a late Saturday morning. It was as he was walking out of the store, holding onto the numerous bag handles in a death grip hoping that they wouldn't give in on the walk home, that his problems started. Because as he made his way down the street, a voice, unfortunately familiar, reached him. Is that Deku? He turned his head a fraction and sure enough, it was a trio of his old classmates. He tried ducking his head and walking faster, but they'd already recognized him and his old t-shirt and shorts did nothing to hide his distinctive hair. It only took a few moments for them to catch up with him, which wasn't that difficult given his short legs and the amount of groceries he was carrying at the moment. Oi Deku, it's been a while huh? Finally decided to show your face in the real world for once. They all laughed at that, but it was hardly the worst thing he'd heard, even from just this group. Almost as if they'd heard his thoughts, it got worse. After a few rounds of poking at his appearance, and how they were surprised he hadn't dropped dead yet for being such a waste of space, they moved on to newer topics. Namely, even if Izuku hadn't really processed that he'd gotten in, everyone else had heard his homeroom teacher announce it, before quickly brushing it off as some sort of mistake. So he was treated to insults about being pathetic enough to try for the school, and jabbing questions about where he went to school now, if there were even high schools out there that would accept useless, quirkless students. The one thing he had to be thankful through all of this was that they didn't push him around, though that was probably because of the fairly populated street they were currently on. If it weren't for the groceries he'd loaded up on, and the fact that ditching them would be a waste of both food and money that he couldn't afford, he'd have slipped into an alley and scaled a building by now. It felt like a dramatic response, since this was just bullying, and climbing buildings was usually his response to criminals and villain attacks, but that didn't change the fact that he didn't want to be there. The three of them had boxed him in, and he was sure that once they reached a quieter place they'd turn on him. Even drowning out most of their words, he could still hear them, carried to his ears by memory. He made a turn. On the next one, they'd be entering a less traffic street. That's where they'd do whatever they'd planned on doing since they started following him. He just wanted to go shopping. Nearly every time he went into the outside world and just tried to be normal or realistic, something like this would happen. The thought bubbled inside of him as the anticipation from the three around him grew. He felt his jaw clench as they made the next turn onto a completely empty street. A hand reached out a few meters later, to push or grab him he wasn't sure, but he'd had enough. Quickly adjusting his grip on his bags he sprinted forward, followed by cries from his old classmates. He could hear their footsteps approaching, knew he couldn't outrun them like this. So if he was going to be harassed and hurt again, Izuku decided that he was going to get some answers. Just as suddenly as he'd taken off, he stopped, pivoting to face his pursuers. Why can't someone quirkless be a hero? The question was more of a shout, echoing slightly between the buildings. His classmates skidded to a halt, the three of them probably confused by a Deku that didn't keep running until he either got away or was caught. And then they started laughing. Are you deaf as well? Haven't you heard what we've been saying the past 3 years? Oi, I had to suffer through the same elementary school as him for 2 extra years. The tallest just gave the other boy a playful shove on the shoulder. Right? You'd think they would have kept him there since he's too stupid to learn anything past elementary sheet. Who'd want to keep Deku anywhere? Was the laughed-out response of the first one. Not to mention weak. The tallest switched his tone to the kind of voice you'd use with a child, leaning down a bit to complete the image. Hey Deku, how far was that run? 1 block? You feeling tired already? Is that the real reason you stopped? No, guys, remember he definitely got into UA because he's super strong and powerful. You've just been playing the long game, huh, Deku? The first one squared up, something nasty in his expression that reminded Izuku of Bakugo at his worst. Wanted to make us all look stupid like you? You never were good at being a liar. Can't even cheat right. What use are you? I mean seriously, even if you got into UA, then what would you do? Right? Besides, who would ever want to be saved by a quirkless hero? I'd rather be killed by a villain than have to go through that. They all laughed. Not that you'd ever be able to save anyone. I reckon the second you came across a villain you'd just die from being that pathetic. Some of what they were saying hit home for Izuku. He wasn't able to fight, no one would accept him as a hero. He had no quirk and was worthless in the end, but he could do better. He hadn't been kicked out of UA yet, and Aizawa seemed to think he had some potential. He'd just have to work harder than anyone else, like he'd always had to. He couldn't afford to drop below average, to prove that he was worth his spot, before any of them realized it had been one giant mistake. As they'd spoken, his classmates, bullies, his mind supplied, because that's what they'd always been, had gotten closer, forcing Izuku's mind away from their words and onto any strategy that could get him out of this situation without losing his groceries. There was nothing he could use on the street, and there was no way he could make it through the back streets without them catching up before he could slip away. His solution came a moment later, when the ground started shaking. Arriving in a white and purple streak, the lady was running between the buildings, shouting something at a blur before her. As his former classmates turned to watch her pass, and make sure they weren't accidentally crushed, Izuku made a break for it. He knew this area inside and out, so it was easy to weave around the back roads and alleyways in a way that would hopefully mean he couldn't be followed. The entire time, the question circled through his mind. Why did this always happen? Why did his classmates hate him so much? Why did the world? Why can't someone quirkless be a hero? After revealing he was quirkless, he'd been sure UA would be a repeat of middle school, at least when it came to the other students. But as the second week of the year started, he felt that he could be wrong. Aside from the weird looks he sometimes got, especially during training lessons when he worked on physical skills and his slingshot marksmanship while they worked through quirk-based activities, no one had done anything out of the ordinary. Aside from Siro asking where he'd learned to climb buildings if that hadn't been his quirk, Hero Tube, he'd answered, and practice. They'd mostly left him alone, but for some reason it didn't feel like the social ostracization he usually went through. Now, it was lunchtime, and he was walking to the cafeteria with Uraraka, Ida, and Shinso. He still couldn't say he trusted them, even after Shinso had joined him for lunch at the support department and hinted that his own experience with people hadn't been that positive. But he'd been honest, seemed to come from a similar place, and probably wanted a friend just as badly, so Izuku was willing to give him a chance. He was in a similar position with Uraraka. She hadn't changed after he'd revealed his quirklessness. In fact, her cheerfulness had acted as a buffer that day, locking out anyone who tried to comment on him. Ida, on the other hand, kept frowning slightly when he looked at Izuku, though he didn't seem to realize Izuku had spotted him doing it several times, since he refrained from doing it when it'd be noticeable. He hadn't said anything yet though. So, when Uraraka had asked him if he'd wanted to join her and Ida for lunch the day after the reveal, he'd said yes, inviting Shinso along as well. The rest of the week had followed that same pattern, the four of them eating together, and it seemed like it'd continue. He could only hope so. If he was lucky, if he didn't mess up, he might be able to be friends with them. Ida was giving a lecture on proper meal balance to Shinso as they walked today, after the purple-haired boy had made the mistake of admitting that he forgot to eat breakfast most days. Watching Ida's hands move made Izuku wonder how many people he'd hit on accident, or if he'd thought of training in some kind of martial art to make the most of the habit. That train of thought was interrupted, however, by All Might appearing through a connected hallway, smile as bright as ever. He was ready to duck his head and hurry past the hero when his name was called. He froze, turning his head to see that yes, All Might was calling out to him. "I was wondering if I might be able to speak to you, my boy." It was technically a question, but with his friendly, booming voice, it sounded more like a command. Toshinori had recognized that the kid, who could have been his successor, and had shown himself to be smart and kind, knew the secret of his form and time limit. And if he was as smart as Netsu had suggested, then he could use that information against him. Therefore, it would be a good idea to see where they stood, and what better time than over lunch. Over a year ago, he would have said yes without hesitation. But over a year ago, there'd be no chance that he'd have gotten into UA. All Might was the first hero who had crushed his dreams, which had led him to ask others, a cruel, disheartening path that had somehow brought him to UA and closer to achieving his dream. And now that hero, his past idol, who he could barely stand to look at, was asking if they could talk. No. Izuku knew that there were other people in the hallway, other sounds being made, but in that moment everything felt silent to him. All Might also seemed to be having trouble, standing there with his ever-present smile, but with eyebrows slanted in the way that hinted at a frown. "Is there any particular reason why? Surely you can spare a few moments?" Whatever the hero was feeling, it didn't change his tone. That didn't stop Izuku from seeing a skeleton of a man telling him to be realistic. A hero watching as he drowned in sludge night after night. Even now, looking at All Might's expectant face, he could feel phantom sludge running down his throat. He tried to work through it the night after the battle trials, knowing he'd be seeing the #1 hero in classes, but he hadn't been able to shake the twisted, crushing feeling that appeared in his gut whenever he saw the hero's familiar face. I can't. Not yet. You were my favorite hero and it's too much. Please just leave me alone." The sentence was choked out, but it was as good of an explanation as the hero was going to get. He would usually try and play it off, come up with some other reason, but it was all he could do today to turn from his former hero and keep walking. Toshinori watched the boy turn, and wasn't sure how to take the rejection. Usually, the only people who disliked him were those who hated the spotlight like Aizawa, or villains. He did, however, get the impression that he'd made a huge mistake. The others quickly fell back into step with Izuku as he continued towards the cafeteria, having stepped back as he'd talked to All Might, but they'd definitely been within earshot. Shinso was the first to point it out, letting out a sigh and asking in his usual monotone, "What was that?" "Nothing." Unfortunately, that set Ida off. "I would hardly call that nothing. All Might is not only an esteemed hero, but one of our teachers. It is disrespectful to decline an invitation like that, especially without giving adequate reasoning. You would have to have quite the important reason to say no in such a manner, and at the very least given that reason to him." Izuku had a reason. He had a whole year of desperation, documented in notebooks and his computer, all of it started by All Might, as proof of his reason. But there was no way he could show that to them. They would think he's crazy, a fanboy gone mental, nowhere near the heroic material needed for UA. And once they realized that they'd turn on him, and the rest of the class would soon follow. He also couldn't deny what he'd just done, which was stupid. He should have just said yes to avoid the questions of his classmates. But he knew, even if he'd said yes, there was no way his body could have gone through with following the hero, no way his mind could have formulated the words to speak with him. So he chose to share a half-truth. "Last year I was in a villain attack. I almost died, but All Might saved my life. The problem is I still associate All Might with almost dying, so I can't. It's hard to be around him." He expected some ridicule for that. He was in the heroics course, he should be fine. But weathering a bit of ridicule was better than telling the full truth. "Well, that is dude. Language." Shinso just shrugged off Ida's reprimand. "He is right though," Uraraka added, "it does SCK. Maybe next time you could tell All Might that so it's more clear to him?" He looked pretty confused there. She giggled at that, and Shinso joined in with his own low chuckle. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only people who'd ever decline lunch with All Might are villains, and if he's around I doubt they're worried about lunch." The two of them looked to Izuku, slightly expectant, so he put on a small smile that almost felt real. While he still felt shaken by All Might's direct approach, he felt much better after having lunch with the three of them, even if he was only able to get down a few bites of his own food. His day improved even more as it ended, and he once again made his way to the support department. The doors were double reinforced and still on their hinges this time, but there were several fist-sized holes in the wall between the hallway and the workshop. Just what had managed to puncture the wall but not shatter through the glass across the hall, Izuku had no idea, but he hoped he'd never had to find out. Entering the classroom gave away no more clues, though it did reveal Majima, head in his hand, talking to himself about a pink menace. Izuku walked a bit further into the room before clearing his throat, catching the hero's attention. "Ah, Midoriya. How are you?" The grumbling tone completely switched as Majima's head perked up and caught sight of him. "Good, thank you." Izuku would have asked the hero the same question in return, but he was already digging around under his desk, and Izuku was pretty sure Majima's day hadn't been the best if the obvious property damage was any indication. When he appeared back from under the desk, it was with something in his hand. "Now, it's not my best work," he began, walking around the desk towards Izuku. "I usually have more time to plan and construct a project before the deadline, but it'll stand up to the other heroic students' costume standards. Of course, if there's something wrong with it, you can take it back here for repairs or adjustments. There's just a chance it'll be one of the older students altering it, gives them experience, you know?" And then he was in front of Izuku, holding out a briefcase with a bold 18 printed across the front. Izuku took the case gingerly, placing it on a nearby bench to open it. This time, it wasn't empty. He ran a hand over the different materials, folded neatly to fit in the confined space. The colors were dark, making it hard to notice any shapes or seams, but he could feel them under his fingertips. "Well, are you going to try it?" Majima's voice started Izuku, breaking him out of his reverie. "Of course, you could also just keep looking at it when it's all folded up and boring, but I did make it to be worn." He was smiling, joking, but Izuku still felt spurred into action. "Right. Sorry." Izuku only had to whip around for a second, looking for a place to change, before Majima chuckled and pointed him in the direction of a connected storeroom. The costume itself was fairly simple, with only a few extra components to make sure it would be easy to put on. Despite the simple design, Izuku loved it. The main body was a simple, dark gray bodysuit made of durable material to blend in better with the urban landscape Izuku had grown to know so well. Stretching revealed no restrictions to movement, something that made Izuku incredibly happy. On top of the bodysuit went a vest, modeled after the bulletproof ones police officers wore. It was shorter and lighter to ensure it wouldn't get in the way, but would still help keep his vitals safe in a fight. Next were two items that Izuku was incredibly excited to try, given the request he'd asked of Majima. Since Izuku specialized in mobility, he'd wanted shoes and gloves that could help him. Feeling the bottom of the shoes and the palms of the fingerless gloves, he smiled at the fact that Majima had pulled through. It was nothing special, just a rougher, more gripping material, but it was perfect. In addition, the shoes, which Majima had originally suggested to be combat boot-like, were supple on the bottom to allow for easier climbing, and made of a tougher material on top for protection. Lacing them up revealed that the part that covered his shins was reinforced even further, and Izuku could sense that banging his shins wouldn't be a problem whenever he wore the costume. After that, he only had to put on the belt, knee guards, wrist guards, and a hood that could be pulled up over his head to hide, or up around his mouth to help filter air, and it was complete. He would never stand out in an outfit like this, but that didn't matter, because it was his. He admired it for a bit longer, fiddling with different parts of it to make sure it sat right, before taking a deep breath and stepping back out into the workshop. "Not too bad." Majima greeted him with a thumbs up, putting down the object he'd been fiddling with. "Might do with some small adjustments, but it seems to fit well. How does it feel? Need anything added?" Izuku could only shake his head, feeling close to tears already. Majima chuckled at him. "All right then, why don't you try out the slings?" Izuku gave him a blank look, not having found any slings in the case, only for Majima to tap his own wrists. I built them into the wrist guards, so you won't have to worry about digging them out of a bag or having to unwind them from some sort of holster. They're secured magnetically to stay flat and not slide off. Sure enough, inspecting the wrist guards revealed that there was a lighter material wrapped around them. Pulling on it gently, the sling came undone from its resting place. The sling itself was a good length and decent shape, but Izuku was more invested in the design of the guards and the effort Majima had gone to in order to make them. This is amazing. Majima just waved away the whispered praise when Izuku finally pulled his eyes away from the guards and sling. Don't say that until you know you can hit something with them. Right. Izuku perked up at that, excited to try out his very first piece of support equipment. Do you have anything I can use as ammunition? I actually wanted to talk to you about that. I was thinking we could attach a pouch for ammo onto your belt. But I wasn't sure what kind of shape and size ammo would work best with a sling, so I left it until I could ask. Izuku shrugged. I usually just use what I can find. Most of the time, that ended up being bits of debris or rocks, but he'd had to get creative a few times and ended up hitting villains with whatever he'd managed to get his hands on in time. He'd lost a shoe that way, but it had done the job well enough to be worth it. Majima used an arm to gesture to the whole room. Then by all means, if it's not part of a project or nailed down, it's now up for grabs. Let's see what you've got. Scanning the room, Izuku settled on a screw left on a nearby bench. He loaded it into the sling, swaying it back and forth to get a feel of the weight. What am I aiming for? Majima's eyes instantly went to the furthest corner of the room, where a pile of projects had begun accumulating. There's a light bulb on the top creation, with a blue glass cover. Aim for that. Higuri may have been feeling a little vindictive pointing out a target on one of Hatsume's creations, but it could be easily replaced and hard to hit in the first place. Letting the sling swing by his side for a few seconds, Izuku sized up the distance between himself on the target, before whipping it around and letting go of one end, sending the screw flying. There was a small smash as the projectile met its mark, followed by the gentle tinkling as it bounced down the pile and landed on the floor. Nice job. Maybe try a few different sizes, see what feels best, then I can get you some ammunition that suits you. Needing no further encouragement, Izuku began aiming at whatever point Majima called out, using a variety of loose ends to hit the targets. It was only when Izuku progressed past fist-sized projectiles that they stopped. The slings, Izuku had tested the other one as well, to make sure both were balanced, weren't built for anything too big, and it wasn't practical either. Dim-en, I could use you in class. You could hit one of my students to stop her before she starts getting too out of hand. Izuku thought back to Majima's earlier grumbling. The doors. The support hero let out a long, loud sigh at that. Yeah. They finished up shortly after that, with Majima now possessing the specifications of Izuku's ammo, and Izuku insisting that no adjustments were needed. Working through targets with Majima, using support gear made for him, Izuku had come to the realization that he was actually on the path to becoming a hero. Not just studying, researching, and exercising, he was in the heroics course, now with a costume of his own because these people believed in him enough to provide him with one. He even had a teacher that thought he could be a hero and was willing to support him as he worked towards that goal. He still had trouble sleeping most nights, and knew that the second he started to fall behind he'd be left behind, but as he took off his hero costume so it could be placed in its case, then put back into the heroics classroom, he felt like things might be able to change for the better. Izuku tried blinking the blurriness out of his eyes again, but when that failed he decided it was a lost cause, laying his head back down on the desk. He hoped that the day would go quickly. He opened one eye a crack when he felt a presence beside him, and was greeted by a blur of purple that was probably Shinso. Someone didn't have a good night's sleep. The drawl confirmed Izuku's guess, and he groaned in reply as he turned his head to better see him. Shinso's reaction to seeing his eye bags was instant. Holy shit dude, do you have luggage tags for those? What happened? Since Bakugo hadn't made it to class yet, Izuku was comfortable enough to stretch out, letting his arms fall off the front of the desk. His voice was muffled from where he'd squashed it into his arms again. I didn't really sleep last night. No shit. Insomnia? Not really. I have trouble getting to sleep, but I think that's from something else. his mind helpfully supplied a few recurring thought spirals that often kept him up. Combined with the nightmares that still appeared more often than not, and shouldn't they have gone away by now? Things were getting better. He should be better. His sleep schedule was chaotic at best. I was doing a bit of research while I waited to feel tired, which is what I normally do, but right as I was about to go to bed I got a notification from a forum I help moderate. Usually people don't notify me for things, since they know I'm busy and I'm not as active as I used to be, so I had to check it out. Really, it was a shame that he couldn't be as active anymore. Growing up without friends and with near unrestricted internet access had meant a lot of his free time had been spent trawling the internet for hero and quirk facts, until he'd eventually found himself a place across multiple forums dedicated to those subjects. He'd started off mostly viewing others' content, but had slowly moved to be a fact-checker, sometimes posting his own observations, until eventually he was given a moderator status. It was only simple stuff, like making sure content was kept relevant and no hate was spread, but his ability to enter accounts and change other people's settings and accessing rights from their end had seen him gain popularity amongst the other mods. When he'd said he'd need to take a step back, there had been a lot of outcry, so eventually they'd settled on a compromise of only notifying him when something important was happening or a problem arose that they couldn't solve. It had felt nice, feeling so wanted, and going through those forums had been a good way to fill in time in the past week. It turned out that someone was spreading some hateful stuff, and the other mods couldn't figure out if it was just the usual trolling hero hate that shows up on these forums, or an actual threat. So I looked into what they were sharing, which was some usual heroes SCK stuff, except they were advocating for killing heroes, which is always a big warning sign. When I looked into their account, I found out this was actually a specific manifesto from a villain about killing heroes who are unworthy or fakes. Maybe an hour of research revealed quite the extensive history, since before turning villain he used to be a vigilante. Which led me to the question of why he was advocating for killing heroes after a fairly aggressive vigilante career. I ended up sending him a message and then gave a warning to the account that was spreading his manifesto, but I don't know if that will fix the problem. I'll have to keep watch over the next couple of days. Anyway, I only got to sleep at 3 a.m. because of that, and my alarm goes off at 4. Shinso took the next few moments to seemingly try and understand the muffled dump of information he'd just been presented with. Wait, your alarm goes off at 4 a.m.? Izuku could only awkwardly shrug his shoulders from his position on the desk. When Bakugo entered the class with a slammed door, he reluctantly sat up. The blonde had been ignoring him for the most part, but that didn't mean Izuku trusted him to keep it that way. The rest of the day proceeded slowly, in the way that only sleep deprivation could make it go. Every time he blinked there seemed to be new information he had to act on, but it was endless, like the world was conspiring to make sure he'd never get to bed again. Fortunately, this wasn't his first time struggling through a school day with little to no sleep, so no one called him out on his behavior or performance, but it's still SCKD. Especially since they'd had a PRD of physical training. Izuku had been able to keep up with his classmates for the most part, but that was just because they weren't using their quirks. He had to do better than them if he was ever going to become a hero. He'd already added more routines to his usual morning exercise, but he needed more than casual exercising to stop himself from falling behind. Finally getting home felt like a relief, especially since Inko was home at the same time as him for once. They exchanged a bit of small talk, asking how the other was and what had happened during the day. She also asked when his next tutoring session would be, that he hadn't wanted to worry her by saying he was working with the principal, or get her hopes up only for them to fall if the meetings were discontinued, and he let her know that circumstances permitting it should be tomorrow. It was nice to talk for a bit, before he headed off to his room with a yawn. He wanted nothing more to just collapse into bed and sleep until his alarm went off, but there were still things he had to do before that. So as he sat at his desk, he resolved to check for updates, then do his homework, and by then dinner should be ready. After dinner he could finally sleep. As he expected, the first thing he saw was a ping from one of the other mods, thanking him for dealing with it, even though the issue wasn't completely resolved yet. He also wasn't surprised to find that the offending account had told him that his warning was bullshit and that they were just spreading the truth. Izuku just sighed and sent a final message notifying the account that if they didn't stop, instead of being suspended or muted, Izuku would just delete it. Yes, there were problems with the system, but there was a separate section of the forum dedicated to that sort of discussion. He made sure that was included in his message before he sent it off, hoping that the user would back down so he didn't actually have to delete their account. Of course, they could make a new account, but if they kept spreading a murderous manifesto, Izuku would have to delete that account and block them from creating any more. What surprised him was the email waiting for him. He'd expected a reply along the lines of, "Who the hell is this and how did you get my contact information?" Since that was the standard first response, and this wasn't the first time he'd reached out to someone like this, but he must have included enough information in his initial email for Stain to reply in full. The tone of the message was wary. Very, very wary, which made sense given Stain's status as a wanted criminal. And wanted criminals rarely had someone reach out to them out of the blue, asking politely to stop spreading the message of killing heroes, or preferably, to stop killing heroes at all. Izuku had tried in the past to ask criminals to stop outright, usually accompanied with a threat to report them, but that never worked. After all, most criminals had a reason for acting the way they did, something provoked that mindset, their actions, and unless that base problem could be addressed, it was incredibly hard to stop them without being directly, physically involved. And Izuku definitely wasn't qualified for that, especially considering he'd first started doing this years ago, when he had even less experience around criminals and villains. In the end, Stain's message could be boiled down to a repeat of his mantra. He needed to stain himself in blood by killing fake pro-heroes, in order for the world to see the flaws in the heroic system. Only then could a true revival of heroics happen, creating a just world filled with true heroes. There were also more than a few threats asking how Izuku had gotten his contact details, and what he would do if he ever found out who Izuku was. Reading through it all, Izuku felt a different kind of exhaustion settle into his bones. He needed a good way to reply, a way to handle this that wouldn't make anything worse. After all, it was hard to convince someone that they're wrong when the basis of their ideals weren't. He sent off his email an hour later, eyes once again beginning to unfocus. He decided to ask about Stain's time as Stendhal. Looking it up, he hadn't been able to find the switching point between the two identities, and while Stain was known for killing heroes, he still targeted villains like in his time as Stendhal. So he'd written up a few questions, asking what had changed that made him become Stain over Stendhal, and what constitutes as a true hero. He hoped it was enough for Stain to warrant responding again. If he did, then he'd be able to work from there. Inko found him half an hour later when she called him for dinner, asleep at his desk. They both shared a laugh at that, before Izuku was able to eat then finally drift off in his bed. Usually when Hisashi let his hair down at the end of the day, shaking out the worst of the hairspray then washing the rest away, he could finally relax. Which arguably wasn't a lot since he had 3 jobs and a Shoyuta, who needed to be reminded to eat or he'd try and survive on juice packs, but it was still a good signifier for his body to begin unwinding. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case this evening. He wandered to the kitchen absent-mindedly, grabbed yesterday's leftovers, then joined Shoyuta on the couch, where he was hunched over some paperwork. "Hey, how was the show?" The question was more habit than genuine interest, but for all his gruff demeanor, Shoyuta did care. When it took more than a few seconds for Hisashi to complain about some interview or sponsorship, ramble about a new artist, or jokingly whine, "Oh, Shoyuta, does that mean you didn't listen to it? How could you betray me like this?" Shoyuta immediately looked up from his work. "It was fine." Shoyuta didn't even have to change his facial expression for Hisashi to read that "that's a bullshit" answer written across it. "No, really it was. I just happened to speak to your problem kid today." That statement had Shoyuta putting his paperwork onto the coffee table and turning to face Hisashi fully. "Did you notice anything off with him in homeroom this morning?" The question had Shoyuta looking tense, probably reflecting on the morning and trying to figure out what he'd missed. "No, not if you count looking slightly sleep-deprived and ready to bolt at a moment's notice as off, though he looks like that every day." Hisashi hummed at that. "How much have you talked to Midoriya? Can you stop with the questions and tell me what's wrong with my student?" Shoyuta snapped. "I promise I'm going to tell you." Hisashi tried to make a placating gesture, knowing that it wouldn't really work. If there was one thing anyone close to Shoyuta knew, it was to not mess with his students. I just want to know, do you talk to the kid? The man sighed, leaning back into the couch while still keeping an eye on Hisashi. Not really. I try to interact with him in homeroom and make sure he gets the recognition he deserves in training, but I haven't reached out to him much. Those first few days when I asked him to stay behind or gave him a note from Nedzu, there would be a flash where he'd look like I'd handed him a death sentence. I doubt talking to any authority figure has been a good experience for him in the past. So I've mostly been trying to establish myself as a steady presence, someone he can rely on, and not pushing him. That way he might actually trust me and come to me with his problems. Now tell me, what happened? Hisashi thought back to that afternoon, when he'd seen the kid. Midoriya had been limping, though he'd hidden it well. In fact, Hisashi wouldn't have noticed it at all if he hadn't gone through the heroic system with Aizawa. I'm fine, Shoyuta. So he'd approached the kid to ask if he was all right. Immediately Midoriya had waved off his concern, insisting he was fine, until Hisashi had been able to point out that he'd already noticed the limping that could only have come from a leg or back issue. That had the kid clamming up immediately. Taking a guess, though hoping he was wrong, he'd asked if it was Midoriya's classmates. Luckily for them, however, Midoriya had jumped to their defense instantly, calling them wonderful and nice and smart and all other manner of compliments. So Hisashi had asked again, because if it wasn't his classmates, what had happened? If it was training, the kid should have gone to Recovery Girl. Midoriya had made a face at that suggestion, curling into himself a little and mumbling about not wanting to bother her, especially because it had happened outside of school and he'd be fine. It had taken a little bit more of pressure, but he'd finally gotten an answer. Shoyuta that he was involved in a mugging last night. Hisashi watched as Shoyuta closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. I take it he didn't think to report it? Oh no, he did. Hisashi took that moment to pull out his phone, opening up the Heroics network, selecting an area of Muzutafu and scrolling up the logs from the night before until finding the one he was looking for. And he used the Heroics network to do so. Shoyuta stared at him for a second before snatching the phone out of his hands, looking at the tiny, immediate response notification. The notifications weren't that unusual, especially when there were multiple villains involved, or police assistance was also required, but what was unusual was that this one had no name attached. Every hero, sidekick, or in turn given access to the network had their hero name or a code to accompany their messages, but this one was blank. I'm going to need an explanation right now, was all Shoyuta said as he handed his phone back. So Hisashi began relaying the story he'd managed to pry from Midoriya that he hadn't been able to stop thinking about since he heard it. Apparently he was out late to buy some food, snacks, along with eggs and milk for the morning. It also sounded like he was intentionally avoiding main roads, which I asked him about, and he just muttered something about his way being quicker and good exercise. He said he was familiar with the area, so it usually wasn't a problem, but then he stumbled onto the mugging. Hisashi sighed, remembering the almost desperate tone of Midoriya's voice as he tried to play off the incident. When I asked why he didn't call the police or a hero agency, he gave me a full rundown of the area's heroes, their patrol routes, and how they wouldn't be able to make it on time even with an immediate response notification on the hero network. Same thing with the police. He knew exactly how to calculate their response time, even breaking it down to people available and transit considerations. I'm pretty sure the only reason he let slip he has access to the hero network is because he was trying to justify that he'd done what he could, as if I was going to accuse him of being a vigilante. So with no one available, he decided to take things into his own hands? Oh, Shoyuta did not sound impressed. Yes and no. From what I could make sense of, if he hadn't have intervened, things would have ended badly, and he didn't try fighting them. In fact, I think his technique is PSS them off so they chase him, which honestly sounds worse. Though, of course, when I pointed that out, he just waved me off saying that he was familiar with the area so it was easy enough to avoid them. Except one of the assailants threw his knife, which managed to nick the kid's leg, hence the limp. You don't get a limp from a little cut. Hisashi pulled a face at Shoyuta. Yeah, try telling a stubborn teenager about injury severity when they're determined to hide it from you. I sure wouldn't have experience dealing with that situation. His voice was dripping with sarcasm as he directed the last part at Shoyuta, who had pushed himself far past his limits in their last year of UA and their first years as heroes. He eventually agreed to get Recovery Girl to look at it, but I'm not sure if he actually followed through. Shoyuta hummed, no doubt weighing the pros and cons of bringing up the issue with the boy himself. Honestly, I'm more concerned about how he brushed off the whole thing. What he said sounded like a full mugging intervention, followed by a chase around neighboring blocks while he waited for heroes to get there. He even spoke about finding the victim after they'd run off and guiding them to the grocery store so they could be in relative safety before contacting police. That's the kind of stuff you learn towards the end of first year and through internships, yet the whole time Midoriya downplayed his part, as if he'd done nothing but stall for a bit of time and getting hurt was just a silly mistake on his part. He sighed, running a hand through his hair, fiddling with the ends of it. I told Nedzu about the incident, and that he has access to the hero network. He snorted then. If it were anyone else, I don't think Nedzu would have believed it. Hell, I probably wouldn't have, but it's Midoriya. Shoyuta finished for him. They had been around this kid for under 2 weeks, and already they were adapting to the impossibilities this kid could pull off, all without thinking it's a big deal. It's amazing what that kid can do, but knowing he's only gotten this far, learned this all, because he was alone with no one to believe in him. It's heartbreaking, you know? Shoyuta was quiet. Hizashi could tell he was processing it all. He'd been in a similar state at the end of the first day, eventually telling Hizashi about the kid's breakdown, all because Shoyuta had said that it was possible for him to be a hero. The voice hero finished his dinner in silence, put the plate away, before joining Shoyuta on the couch again. He's going to get himself killed. Hizashi gave Shoyuta a look at that, considering how ironic it was coming from him. Mr. Lone Wolf, so concerned that another kid would decide the only way forward was alone. It did make sense, however. Shoyuta had eventually come around to his and Nemuri's arguing and pleading that he wasn't looking after himself, and he probably didn't want to see someone else have to go through that same process. What did he say when you questioned him about the hero network? Hizashi laughed at that one. The kind of laugh when it isn't actually funny, but it's the best part of a bad situation. After looking incredibly caught out, he said, it wasn't that difficult to get access to. After that I didn't think to question more about it, though now I wish I knew how he managed that. Shoyuta laughed a bit at that, joining Hizashi, though a tone of sadness carried through it. It was a laugh the two of them had shared before, a laugh developed from long years spent working in an unforgiving industry together. Will help him, Shoyuta. He has people who believe in him now, has support. He'll learn it's okay to use it. He shifted closer, wrapping an arm around the other man's shoulders, hoping that he'd pick up on the underlying message of, like you do. I hope so. The midday sun was just starting to lose its harsh glare while Izuku nervously fiddled with his knee pads, hunched between Azui and Sato on the bus they were taking to the rescue training facility. He was guessing it would be the unforeseen simulation joint, given how close it was to the school and the fact that 13 was one of the faculty, but he wasn't certain. Midoriya. The croaky voice came from beside him, and turning found Azui looking at him with her large eyes. I generally say what's on my mind. That phrase didn't exactly inspire confidence, but it was always better to know what people were thinking than trying to guess. What is it, Azui? Call me Tsuyu. Izuku opened his mouth to protest that, uncomfortable with addressing someone so familiarly when he hardly knew them, but shut it quickly. Whatever reason as Tsuyu had for wanting to be called her given name, he'd respect her request. Why do you want to be a hero? The question caught Izuku completely off guard, sending him into a stuttering mess as he tried to figure out how the hell he was meant to answer such a loaded question. I guess I've always wanted to? He shrugged, though he knew the movement was stiff and awkward. Most kids want to be heroes when they're little, and I guess I never really gave up on it. I want to save people. Tsuyu assessed him with a tilted head and a finger resting on her chin. That's going to be pretty hard without a quirk, Karo. Izuku disappeared further into his seat, not liking this line of questioning. I know. Yeah, but you can totally do it. You completed the battle exercise in no time at all, plus, last spring you totally tried to go up against that slime guy. That was you, right? Kirishima was grinning at him from his place beside Tsuyu, but Izuku could only stare at him, slack-jawed. A few moments later, his brain managed to reconnect and process the words again. You know about that? Yeah. I mean, the papers and social media didn't mention you by name, but Bakugo was. And eyewitnesses said there was a second kid who ran out to help before All Might got there, so I figured it was you, considering you call him Kaken, and you're also aiming to be a hero. Izuku continued to stare. Kirishima didn't seem bothered by that though, only looking a little sheepish as he continued. It was actually a pretty big inspiration for me. When I heard that, I knew that I wanted to be the kind of person that runs into danger for others. Of course, it took me a while to figure that out, but that, along with Crimson Riot, who is one of the reasons I ever considered becoming a hero in the first place, made me pull myself together so I could get into UA. You're super manly dude. Kirishima gave him a shark-toothed grin, and Izuku couldn't help but feel that it was wrong. I didn't do anything really. I didn't think about what I was doing, my feet just moved on their own. He wasn't an inspiration, he was just his usual headstrong, meddling self. It was stupid anyway. I knew there wasn't anything I could do against that sludge villain considering he'd already almost killed me earlier that afternoon. I just didn't see the heroes doing anything and Kaken. I just moved. I should have thought it through. What? The tone was icy, harsh, and caught everyone's attention if they hadn't already been listening to the conversation. The F. Do you mean you'd almost been killed earlier? Bakugo was staring him down with an intensity that made Izuku want to jump out of the moving bus to escape it. All eyes had turned to him, and he could sense that he was seconds away from interrogation on all sides. So he swallowed, wondering when his mouth had gotten that dry, and tried to explain before things got worse. Well, it wasn't a big deal. He took a steadying breath, trying to ignore Bakugo's eyes boring into him, choosing to look out the window opposite his seat. That afternoon, I was walking home from school and when I was going through an underpass it came up through one of the sewage drains and... He shuddered, the memory of drowning coming easily to him. The feeling of being helpless. All Might saved me. He'd been following the villain through the sewers and arrived in time to prevent me from suffocating. But seeing Kaken going through that, I just moved. And got in the way for a second time. Izuku didn't like how silent the bus had gotten. It was a bad day. He finished lamely, curling into himself a bit more. It had been an awful day, the catalyst of his question asking, and he hated thinking about it. The silence lasted for only a moment after that, before it was violently shattered by Bakugo exploding, though luckily he restrained from letting out any actual explosions. You dumb, weak, quirkless F-. What did you think was going to happen when you ran out? Yo man, chill out. Kirishima had activated his quirk and was gently pushing Bakugo back into his seat, much to an uncomfortable-looking Jiru's displeasure. She was leaning away as far as she could from the explosive blonde, but neither Bakugo nor Kirishima seemed to take note of it. That's pretty hardcore, Midoriya. Running out to save your friend . We're not friends. Even though you knew it was near impossible. It's pathetic. Bakugo was leaning over the seat divider again, and probably would have toppled over if Kirishima's body wasn't also acting as a barrier. And this is why Bakugo will never make it as a hero. Kaminari spoke in a lazy tone, seemingly not affected at all by the conversation or the near wrestling match that was going on. He's got the quirk, but his personality is worse than a giant steaming turd soaked in sewage. Izuku watched as the rest of the class agreed with the electric boy, some of them adding in their own comments. There was no doubt in Izuku's mind that Bakugo wouldn't forget this conversation, and wouldn't let Izuku run away from giving him the answers he wanted, even if he had to hunt him down after school. But Izuku ignored the trepidation he felt about that inevitable confrontation, instead listening as Bakugo of all people was insulted and bullied by his class until he shut up and sat down. The rest of the trip was uneventful, mostly passed with casual chatter, before they pulled up in front of a massive building. Izuku had never seen the USJ in person, but he'd seen enough pictures online during his time researching 13 that he was certain this was the building. The class filed out, corralled by Ida, and made their way into the building, where a figure waited for them at the entrance. There's the flood zone, landslide zone, conflagration zone, etc. Every disaster and accident you can imagine. I built this faculty myself. I call it the unforeseen simulation joint. 13 stepped forward with a flourish as the class commented on the facilities of the USJ and how close it was to Universal Studios Japan. It's 13. I love them, they're such a great rescue hero. Uraraka spoke up from beside him, almost hopping in place from excitement. Izuku couldn't say he was excited to see the rescue hero. He hadn't been thrilled to see any of the heroes who'd turned him down, but he still liked 13. They were one of the nicest heroes he'd asked, going so far as to ask if he was all right. He wondered if they'd recognize him now, not covered in dust and grime from a landslide, instead wearing his very own hero costume. He was distracted by Aizawa quickly grabbing 13's attention, the both of them stepping aside to talk quietly. When he saw 13 raise 3 fingers after Aizawa mentioned All Might, he recognized what they were talking about. It was a relief to know that All Might wouldn't be showing up if he'd used his 3 hours for the day already, though he knew his classmates might be a bit disappointed. Aizawa turned back to their class, looking like he needed a long nap rather than to take a heroics class through rescue scenarios. So be it. Let's get started. Before we do, I have 1 or 2 points, or 3.4. 13 trailed off for a moment, before snapping their full attention to the class in front of them. As I'm sure many of you are aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can SCK in and tear apart anything. I'm a rescue hero, so I use this ability to save people from disasters. However, my power could easily kill. The mood immediately became more somber, the excitement carried since they'd entered the building dying down. I've no doubt there are some among you with similar abilities. In our super-powered society, the use of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. It may seem that this system is a stable one, but we must never forget that it only takes one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. During Aizawa's physical fitness test, you came to learn of your own hidden potential. Through All Might's battle training, you experienced the danger your respective quirks can cause to others. This class will show you a new perspective. You will learn how to utilize your quirks to save lives. Your powers are not meant to inflict harm. I hope you leave here today with an understanding that you're meant to help people. That is all. The class, including Izuku, applauded the hero's speech, who bowed in front of them as they accepted their praise. Izuku was looking forward to this training more than ever. He may not have a quirk to help him, but saving people is what he's always wanted to do. This was the start of his training to do just that. Aizawa waited for the clamoring of the students to die down a bit before he began speaking. Great, first off dash. And was immediately cut off. There was a hint of movement towards the fountain in the center of the USJ, a whisper of unease in the air that quickly changed as the purple and black swirl grew. In a moment, the swirl had grown to cover several meters, and from it emerged villains. Izuku knew not to judge based on appearances, but the way they moved, the equipment they carried, and their outfits were a good indicator. The fact that they were here and he recognized some of them as wanted criminals also helped him solidify his guess from speculation into fact. He could only stare at the kept emerging, ranks upon ranks spilling out into the facility. Huddle up and don't move. 13. Protect the students. Aizawa tugged his goggles into position on his face, capture weapon flaring as he readied himself. The other students didn't seem to realize just what was going on yet, as Kirishima took a tentative step forward, looking towards the villains with a furrowed brow. What the hell's that? More battle robots like the entry exam. Izuku made a mental note to see if Kirishima needed glasses. No. That's Mushi and Mensu. They broke out of police custody 5 months ago. That one looks like Kapaku, who's wanted across all of Japan. There's also, these are villains. While there were around 50 of villains spread out across the plaza now, a few stood out towards the back. There was the misty-looking villain who had created the warp gates, a hulking deep blue-skinned villain, and one that had hands placed across his arms and face. It was the latter that started talking, his scratchy voice ringing across the USJ. 13 and Eraserhead, is it? According to the staff schedule I received the other day, All Might was supposed to be here. The villain kept talking, and while that information could be useful, Izuku tuned it out, trusting the others were paying attention. Right now, his mind was focused on the horde of villains, working at light speed as he analyzed the villains he could recognize, and making his best assumptions about the ones he didn't. Aizawa was leaning forward, looking ready to spring into action at any moment, responding to the villains in a low tone. Of course, that whole incident was Dash. Aizawa, you have to stay focused on that warp villain. Usually Izuku would never interrupt someone, the thought wouldn't even cross his mind, but right now there were more important matters to worry about. They could bring in reinforcements or escape that way, not to mention the limitations are unknown, so it could be used against us within USJ. If you can keep their quirk nullified, then the rest of the class should be able to put up defenses long enough to escape. He stood close to Aizawa now, almost fully exposed to the villains below, but it was a trade-off for a better view to base his analysis off of. He spoke frantically, but tried to make sure it was loud and clear enough for Aizawa and the rest of the class to hear. The ones flanking the steps seem to have long-ranged quirks, best for taking out anyone who tries to approach to fight, since most people have short-range quirks. Past that, it looks like a lot of close-range quirks, mostly metamorphic. No doubt they planned that as a contingency against Aizawa's quirk, if they knew to attack the USJ while there was a class here with all might. The best option would be not to engage with them, since they clearly have some sort of plan. This means we have to set up a solid defense and work on getting out of here, and alerting the rest of UA that there's been a break-in, since this seems like a targeted attack and no security alarms have been set off. He glanced back at his classmates, quickly taking stock of how they looked and reminding himself of their quirks. Todoroki should start by creating a thick ice barrier, which would stop most long-distance attacks and limit how many can approach at once. Leave a narrow opening though, that way they'll gravitate towards that rather than trying to break in from all sides. It'll also give us a chance to mount our own attacks. Yaoyorozu can create objects to use as projectile weapons for those that have short-range quirks. If she makes them out of metal, then that should draw Kaminari's lightning, which would be ideally used for clearing a large number of villains at once if they start piling up. Jairu and Shuji will need to monitor the villains' progress and make sure none try to blindside us, since the ice barrier will cut off our field of vision. With that taken care of, 13 should be able to break down the door, leaving the others free to retreat. And if we retreat, then they'll just follow us out. I'll take care of them while you leave now. Aizawa took a step forward, ready to throw himself at a horde of villains, but Izuku was having none of that. He grabbed Aizawa's arm. We need you for defense. People didn't usually listen to him, but he could only hope Aizawa would this time. You need to make sure we don't get targeted by an inescapable quirk. You and Kirishima will be our defense while we retreat. You stop quirks, he stops physical attacks. We might need to take out a few villains before we can make it out of the building, but it's better if we can make it out together. While the USJ has more defensible positions, if we get out, then we can alert the rest of UA and turn the USJ into a prison. Of course, the warping villain might be able to get them out, but that's better than having to fight everyone, and if you can keep their quirk at bay until we get out, then dash. Holy shit, no way. The group of villains had been muttering amongst themselves as the leader had monologued and Izuku has strategized, but now most of them quietened down at the shout that rose above the rest of the noise of Sorry, handyman, but it looks like someone beat you into breaking into UA. What? The hand-covered villain sounded furious as he spit out the word. Which one of you said that? What do you mean? That green-haired kid is quirkless. Izuku froze, but the boisterous voice kept going. He's actually pretty famous in our gossip circle. The little F has gotten in the way a couple of times, but he must be pretty smart if he tricked his quirkless but into UA. He'd had more analysis that he'd needed to give to Aizawa, information that could potentially save his classmates, but no sound would come from Izuku's throat. Because a villain had recognized him, and he'd only come across villains through the process of asking his question. And if this one knew he was quirkless, then they might have heard it. There was silence for a moment, before the ringleader spoke up once more, a different edge to his voice. Kurojairi. Grab him. Everything felt like it happened in slow motion after that. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched as Aizawa's hair began to fall into his face as he no doubt blinked. It only took those split seconds for a black vortex to form at his feet. The black rose up to meet him as he fell through. The next thing he felt were two hands grabbing him, one wrapping around his throat, the other around his forearm. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he tried to wrench himself free, only to have the villain lean down and say, "I wouldn't do that if I were you." He put his pinky down on his arm, a 5-point quirk, Izuku realized. His voice once again rang across the UJ as he called out to Aizawa, who looked poised to jump down the stairs once again. "If you're a real hero and care about your student, I'd stay up there if I were you, Eraserhead." He finished with a flourish, holding Izuku's captive arm up in the air. It was at that point his quirk reached Izuku's skin. Izuku had seen his costume disintegrate, so he'd had a pretty strong idea of what was going to happen when it reached his skin, but that couldn't prepare him for the pain. He couldn't stop the strangled scream that escaped him as he felt the quirk eat into his skin, then his muscles, slowly destroying his body. He clamped his jaw shut, trying to not let out any noise even as his arm felt like it was on fire, determined not to give them the satisfaction of hearing him scream. After all, it was just pain. This villain was just like a bully, wanting a reaction, and Izuku could only hope that he'd stop if Izuku didn't give him one. Just as soon as it had begun, the disintegrating stopped with the raising of a finger. "You should stay right where you are, unless you want to see what this." He shook Izuku's arm, causing him to let out a gasp of pain, looks like when it happens to someone's neck. While the class and their teachers wouldn't be able to spot it, the villain still tightened his grip on the back of Izuku's neck. He could feel the 3 fingers and thumb dig into his throat, though it was a welcome distraction from the throbbing of his arm and the sensation of warm blood running down it. "So, one of the NPCs says you're quirkless. Is that true?" It was all Izuku could do to let out a quiet, choked yes. This was possibly the worst possible outcome, having gotten kidnapped and preventing everyone else from acting because of it, all because he was quirkless. That answer didn't seem to be enough for the villain though, as he immediately shook Izuku roughly. "Louder, unless you want to try your luck." A year ago, Izuku might have turned into a sobbing mess at this point. But then again, he'd spent his whole life going through trials like this, just never as life-threatening. So he cleared his throat and spoke up. "Yes, I'm quirkless." And the villain laughed. It was a grating, cackling sound, and some of the other villains grouped around them joined in. "How did you manage to trick UA into letting you in?" The question was broken up by laughter, mocking, condemning. Izuku was still going to answer, but the villain kept speaking before he could, this time calling out to the other villains. "How did you even spot this kid? He's so plain, he definitely couldn't trick his way in using charisma checks or intimidation." The villain who had pointed him out spoke up then, though Izuku still couldn't spot them from this angle. "How could I forget the little dropkick? Me and some friends were having a bit of fun after a good haul, but then the heroes were on the scene and this kid showed up, stopping Yugen from getting away. Fucking Age last caught me a second later, but I guess it worked out in the long run, 'cause that meant I was close enough to hear him ask Age last if he thought someone without a quirk could be a hero. As if." They were joined by a chorus of laughter as they finished. Izuku couldn't tell if he preferred to hear the villains laugh at him, or if the heroes laughing as he drowned in his nightmares was worse. "How many heroes did you ask that to? Which hero actually thought someone quirkless could be one?" The villain's tone was cruel, and Izuku knew he couldn't get away with answering quietly. He didn't want to answer at all, it was of the few aspects of his questioning that no one knew, but as his hesitation grew, so did the intensity of the villain's grip upon his neck and arm. He stayed silent for as long as he could, but he could feel the final finger ghosting over the skin on his neck, and the grip on his raw forearm was burning. 237. It was a near whisper, so before he could be reprimanded for volume again, Izuku spoke up. "I asked 237 heroes." He hung his head as much as the villain's grip allowed, not wanting to watch the reactions of the villains surrounding them, or worse, his classmates. It was a lot of heroes. He hadn't kept a tally while he was working through lists of pros, but he had always made sure to mark off which ones he'd asked. It had made it easy to find the total, late in the night after he'd asked Aizawa and finally gotten the answer he'd been looking for. It has hurt to know the exact number, but he'd hoped that he'd never had to let anyone else know. The villain holding him just scoffed, the hand on Izuku's neck twitching a bit at the sound. "This is the problem with society. You really believed that they would let you be a hero when you're useless. Even after being denied, you kept going. So much confidence things will work out, All because this society acts as if heroes can do no wrong, as if they'll lift you up and save you, so dash. No. It was soft, but enough to interrupt the villain's monologue. When Nezu had asked him why he'd done it, he'd seen the shape of the answer but had refused to look at it. That shadow had haunted him ever since he'd been told he could be a hero, and reality had come rushing back in. Listening to a villain assume he knew anything about Izuku, who he was, what he'd been through, made Izuku finally acknowledge the answer, with all of the hurt and anger that had built up around it. I didn't think any of them would support me. If I did, I would have gone to big events. I would have worked through local heroes first, then divided my search by area so I could ask as many heroes at once. I would have sent messages over email or text or message boards. I told myself that it was statistically possible that there would be a hero out there who'd believe in me, but tracking them down, asking them? That was just a coping mechanism. I didn't think I'd find anyone to support me. At least if I tracked them down one by one, from the number 1 hero to the 50th, then alphabetically, I was able to pretend. It would take years to work through them all, and by then I'd either have the one shred of encouragement I've wanted since I was diagnosed as quirkless, or I'd be somewhere in life far away from the stupid middle schooler who believed that anyone would have faith in a useless, weak, pathetic, worthless, quirkless kid. No one laughed at that. Tamura had not expected that. It didn't sound anything like the aspirational kids that ate up all the heroic propaganda they could stomach. In fact, more than anything, it sounded like the start of a villain's backstory. Izuku didn't know what he was feeling at that admission. Anger, sadness, fear, resentment, it all built into an indescribable storm inside of him, giving him the confidence to voice the new question that had taken residence in his mind, his heart. Why? He turned his head from its bowed position, doing his best to look at the villain that held him, despite the awkward angle and the hand that obscured the other's face. You talk about taking society down, but all you're doing is destroying, hurting people more. If you think society is so bad, and that heroes are awful, why not try and fix things? You think you're so different, so why do you believe the same thing they all do? Why can't someone quirkless be a hero? He didn't know what answer he was expecting, but he had to ask. The one eye that Izuku could see narrowed, and he watched as the villain became more twitchy, before he started to mutter. No. No, 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 don't you turn this around. That's not it. He trailed off as his grip became almost crushing, and Izuku once again bit back a scream as he agitated the wound on his arm. Everyone had been at a near standstill until this point, after all. That's how hostage situations tended to work, but with the growing fidgeting of their leader, the rest of the villains looked ready to move. We're here to kill the symbol of peace and bring society to its knees. Not for your questions. And since All Might decided not to show up, we might as well wound his pride by killing some kids. Maybe then he'll show his face. The villain didn't move to kill Izuku yet, mostly talking to himself rather than making an active threat, but Izuku knew that any second that fifth finger could come down. He felt too much and he felt too little. He thought of his classmates being grabbed by the same hands that held him, and remembered the words he'd once been told after asking a hero his question. Even if one of those worthless people were to become a hero, they'd be nothing more than a useless, pathetic liability who wouldn't even be worth the battle fodder. That's what this situation was. His teachers couldn't fight, the others couldn't run, because he'd gotten caught. Endeavor's words circled his mind and they burned. He looked to the distant figures of his classmates, students who had such bright futures, and decided that he wouldn't be a burden. If he was going to die, then he'd do so making sure he's not being a liability to everyone else's safety. He just hoped that Aizawa would be able to use the strategy he'd given him, so they could all get out safely. He wasn't smart, but he was observant, and if one of his last actions could help save someone, then it'd be all right. He took a shaky deep breath and let it go, then took one more, slightly steadier, for good measure. He let himself fall fully into the panicked calm that had kept him alive through other villain situations, and got ready to do what he did best, what he'd always done in the past when things like this had happened. He ran. Swinging up his free arm, he latched onto the wrist that held his neck and spun, feeling the bones crack from the severity of the action. In the same movement he ripped his arm from the villain's grip, and brought it down on the villain's own arm, Another snap signaling a broken ulna or radius. He could feel the back of his neck burning where the villain must have been able to get all 5 fingers down for a moment, but it was fine. He could survive that. With the villain now screaming and cursing up a storm, he was able to make a break for it, immediately diving between the closest villains while they tried to figure out what was going on. A few meters in and he could hear the sounds of fighting breaking out, no doubt between the students and the villains. But he couldn't think about them now, he had to focus on weaving between villains before they realized he was there, making sure he got out of the way and didn't cause any more problems. Then above it all he heard a shout. "Nomu! Kill the quirkless kid!" Izuku had no idea who or what a Nomu was, but he was close to the collapse zone, so if he could just reach it then he might be able to avoid finding out. That hope died when he heard shouts behind him, and the noise of something very big and very fast barreling after him. He didn't dare look back even as he made it to the collapse zone, diving under a half-broken underpass and scrambling up the other side until he reached a balcony on the building it was attached to. It was only then that he tried to see just what had been sent after him, but was instead greeted with a plume of dust, rising where the underpass used to be. Izuku quickly scaled the rest of the distance to the top of the building, making sure he'd be hidden from the ground as he tried to get a glimpse of the villain. What emerged from the rubble didn't look human. There were mutation quirks that gave people non-human traits, but there was something inherently wrong with the villain standing there, looking completely unaffected by the fact it had barreled through a concrete and metal structure. With speed and strength like that, the only reason it hadn't caught him on the way there must have been because it couldn't see him, given how short he was compared to the crowd of villains he'd been running through. That meant he had to stay unseen and unheard. And so began the deadliest game of hide-and-seek Izuku had ever been a part of. Izuku knew he had the advantage here, given his experience running through the city and scaling buildings in the blink of an eye. He also knew if that villain got even one hand on him, he would be killed in an instant. He moved from his current building, keeping low over the rooftop to make sure no one would spot his silhouette if they looked up. However, he must have made a noise when he scaled the next one, because there was a screech and horrific mix of a crunch and an explosion. The building he'd been on now looked like a strong wind would blow it over from its new angle, and it certainly didn't help that Nomu had created a gaping hole in the bottom. Izuku had made it safely to the other side of the next building, but could see Nomu was now looking upwards when he peeked at it from around the corner. Luckily it was at a different building, but Izuku had never been one to count on luck. New strategy. He ducked through some streets next, making sure to stick to narrow ones with plenty of turns. Across from one of the debris-littered streets was some sort of fake department building, complete with an underground car park. While it wasn't the safest to be traveling through an underground space while being pursued by a villain that could collapse buildings, it was a great way to throw Nomu off his trail. Crawling out of the other end of the car park, Izuku took a second to orient himself and started off again. He turned a corner before quickly backtracking, holding his breath, then peeking into the street he had just stepped out of. Leaning against a bent lamppost was someone, and judging from their attire and the fact that they really shouldn't be here, Izuku could guess they were a villain. Of course the other zones would have villains in them as well. He scrambled up the side of the building he'd been hiding behind, hoping that the villain, and any nearby, wouldn't think to look up. What he didn't account for was the loose facade work that crumbled as he put his weight on it, sending down a rain of rubble that echoed off the debris already on the ground. What was that? If there were more villains in the area that hadn't heard Izuku knocking down that concrete, then they definitely would have heard that shout. Izuku decided that the time for stealth was over, and booked it. He reached the pitted roof of the building and broke out into a sprint, choosing to value his life over the state of his ankles. There were more voices crying out now, so Izuku kept running, jumping between rooftops, taking odd turns where he could to throw them off. Shortly after that, he heard something else collapse as Nomu responded to the other villain's cries. Izuku felt nothing but adrenaline coursing through his body and his heart pumping as he ran through, over, and under buildings to avoid Nomu, who he could still hear in the distance, and to prevent the other villains from spotting him. His breathing was harsh by the time he stopped moving. He was perched on a rooftop, close to where he had entered the collapse zone, hidden by the crumbling concrete half-wall that surrounded the edge of the building. From this angle, he finally had a chance to look toward the entrance and where he'd last seen his classmates and teachers. What he saw made him feel like sobbing in relief. Just like he had suggested, there was a glacier-like wall surrounding them, save for a few gaps that he could see projectiles coming through. As he watched, he saw a chain of explosions light up the main entrance to the ice fort, blowing away the few villains that had managed to get close. There were even unconscious bodies spread across the steps from failed attempts to attack the class. Everything seemed to be going so well, Izuku ignored the screaming of his muscles, so of course that was when the hand villain's scratchy voice carried across the USJ again. "Forget the quirkless kid, we can hunt him down later. Nomu!" By now, it had become clear to Izuku that Nomu listened to that villain's commands. It hadn't moved an inch before it had been set upon Izuku, and since then had chased after him single-mindedly. And now, he could see the way the villain was looking towards the entrance and his class. Izuku could see it happening clearly, Nomu smashing through the ice like it did the buildings, crumpling to students like so much debris. Even Aizawa and 13 wouldn't be safe. Aizawa's quirk wouldn't be able to stop whatever mutations gave Nomu its strength and speed, and 13's quirk could only do so much damage at once. And something stopped Nomu from coming out of building wrecks of concrete and rebar with massive open wounds. It would kill them. It took a split second for Izuku to process it, for the thought to sink in. It would kill them. That split second was time Nomu had used to get closer to its master and to the edge of the collapse zone, so Izuku forced himself to move faster. Because as soon as the thought had sunk in, he was standing to his full height, breaking from the cover the rooftop provided, sling in hand. He didn't even think to dig around for ammo, there wasn't time. He just loaded in a chunk of concrete, so many near-identical pieces scattered around his feet, and swung the sling up and around, losing precious time to gather momentum. And then he let it fly. The leader of the villains didn't make a sound as he collapsed to the ground, but the dull thump of the concrete meeting his head had rung out across the battlefield that the USJ had become. That was when an explosion sounded. It wasn't the fire and energy of Bakugo's explosions. Instead it sounded closer to Nomu as it had plowed through buildings. It was the sound of tearing metal and brute force. "Do not fear." Izuku watched. The cloud of dust start to clear. "But because I am here." Standing just past a huge hole in the USJ's outer wall was none other than All Might. And he wasn't smiling. Kurogyari did not believe that their day was going well. Their plan had been simple, for all the dramatism and flair. Show up, have the small-time villains keep the heroes and students occupied, then let the Nomu kill All Might. But All Might hadn't been there, despite the stolen schedule dictating otherwise. Thanks to one of the villains, Tamura's focus had been shifted from that to the quirkless boy, as they decided to loudly point him out for everyone within the plaza. From there, things had only deteriorated. Tamura was lying unresponsive on the floor, oblivious to the sounds of the Nomu and All Might battling each other amongst the debris of one of the zones. Given their current predicament, he decided it would best for them to leave. The Nomu would either win or lose against All Might, and it would be easy enough to find out the outcome at a later date. Either the symbol of peace would show up for his job tomorrow, or the nation would go into mourning, the League's job complete. For now, his priority was getting Tamura back safely. He hoped that he wouldn't die from the head wound he'd been given. Kurogyari hadn't seen what had hit their young leader, or who, but based on the direction it had come from he could guess that it was the quirkless child. It was either him, or a saboteur. The answer did not particularly matter, as the child would still be surrounded by villains, and the saboteur would soon be left behind. His main issue was waiting for Eraserhead to blink so he could use his quirk. The man had been annoyingly persistent, destroying the original plan of spreading the students throughout the disaster zones. But that was no matter. Each time Kurogyari felt his quirk erased, the interval shortened, signifying the weariness of the hero. With All Might as an added distraction pulling his gaze away, it was only a matter of waiting for the right moment to activate his quirk. Kurogyari's last action, just before he sank himself and Tamura through a warp gate back into the bar, was to enact his part of the original plan. While he was only able to make 3 portals in his rush, he could feel several students pass through. He could only hope that this could lead to the end of some of UA's golden children. When All Might arrived, some of the villains had stuck their hands up in surrender immediately. Others had clutched their weapons tighter and bared their teeth. Nomu, however, upon seeing All Might, had let out an inhuman screech and charged the hero. A shockwave had resonated from where the two had met, facing each other head-on. All Might hadn't been pushed back, and Nomu hadn't taken any damage from his defense, so things had quickly spiraled out of control, the two of them throwing each other across the plaza until they made their way back to the collapse zone. Izuku's game of avoidance had changed from stealth-based to speed and luck as he tried to avoid flying debris from their battle. Buildings were collapsing, or well, collapsing more, left, right, and center, and it was stressful enough navigating around the zone without having to account for that. He could have made a break for it once Nomu's attention had been consumed by All Might, but the pair had quickly cut off his escape route. There was also the fact that Nomu had matched All Might blow for blow as Izuku had watched, and Izuku knew All Might didn't have much time left. In a fight against someone equally matched, he'd have no chance of winning. So here he was, running towards the sounds of destruction, his feet carrying him despite his mind screaming that he should just leave while he could. When he finally reached the concrete crater the two had made, he paused to assess the situation. There was a cloud of dust over everything due to their fighting, but it couldn't fully disguise the steam rising off of All Might. Yet the two were still trading punch for punch. Izuku didn't know how he felt about All Might, but he knew he didn't want the hero to die. He waited for Nomu to be knocked back a few steps before letting out a shout. All Might! The hero glanced in his direction, which was a good enough indicator that he'd heard Izuku, which meant he'd be able to hear what came next. You won't be able to take it out in an endurance match. It's got the same level of strength and speed, along with some sort of resistance or healing quirk. You need to counter it by immobilizing or restraining it somehow. If you wait and knock it into one of the buildings, it will be slowed for a second, and you can use that time to get the advantage as you grab it. It doesn't care about technique. From there you can restrain it and dash. Thank you for the concern, but this creature is no match for the symbol of dash. All Might was cut off by the Nomu's retaliation punch, before he threw his own, not leaving a mark on the Nomu. Why won't you listen to me? The statement felt desperate as it tore out of him in a scream. He just wanted to help. That's all he'd ever wanted to do. Toshinori heard the scream and remembered Aizawa's scathing voice, telling the rest of the teachers in that meeting room that there were probably very few individuals who would listen to a quirkless child. And this particular one had a level of intelligence that had caught Nezu's attention. Maybe he should be listening, should have listened better when they first met and the kid had asked him his question. Izuku watched as the hero adjusted his stance slightly, and this time when the Nomu came at him, he flipped it instead of taking another frontal assault. The fight had shifted, and Izuku almost couldn't believe it. His disbelief was quickly shaken and replaced with the need to escape as another building shook and began to crumble at the edge of the fight. Izuku couldn't help All Might more than he already had, so the best thing would be to stay out of his way. Pushing himself to run faster, he made his way towards the USJ entrance, despite the fading adrenaline letting him know the full extent of his injuries. His arm burned, which could barely take the attention from his hands, screaming from the cuts and broken nails that came from recklessly climbing buildings. Every step sent lances of pain through his ankles and feet, the stress of running over uneven surfaces making itself known. At least his costume had been able to protect his knees and shins, the usual target of grazes and bruises when he'd gone on more intense runs through the city. There wasn't enough air in his lungs, but he kept pushing. If he could just make it to the end of the collapsed zone, then he could make a break for the entrance and escape, like he hoped his classmates had been able to. From his viewpoint at the edge of the zone, he could see there were people moving around the entryway. Parts of the ice barrier had broken off, and the figures were too big to be his classmates. He gulped down as much air as he could, trying to steady his breathing as he watched for movement patterns. He didn't know who the figures were, but he wasn't going to give them a chance to hurt him. A moment, two people switching positions, and he was off, sprinting past the open space and up the steps towards the entry. There were shouts, and he felt something rush past his body, but he didn't slow down. Sliding between two figures' legs, he was at the doorway, then through it. Flashing lights of police cars and ambulances greeted him. If he'd had the breath for it, he would have let out a giddy laugh, because that meant someone had been able to get out and get help. However, that didn't mean he could stop running. He didn't know if this is where they decided to park, or if the cars were acting as a blockade and the only safe place was behind them. Once he was past, he ignored the officers he could see. He knew he should talk to them, tell them what had happened, but he was looking for something more important. He had to make sure they were all right, couldn't stop running until he knew they were safe. They had to be. Just as he was losing hope that they had stayed nearby, or were perhaps still in the USJ, bloodied, broken, because he'd ruined everything, he spotted a cluster of people near one of the ambulances. He finally skidded to a stop in front of, he rapidly counted, 19 other students. His breathing was harsh and his whole body was burning, but it wasn't over yet. Just as they turned to face him, he switched his desperate, escape-focused mindset to one focused on rescue. "Are you guys all right?" His voice sounded awful, but that was fine. He was assessing each of his classmates and found nothing worrying, mostly just scapes and potential bruises. His eyes darted around their faces, most looking shocked, some angry, others scared, and oh, he probably wasn't a very comforting sight right now. "Are you?" His self-analysis on his injuries and how they looked from the outside compared to how they felt was interrupted by the shout. He couldn't tell who had spoken, and soon several of the other students were getting closer to him, worry etched into their expressions. "Midoriya, you need to go to a hospital." "Hey, we need a medic." Uraraka's voice cut through the background noise of officers talking and the villains being rounded up and carted away. She was the closest to him, hovering near him looking like she wanted to reach out but was too afraid to. "No, it's fine." He tried to wave away her worries, suppressing the flinch that came from aggravating his arm. "I promise it looks worse than it is." And it was. The dust and dirt from the collapse zone had covered him like a blanket, and his running had spread any blood from injuries around, making it look like the affected area was far bigger than they actually were. "You sound like you're dying. I don't think that qualifies as being all right." Shinso wasn't too far behind Uraraka, but unlike her he was standing completely still, eyes wide as he stared. Ida was in a similar position a little further off. Izuku tried to clear his throat, his attempt only somewhat succeeding. "I could use a drink, but really, I'll be fine. There's no need to call anyone over." But it was too late, 2 paramedics already on their way over. A few officers were making their way over as well, probably having followed him and his mad dash past their cars. He was sure that in any other circumstances he'd be ashamed of taking up so much attention, of worrying his classmates this badly, but he could only feel relief as he watched them speak over each other trying to ask him questions. He hadn't been a burden. They'd all gotten out all right. Any injury they had could be fixed by a session with Recovery Girl. He was alive, and so were they, and that was all that mattered right now. Shoyuta wasn't sure when the other teachers and police had gotten there. It was probably only minutes, but it felt like hours. They were cleaning up the villains, but no one knew where Midoriya was. He was running through the collapse zone, looking for any sign of green even though his eyes felt like sandpaper. After All Might, in his small form now since he'd pushed his time limit fighting that muscled villain, had told him where he'd last seen the boy, Shoyuta had wasted no time getting to the collapse zone. But there had been no trace of the kid. No trace of the child who was his responsibility, who had been hunted by a villain that was apparently nearly a match for All Might. He'd seen them trade blows before they disappeared further into the UJ, but to hear from the man himself that it had been a close call had almost sent him over the edge. He'd been furious that the villains had attacked his students, that they'd been able to take one and use him as a hostage, but that was nothing compared to what he felt when the warp villain had taken advantage of his blinking to warp away, but not before sending a few more students plummeting through darkness. They'd all turned up pretty quickly, most of the villains having scattered from their designated areas. It also helped that the other pros that had showed up shortly afterwards were able to help find them, but that didn't change the fact that he'd failed them as well. And he was still looking for the final missing student, who had been taken from right beside him. He had almost finished his first sweep when a commotion came up at the entry, shouts rising up. Shoyuta took a chance and decided to investigate it. If it turned out to be nothing, then he could go straight back to his search. He was met with several pro-heroes milling about in agitation. "What's going on? Have there been any signs of Midoriya?" Nabitoshi was the one who replied to him, hands resting on his pistols as his gaze kept up its sweep of the area. No, but something just ran like a bat out of hell past us. I couldn't see who it was, and they weren't slowing down to let us get a look. It wasn't much, but Shoyuta was desperate for news, so he followed the shouts that continued. Outside of the USJ, only to end up looking at his student, standing with the others. He let out a shaky breath in relief. Midoriya was smart and capable, but he was only a kid. Faced with an unknown amount of villains alone, after already being hurt by their apparent leader, a large part of Shoyuta had been expecting to be recovering a body, not a student. Torn apart or crushed under so much debris before he could realize his full potential. However, his worry grew again as he watched Midoriya try and wave off a paramedic. He drew closer, easily going unnoticed with the amount of activity from officers and other paramedics. Really, I'm fine. It's just some minor surface injuries. I just need to wash the dust off, disinfect them and wrap them up. Really, my main issue is some strain on my ankles from running so much, but I can treat that all myself. There's no need to waste resources on me. The kid kept talking, deflecting the paramedic and ignoring the concerned looks his classmates were giving him. He was refusing treatment and acting as if he wasn't hurt, despite the blood on him, and the fact that the whole USJ had heard the choked-off scream he's made as the hand-covered villain had begun destroying part of his arm. Midoriya. His head whipped around immediately, clearly on edge. His breathing was ragged, and he was covered in dust and rubble, but he still smiled as he greeted Shoyuta. Aizawa, I'm so glad you're all right. 237 heroes had repeatedly broken Midoriya's dreams, and the world had done its best to break everything else. But even after a horrific villain attack he still smiled, and said that he was glad that someone who had failed him was all right. I'm fine. You, however, need medical attention. No, it's fine, honestly. The paramedic was starting to look annoyed at the kid's constant deflection, and Shoyuta would be too in their position. It won't be once the adrenaline fades. He pointed out, hoping that he could reason with him. However, Midoriya just shook his head. I know, but I've already done a self-assessment, and it's all surface-level injuries. I mostly just need to rest for the muscle exhaustion and disinfect the cuts. I can do that at home, there's no need to worry about me. Seeing the stubborn determination in his student's eyes, Shoyuta knew there was no way Midoriya would concede to going to the hospital, not if he was already convinced that he didn't need help, or more worrying, wasn't worthy of it. The word waste echoed around his head. But Shoyuta has been through time when he was determined to keep going despite his injuries, and knew that even if no amount of talking about self-care could convince him, logic could. Even if you'll be fine, we can't have you leaving the school grounds with wounds like that. It would reflect badly on you. Come with me, I'll get you to recovery, girl. The kid was about to continue his protests, but Shoyuta just forged on. It's her job and will mean you can get back to class activities faster. He hoped the cold logic of the argument would be enough as he turned and started walking, relieved to glance back and find Midoriya trailing behind him. Will the others be all right? Midoriya was still following him, but his attention was behind him, where the rest of his classmates still waited. Shoyuta didn't know what to make of someone who cared so much for others, yet couldn't see their own worth. But that wasn't the question he'd been asked. Yeah, they'll be fine. Once they've been checked over and given the all-clear, they'll go back to the classroom. From there they'll either be picked up by their parents or UA will drop them off at their homes. We'll take their statements later. Right now we're more concerned about making sure they're okay. Things would change from here. This sort of attack was unprecedented, though many had tried to target hero schools in the past. UA would come under fire for their failure, and all eyes would be on his class. But they were alive. And as Shoyuta hopped into a police cruiser with Midoriya in order to be taken to the school, watching the nervous fiddling of his student, he hoped that some of that change would be positive. Izuku was in an empty classroom, one of the few near the school infirmary. He and Aizawa had shown up a little while ago, but the infirmary had already been occupied. All Might, emaciated but still alive, had been sitting in one of the beds. It had only taken a moment of recognition for Izuku to stop and walk back out of the room. He was fine, really. Just don't think about it. He'd been through villain attacks before. He knew how to deal with it. They'd just never been so direct before. They'd never targeted him and made him bare his soul. But that didn't mean he couldn't work through it. He wanted to be a hero and he wouldn't let something like this stop him. He just needed to keep going, keep working hard, prove that he could be one. However, no matter how much he told himself that, he hadn't been able to stop shaking since he got out of the USJ. So seeing the skeleton of a symbol, who had told him to be realistic, and had those words proven by the giant mess that had been the villain attack today, had made him feel ready to shut down. Even when Aizawa had said it was fine to go in, Izuku had just shaken his head, unable to articulate why he couldn't. He'd leant against the wall outside, hunching in on himself as he'd waited for Aizawa to keep pushing. He'd expected for him to tell him to stop being ridiculous, maybe grab his arm, hopefully the uninjured one, but the other had been closer, and pull him inside so Izuku would stop wasting his time, but the hero had just told him to wait outside before returning with Recovery Girl. She'd also asked him to come in, but he'd shaken his head until they'd led him into the empty classroom. From there she'd made him sit down at the desk he was still occupying while she looked over his injuries. Neither of the heroes had talked much. Recovery Girl had asked about his arm, what could have done that kind of damage, so Izuku had given them a full account on what he had been able to figure out about the leader's quirk. He'd pulled down the material of his hood that had been bunched around his neck so that she could see the less severe hand-shaped mark that sat underneath it. Aizawa had left the room after seeing the mark, saying that he needed to make some calls. Izuku hoped that he didn't say that he'd been the one to analyze the ringleader's quirk. No one would give it any value if he did. Now, Recovery Girl had left. To look after All Might again, having used a touch of her quirk to patch up the worst of Izuku's injuries. She hadn't wanted to risk using more, afraid that he'd pass out from the healing since he was already exhausted. Because of that, she'd warned him that his arm would probably scar, but that hadn't really bothered him. He'd just thanked her and told her it would be fine. He would be fine. He had to be fine. Aizawa stalked back into the room, a hand running through his already messy hair. Izuku knew that the hero was probably disappointed that he'd gotten himself captured and endangered everyone from the very start, but he hoped the fact that he'd managed to get out would mean he wouldn't be kicked out of the heroics course. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice was usually gruff, a serious monotone, but Izuku could tell this was different. His breath hitched. Aizawa had said he believed Izuku could be a hero despite being quirkless, and had known that he'd asked other heroes, but he'd had no idea how many. Izuku might have escaped the villains, but everyone had heard him admit how many heroes he'd asked in a desperate attempt to find support. A hope he hadn't even believed in, kept alive because it was the only thing he'd had left to cling to. Everyone had heard, including Aizawa. His hands started shaking again, though they hadn't ever truly stopped. Don't think about it. Aizawa must have seen some of it on his face. He should have hidden it better. Useless, because he let out a deep sigh before grabbing a seat and bringing it around to face him. I'm so sorry. This was it. He wasn't really sorry, just trying to be polite before he let Izuku go. It's my job to protect you students, and yet you were still hurt while under my supervision. I apologize for that. That didn't fit what Izuku had thought the hero was going to say, interrupting his train of thought for long enough for him to process the words. He immediately began waving them off when he realized what had been said. And oh, don't be sorry. That wasn't your fault, it was the villains, they're the ones who attacked us, who, hand around his throat, around his arm. Running through a destroyed cityscape while what was after him destroyed buildings. Laughter, enough to echo out and fill the building. You have nothing to apologize for. Izuku wrapped his arms around himself, keeping his gaze lowered. Besides, I'm the one who made myself a target. You shouldn't be responsible for that. It's fine. He hated how his voice cracked at that last sentence. No, Izuku peered up through his fringe to find Aizawa staring him down. You shouldn't have gone through that. Today you demonstrated amazing ability, skill and smarts that a lot of pros are lacking. But you shouldn't have gone through that. You shouldn't have had to gain those skills to ask so many heroes only to be denied. You shouldn't have gone through having your hopes and dreams destroyed, then beaten down repeatedly for it. You shouldn't have had to fight so hard for so little. And Aizawa kept looking at him. And looking at him. And there was nothing added on, no, At least you proved you're worthy of UA this way. No admonishment that he did was stupid and irrational and desperate. He said that Izuku never should have gone through it in the first place. But it was having Aizawa tell him that his hopes and dreams shouldn't have been destroyed, pointing out the shattered and mangled remnants that lived in Izuku's heart, that broke him. Izuku had support now. But that support had felt conditional from the very start. Everyone had started to respect him after he had gotten into UA, after he'd proven himself by getting into the most prestigious hero school in the country. He'd been able to live with that, or at least told himself he could, because he was on his way to actually becoming a hero, and if he kept working hard he could make that a reality. He just had to make sure he stayed at the top, trained harder and longer than everyone else, kept his eyes open for every possible trap, so that he wouldn't be kicked out and go back to being treated as useless and hated for existing. It was his classmates not realizing he was quirkless until he told them that made him realize he had no idea why that always happened to him. No one else had gone through what he'd been through. He could have been training properly without a horrible half-broken question to drive him on. But in that whole year, he'd never stopped to think about what he was doing, hadn't been able to. He had never given himself a chance to analyze how he felt about the past year, about the past several years. He didn't know when his dream had turned into a shattered, tarnished reflection of itself. It could have been the day he was diagnosed as quirkless, and his mother had apologized when he'd asked if he could be a hero, or sometime throughout the years of bullying and ostracization. Maybe it was on that rooftop, looking at the shadow of a #1 hero, that his dream finally died. He just hadn't been able to let it go. A sob tore its way out of his throat, ugly and ragged. He tried to hold the next one in, but once he started he couldn't stop. Soon he was blind, the world a distorted mess from the tears gathered in his eyes and running down his face. And then Aizawa was there, holding him like he had after he'd said Izuku could be a hero, running a hand down his back while Izuku cried for all that he'd lost, and all that he'd never have. The first person to believe in him was there, letting him know that what he'd done hadn't been stupid, that none of his mistreatment was justified, acknowledging what he'd been through without dismissing it like so many others would. Dismissing it like Izuku had spent years forcing himself to do, because it had been the only way he'd been able to survive. But now, even as he felt himself breaking, Izuku could also start processing that there was nothing to justify how he'd been treated, and that he'd been coping, but only coping, for so long. The hope that he'd clung to for so long, tiny and battered, faltered for only a moment before growing steadily stronger. His head wouldn't stop throbbing, the pain radiating from the back of his head, making his pulse pound in his ears. It had been hours since Tamura had woken up, spread out on the bar floor after being taken out in the USJ raid. Hours, and he still couldn't focus his eyes properly. If that wasn't enough to make his hands twitch, then the fact that they kept saying they didn't know who did it, definitely. I'm telling you, Sensei, it was the quirkless kid. He ruined everything. He needed something he could tear apart with his quirk, preferably a quirkless runt who destroyed their attack. His stats were all over the place, he shouldn't have even been there, but then he was making a mess of everything. I don't care that All Might eventually showed up, it doesn't mean anything if we couldn't destroy him. And it's all because of that quirkless little sheet. His nails were leaving red furrows in his neck, but he couldn't stop, not when the rage boiled so close to his skin and felt like 1,000 burning ants dancing all over him. Of course he could only use one hand, the other broken one wrapped up by Kurogiri while he was unconscious. Why do you hate him so much, Tamura? The itching got worse. He ruined our plans, Sensei. We got beaten by some quirkless hack. As soon as he could, he would have his revenge. He would disintegrate each of his limbs until he was nothing but a lump of flesh, and only then would he destroy his throat and those stupidly determined green eyes. Each of those students was powerful, Tamura. Any of them could have overcome you if it was the quirkless one that posed a problem. You have plenty of time if you do want to kill him, but what is it that has you so riled up about him? You hate him on a deeper level than you do the usual obstacles you face. He broke my arm and knocked me out. Tamura started to pace across the bar. He wasn't meant to raise his voice against Sensei. He shouldn't have done that. But he couldn't escape that quirkless kid's ridiculous plain face with his determined expression. He'd been so sure he'd had a stupid hero hopeful on his hands, But then he'd turned around and said he didn't think he could be a hero. He'd interrupted Tamura. Not only that, but he'd had the effing audacity to compare him to the heroes, saying they were the same, believed the same things. They weren't, couldn't be. Tamura hated this twisted, self-aggrandizing society and their heroes. He wasn't a part of it, he was going to tear it down with Sensei, and he apparently had the same opinion on quirklessness as everyone else. Sensei, quirkless people are worthless, right? They can't do anything. His scratching stopped as he stared at the monitor, waiting for the answer. You said the child who ruined your plans was quirkless, that means he was capable of something. By your logic, that would give him worth. Tamura started pacing again, trying to figure out how someone so worthless could actually be capable of achieving anything. He pictured a villain without a quirk, but still with that determination and the ability to run away from a creature that was meant to kill All Might. The kid had targeted Tamura's quirk as well, breaking his arm and wrist, which showed he wasn't completely idiotic when it came to fighting. He could be a valuable addition to their party. After all, why would he have any loyalty left for the heroes that had mistreated him? But he'd looked at him, even with Tamura holding his neck and having disintegrated part of his arm, and dared to speak to him about fixing things as if this society wasn't already rotten to its core. Disgusting. No, there was no way that kid could be useful if he thought anything in society was worth saving. He just couldn't shake the pain that had been on the kid's eyes when he'd asked that question. So hurt but still trying. Stupid. You will become a symbol for the underworld, Shigaraki Tamura. It will be up to you whether the quirkless are people you destroy or embrace. Tamura narrowed his eyes. He wanted to kill that kid, but he didn't want to be the same as the heroes by rejecting the rest of the quirkless. They may have some hidden abilities. Yes, Sensei. He wasn't sure what option he'd choose yet, but Sensei had said he had time. Izuku's day started at 1 a.m., an hour after he'd gotten to sleep, having finally quietened his thoughts enough to pass out after everything that had happened at the USJ. Deciding that was definitely not enough sleep, he'd gone back to bed, only to wake up again at 3 a.m. When he'd woken up at 5 a.m., he didn't bother trying to go back to sleep. He was sick of choking on sludge and all the words he'd left unsaid. He was tired of his new nightmare, where hands reached for his classmates and disintegrated them in front of his eyes while he was paralyzed and could only watch. He'd only felt relief when those hands had finally turned to him, even though it had taken so long for them to reach his throat and finally stop his screaming. He was fortunate he'd never been one to cry out in his sleep. He didn't want to worry his mom more. But with those images fresh in his mind, he'd decided there wouldn't be any going back to sleep, despite the exhaustion that still lingered in his limbs like an unwanted guest. Getting out of his bed with all the grace of a dead fish, he managed to make it to his computer and flip to a clean page of his notebook. Last night he hadn't even tried to look into the villains that had attacked them, too caught up in what he'd learned about himself and then later crying over the concern his friends had shown as they'd messaged him late into the night. Inko had been so worried, which had made Izuku feel guilty because he really hadn't been in a good state to comfort her. At least Recovery Girl had been able to patch him up, so he wasn't coming home bleeding everywhere. The white bandage on his arm stood out starkly in the darkened room. He had a few band-aids on his hands and another bandage around his neck, but the rest of his injuries had been minor enough to not need dressing, or they were strains and bruises that he just needed to rest. While lying down would probably be best for recovery, he couldn't stay in his bed and do nothing. Sitting at his desk was probably the closest he would get to rest for today. Broken fingernails roamed around his keyboard as he began looking into the league of villains who had attacked them yesterday. He doubted he'd be able to find any solid information on the ringleaders if they've been completely undetected by now. A notification had been sent out across the Hero Network asking for information or potential leads, but no one had been able to identify the two. The name, Kurogiri, had brought up no leads, and they'd never learned the name of the villain covered in hands, who had since been nicknamed Decay by the heroes involved with the case. Still, he went looking. Even if he couldn't find out who they were, he might be able to find out how they recruited people and stop them from taking advantage of those same methods in the future. In that same time, he managed to reply to the latest email from Stain that had been sitting in his inbox, and with a bit of contemplation asked if he knew anything about the villains that had appeared to the USJ, along with a solid breakdown of why you can't kill imperfect heroes because no hero was perfect, even All Might. He knew it was showing his hand a bit, since he'd included a description of the two leaders even though there hadn't been an official release with the villains' details yet, but he'd already proven he had a specialization in working with information, so it was a calculated risk. Stain still didn't trust him by any means, but Izuku was making progress when it came to adjusting his mindset and ideology. It was 7 a.m. by the time he heard Inko get up, shortly after which she appeared at his doorway, asking if he wanted anything in particular for breakfast. He'd just given her his best smile and told her whatever she was making would be wonderful. He'd managed to find a bit of talk about recruitment from some of the low-leveled villains that had been at the USJ, but little else. If he was honest with himself, he almost didn't want to find anything. He was still tired, still trying to cope with everything. It wasn't every day that you realize you'd given up your lifelong dream without realizing, only holding on to it because it was one of the only things you had left. It left him feeling small and fragile, unsure of what the next step was. So he got up, wincing at the protests his recovering muscles made, and made his way to the kitchen to help his mum make breakfast, leaving a few tabs open to return to on self-help, and his notebook open to his notes on the Heroics Commission. Just because he wasn't sure what the next step was, didn't mean he wasn't going to take it. The punching bag swung back as Katsuki landed another hit, sweat rolling down his back as he worked through his emotions. F-I-N-G bullshit. He didn't need to work through any emotions, he just needed to be better. Faster, stronger. The mist fucker had managed to get a portal underneath his feet and sent him to the fire zone. Clearly he hadn't known about anyone's quirk, because Candy Cane's barrier had cooled down the air and reduced Katsuki's body temperature, slowing down his sweat production. But the fire zone? That was perfect for getting the most out of his quirk. He'd blasted away all the low-level grunts they'd come across, and he'd gotten out with barely a mark, along with soy sauce and shitty hair. It had been easy. It had been quick. They'd even met a bunch of pros worried about nothing halfway back to the entry, all of the plaza villains taken care of. And somehow Deku had done that for longer with no help. Weak, useless, pathetic, worthless Deku, who'd weaseled his way into the hero course, who'd done well, got out by himself, and with no quirk. Deku, who apparently didn't believe he could be a hero but had never stopped FANG trying, not matter what was said or done to him. Everyone had heard his cut-off scream and seen his bloody arm. They'd waited in silence before he'd given out the number of heroes he'd asked. He'd always known Deku was a fanboy, anyone who was around him for more than a day could tell you that, but asking 237 heroes was beyond that. It was desperate, a sign of weakness, someone worthless looking for praise, and he didn't even have the conviction to think that he would find it. Katsuki grunted, laying a series of rapid punches into the bag. He just couldn't figure out why Deku hadn't given up. Did he seriously have nothing else outside of running around and annoying heroes? He knew the nerd didn't have any friends. Anyone who didn't find him an annoying waste of space didn't want to be associated with the quirkless freak. That was the same reason he'd never joined any clubs. He still remembered running into the nerd after he'd tried talking to their teachers at the start of middle school about not being allowed to join clubs, crying like a baby because they'd told him to SCK it up or figure it out. It wasn't their job to deal with his quirkless butt. It was pathetic. Even if he didn't have anyone at school, and only had his mum at home, if he wanted to be a hero so bad he should have worked harder and stopped being such a crybaby over everything. His next punch was powered by a small explosion, which happened to be loud enough for his mum to hear down the hall. Bakugo Katsuki, no quirk use in the house. We're not replacing any of your training equipment if you F it up. Shut up, hag, I'm not doing anything. She kept yelling back, something about not talking to his mum that way, but he tuned it out. He just wished his thoughts would shut up as well, instead of thinking about Deku. He'd wanted to figure out what was up with him, but it had taken a back seat after Deku had decided to throw himself out of the windows of their middle school classroom. Katsuki had answers now. The disappearing act had all been a part of finding heroes to ask his dumb question to. So why couldn't he stop thinking about it? Maybe it was because he had been waiting for the nerd to turn around and join the villains at the USJ, admitting that they'd tricked UA together to get Deku into the school. It would have made sense with how silent and empty Deku had gotten. Instead, he'd gotten his arm fang disintegrated and then ran off instead of fighting back. With a shout, the punching bag was sent flying off its hook, crashing into the floor. Katsuki! F off! It didn't matter. Deku was still quirkless. Even if he'd somehow gotten into UA, was so close behind him in the entrance exam, didn't get expelled in the quirk assessment test, and was the first one in their class to face a villain, he didn't think about Deku admitting to being almost killed by the sludge villain the same day as him. That didn't count. It didn't. Deku was still beneath him. Katsuki was going to make sure he was the best in their class, better than any villain, and he would be the #1 hero. He didn't have time to waste thinking about a worthless Deku. No one had known how to talk about the attack when class returned the next day. Several of his classmates had crowded him at his desk that morning, asking if he was okay since he looked like shit, the comment courtesy of Jairu, but she hadn't been cruel about it. He did look pretty awful, with dark circles and bruises and scrapes still spread over his skin. They all danced around mentioning what he'd said at the USJ, none of them asking why he did what he did, whether or not he was broken. It was nice to have the positive attention, if somewhat overwhelming. He was pretty sure they weren't pretending, they didn't have the right tone for that, and none of them were trying to offer him anything to trick him into owing them something in return. Ashido had asked to see his arm after he'd mentioned it would scar, but she hadn't been too pushy about it, especially after Ida had started to lecture her about proper conduct. Kirishima had taken the distraction to tell Izuku that he thought scars were pretty manly, and Izuku hadn't really had a response for that. They'd finally been dispersed by Bakugo, who'd also been crowded since his desk was right in front of Izuku's, with a series of small explosions. So what? The quirkless nerd got caught before the fight even started? What the F are you fawning over? That isn't cool, that's being a liability. Izuku felt his mood drop at Bakugo's words, even though some of their other classmates talked back to him. He just kept telling himself that he got himself out, so it was fine. He wasn't a burden. And Aizawa had said that he shouldn't have had to get himself out anyway. Think about that later. He didn't need to get caught up in those thoughts at school, and definitely not at the start of the day. But he did watch Bakugo as he shouted back at their classmates, aggressively leant forward, teeth bared. Bakugo had been his best friend, and his worst bully. Aizawa had said he hadn't deserved the treatment he'd gotten, but no one had ever called Bakugo out, or told him he was wrong. It had been one of the constants of his childhood. Bakugo was always the best, always right, and far above a Deku who couldn't do anything. Yet ever since he'd joined UA, that had started to change. He was saved from having to consider it further by Aizawa walking into the classroom, which sent the students running to their seats. I hope you all haven't gotten too comfortable with your day off, because you've got a new storm approaching. The tension in the room immediately spiked, several pairs of eyes darting around looking for a threat. UA's sports festival is only 2 weeks away. There was a beat. Sensei, you can't phrase it like that. I was worried we had more villains coming. Ajiru still looked ill at ease, the tip of his tail twitching back and forth. Yeah, can we still have the sports festival even after being attacked? Aizawa surveyed the room, starting at the back and ending on Hagakure, who had asked the question. I was opposed to it, but it's necessary to demonstrate that UA's crisis management protocols are sound. It also boosts morale and shows that we weren't strongly affected by the attack. There'll be 5 times the police presence. It's also a national event, so it's not easily cancelled. He paused for a moment, making sure everyone was paying attention despite the classroom staying silent. This festival is the greatest opportunity you'll get to show off your skills. Pro heroes and their agencies scout for interns through the sports festival, and companies will look for collaborators and people to sponsor. You can even begin building up your public image this way. Kaminari snapped his fingers. Oh yeah, pros pick up sidekicks straight out of UA if they do well. Yeah, and some of them stay stuck as sidekicks forever. Jairu leaned forward. That'll be you, Kaminari. Hey! The blonde stopped rocking back on his chair so he could shoot Jairu a glare. As the excitement started to build for the sports festival, so did the noise in the room. Just as they were about to reach the point of needing to shout to be heard, Aizawa's eyes flashed red and his hair raised, making everyone silence themselves immediately. Like I said, this is an important opportunity for you all, even in your first year. Make sure you put in a good effort. Even if you're not going to be scouted for sidekicks yet, it can still have a lasting effect on your career if you're noticed now. Izuku had spent a lot of his life trying not to be noticed, but the way Aizawa phrased that made it seem like more than posturing and vying for popularity. He kept turning the information over his head as Aizawa gave a run-through of how the sports festival worked for the students. They had only ever been spectators before now, but now they would be a part of the festival. It didn't feel real. Aizawa was finishing up his explanation when Izuku finally figured it out. UA was one of the most highly regarded heroics programs for multiple reasons, one of those being the real-life experience the students received through work experience weeks and internship opportunities. It would make sense if the work experience came after the sports festival, when agencies had a chance to look at the students' performance before they agreed to take any of them on. There would have to be some sort of backup system for the students who didn't get offers, but Izuku had no idea what it would be and whether or not they would accept him. Agreeing to take on a heroic student who may not have made the best showing at the sports festival was one thing. Taking on someone quirkless was something else entirely. No matter how well he performed in the festival, no one would want him. They might have to take him on, but Izuku didn't want that. He knew from years of group projects that forcing him into a group with people who didn't want him just meant more work, more pain, and gaining nothing from the experience. He made a mental note to start researching the agencies that would have an agreement with UA to take on students who didn't get offers, and agencies who actually might be able to teach Izuku something. He needed to make sure he didn't fall behind, and if he had to convince a whole agency to take him in, then he would do it. The rest of the day passed fairly quickly, helped along by Izuku's exhaustion, which made every blink feel like minutes had passed. He'd slept badly, and Recovery Girl had fixed up the rest of his scrapes during lunch, so he was looking forward to going home and sleeping after starting his research. However, he still had a meeting with Nezu to get through before he could get home. Uraraka and Ida had joined Izuku and Shinso where they were packing up their desks for a quick chat before they split up for the afternoon, when someone opened the door to the classroom, and a wall of chattering and shuffling noises made its way into the room. "What's going on?" Ojiro took a step back from the door, giving the four of them a good view of the crowd that was gathered outside of the classroom doors. "Scouting the competition, obviously. We're the kids that survived a villain attack, so we're going to be the biggest threat at the festival." Bakugo shouldered past Ojiro, sneering at the other students. "No point though. Move aside, cannon fodder." Izuku rolled his eyes internally, getting up from his desk while Ida berated Bakugo from beside him. "Can you please not resort to calling those we don't even know cannon fodder? Get the hell out of my way." Bakugo ignored Ida, choosing instead to start pushing his way through the crowd. "I'm headed for the top. Just give up to save yourself the effort." Wow, the hero class sure is modest. Two of the students pushed their way to the front of the crowd, one with dark hair and crossed arms, the other with some sort of scaled hands mutation made obvious with the way he slung his arm over the first boy's shoulders. "Honestly, I thought at SCKD that we were stuck in general, but maybe we'll skip joining the hero course if this is what they're all like. Or is that just what happens when you're so cool and survive a villain attack?" The mocking tone was clear in the scaled boy's voice, dismissive and angry at the same time. Several of Izuku's classmates froze at the statement, sending worried glances back at him. Izuku just stayed where he was, now near the doorway, watching the exchange. He'd heard far worse in far more awful situations. Mocking him for surviving wasn't going to get a reaction from him. "Hey, I'm from Class 1B next door." The shout distracted everyone, drawing their attention to a silver-haired boy who was waving his arms and shouting to be noticed above the rest of the crowd. "I heard you guys fought some villains and wanted to know more, but all I'm seeing is this arrogant BSTRD. You better not make fools of the hero course at the sports festival." By now everyone in 1A was starting to look around for alternate ways to leave the room so they wouldn't have to deal with the crowd, though no one looked desperate enough to go for the window or the vents yet. The dark-haired boy rolled his eyes. "Hey, was it your class or the other one that was meant to have a quirkless kid? If so, that's a guaranteed spot, right? That is uncalled for." Ida was now in front of the crowd, arms moving robotically as he spoke. He looked put off by Ida's strong response, eyebrows raised and his mouth twisted in a frown. What? It's totally a backwards idea. Like seriously, be realistic. His scaled friend spoke up from beside him. They're useless. What are they going to do as a hero, bore villains into surrendering? Izuku knew that one of his classmates would speak up, and could see several opening their mouths to respond, but he wanted to know something before they tried to say anything. Why? Izuku was in front of Ida and the rest of the class now, directly across from the two general education students. They turned and looked towards each other briefly before the scaled boy responded. Why what? Why can't someone quirkless be a hero? Izuku could tell the other members of 1A were staring at him, but he ignored them and whatever they thought about his question. He kept his attention on the two students in front of him, refusing to back down even as the crowd muttered. Look, it's impossible. The dark-haired boy leaned forward into Izuku's space, making a show of looking him up and down. What's up with you that you can't see it? The scaled boy laughed. Yeah, honestly, if I was quirkless I'd prefer to kill myself. Distantly Izuku could hear protests coming from his classmates, but the words at the front of his mind were far older, spoken dismissively. If you want to be a hero so bad, I have a shortcut for you. Take a leap of faith off of the school roof and hope for a quirk in your next life. He hadn't paid the comment much attention. It wasn't as if it was the first time he'd been suicide-baited, but hearing the same sentiment at UA flicked some sort of switch inside of him. Most of them do. Huh. The two students peered down at him, still so sure of themselves. Izuku stared right back at them. Most of them do. Only half the quirkless population make it to their 40s, and half of those deaths are self-inflicted. A quarter of a whole demographic kill themselves because they have no job prospects, no support from community or the government, face social ostracization, and they're often victims of hate crimes and human trafficking even if they survive themselves. All of the students aside from the ones at the fringes who couldn't hear what was going on had gone silent. For once, others would know what he'd learnt in his first year of middle school. You didn't know that, did you? You also probably didn't know those studies were done 2 decades ago, and in that time the rate of quirklessness has dropped significantly, meaning discrimination is at an all-time high. Izuku took a deep breath, letting the bitterness and anger that lived tucked away within him color his tone. Not one person who has ever told me to be realistic actually knows what it means to face reality. I've survived this long because I got very good at ignoring reality and fighting for every tiny thing I have. He looked both boys in the eyes, chin up and defiant, instincts honed over a decade of bullying telling him to stop before he made them more mad, but his anger kept him in place. If you want my place, you're going to have to pry it from my cold, dead, quirkless hands. With that declaration, he walked around them, weaving through the crowd in a way that was second nature. He couldn't bring himself to care that all those kids now knew he was quirkless. They'd have found out eventually, and he could handle whatever they chose to throw at him when he had 1A, his home class, the first one that had ever treated him well, to return to. By the time he reached Nedzu's office, he'd managed to calm down, putting his anger away and letting his fatigue dull what was left over. This time he didn't try to repress it, after learning recently that wasn't a very healthy thing to do, but he couldn't talk to the principal if he was in that state, so he let it pass. He knocked on the door, a quick pattern Nedzu had given him so he could always be identified by Nedzu before he entered the room, before gently opening it. An apology for being late, even if only by a few minutes, was on his tongue, only to quieten when he recognized the room had other occupants. Midoriya. While it's wonderful to see you out and about, I'm afraid there must have been some miscommunication. Our lesson today has been cancelled, however I believe we can hold it tomorrow if you're available. Nedzu tilted his head inquisitively from where he sat at his desk, but Izuku's eyes were still on the other occupants. More specifically, the tall, blonde figure that he recognized in one of the chairs set across from Nedzu, and had now turned to look at him with electric blue eyes. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly, focus split between All Might and Nedzu, though he noted there was a plain, black-haired man in the chair beside All Might. I believe this is a fault on my part. So much has happened recently, it slipped my mind to tell you as I'd already assumed you'd want to postpone the lesson. The mammal chuckled warmly. I'm glad that this attack hasn't left you unwilling to continue learning. Oh, of course I still want to learn. Izuku flashed Nezu a small smile before averting his eyes, doing his best to ignore the feeling of All Might's eyes still staring holes into him. Sorry for interrupting, I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, Midoriya. Before you go, I was hoping to speak to you. Izuku paused, the twisting feeling in his gut getting worse as he met All Might's sunken eyes. That I can't. The hero's eyebrows drew together. You said that last time, and I'm afraid I still don't understand. If now's not a good time for you, then perhaps later in the afternoon dash. I can't. Izuku's eyes were glued to the floor, hands clenched into fists by his sides. He hadn't meant to say it so forcefully, to interrupt All Might, but he needed him to stop trying to find some way to talk. Why? It was almost funny how he'd only asked that same question a few minutes beforehand and was now facing it himself. One simple question, and it brought forward every positive and negative thought he'd ever had on the hero in front of him. There was no simple way to describe how All Might made him feel, but he took a deep breath and tried his best to articulate at the very least why he couldn't confront the man. I don't know whether I should thank or condemn you. Every time I see you, all I can think about is you telling me that I can't be a hero, to be realistic. But that was also what set me on the path that got me into UA. Seeing you in class is already hard. I can't, properly talk to you. I'm just not waiting for a time that I can actually listen to you, and not hear the past, before we talk. I'm sorry, All Might. And with that he left, not waiting for the response as he closed the door and continued down the hallway. He should be better around All Might. He'd even listened to Izuku's advice at the USJ incident, though he'd needed to yell to be heard, and scream to be listened to, but still the hero haunted Izuku. He was still the first hero that had crushed his dreams, and it still hurt, even a year and so many more rejections later. Izuku left the UA building, and mentally noted yet another thing he had to work on. Naomasa looked between the door and a dejected-looking Toshinori. He called you All Might. The statement broke the silence of the room. Yes? None of my students know my name. Toshinori blinked at him, not seeming to understand the implications. None of the students should be able to recognize you in this form either. Toshinori finally seemed to get what he was saying, blustering as usual when he had an answer but didn't know how to articulate it. That wasn't an usual occurrence, but for someone to recognize him in this form and to not want to speak with the number one hero definitely was. None of what the child had said had set off Naomasa's quirk either, which was worrying given the implications within his statement. Right? Toshinori finally stopped giving half-statements, though he still seemed uneasy, a hand running through his perpetually messy hair. Naomasa sent a quick glance to Nezu, but the mammal didn't seem to have a better understanding of what was going on, considering he was leaning forward slightly waiting for more information. What they got was something that neither could have expected. It was a story of a villain chase, fairly standard all things considered, but at the end of his time limit. Of a quirkless boy who'd had a question so desperate he'd hung onto the hero's leg and gone flying across the city with him. Of a question answered, and a time limit and injury revealed. Of another attack from the same villain, and heroic potential. You didn't think to tell me this so I could help you follow it up? Naomasa ran a hand over his face, massaging the bridge of his nose to try and stop the headache he could feel building. Toshinori, for his part, at least looked a bit sheepish. That I didn't think it would come up again, so I didn't want to add something so trivial to your workload. You are incredibly lucky it didn't come up again. Nezu's voice was cold as he cut in before Naomasa could remind the hero, again, that it was part of his job and he didn't mind. Toshinori, there are multiple paths Midoriya could have taken after that afternoon, and you should be very glad that none of them involved hatred. If that boy had chosen to get back at the world for all the hatred he's been shown and did so by focusing it on you, you would be dead by now. Naomasa froze, and saw Toshinori do the same in his periphery. There was no lie in Nezu's statement, but it didn't seem to fit the small, freckled child Naomasa had seen just minutes ago. That seems like a pretty extreme outcome. No, it isn't. Nezu once again directed his attention away from him and to Toshinori. You trusted a child whose dreams you just destroyed to not expose a potentially life-threatening secret that would be an easy way to hurt you in return. You had no idea what this boy has gone through, what else he could have been dealing with aside from the standard forms of abuse that quirkless individuals face, though it sounds like you didn't consider that either. Exposing your secret is the least he could have done in retaliation. Literally. He shifted at his desk, tapping along the edge of it with his paw. I've been working with Midoriya after school to help him develop his analytical skills, and have read what I believe is just over half of his notebooks on heroes. If he had really wanted to, he could have personally killed you, along with many other heroes. The silence was only broken by Nedzu's tapping, and a wet cough from Toshinori. Naomasa was not naive. He knew heroes weren't as invincible as the media made them out to be. He also knew that it was far more common for them to die outside of villain fights, from age, injury, or sickness. Murders and assassinations also weren't uncommon if the statistics were compared to the average citizen's likelihood of being murdered, but they were still rare and always caused a big stir within the hero and police communities. So to hear that a high school student could be responsible for multiple deaths was definitely something to investigate. How? Nedzu gave him a pleasant smile at the question, which never boded well in these serious conversations. Well, exposing his secret is an easy way to get villains to do the work for him, but given his skill with pattern analysis, tracking, and a sling, he could have just waited for Toshinori to walk by and killed him with a rock to the head. That, or finding his address and slitting his throat in his sleep would be the simplest way to go about it. Of course, he could also use some sort of poison, procure a gun and use that, hire a hitman, lay an elaborate series of traps meant to slowly weaken Toshinori as he works his way through them, or dozens of other methods. He has an incredibly wide variety of skills and the determination to hone them to near perfection. Ice crawled down Naomasa's back at the list, and it only got worse when then Mammal's pleasant expression turned to Toshinori. You are incredibly lucky, and I think it would be best if you give Midoriya the space he has requested at this point in time. Toshinori could only nod in the face of the revelation, while Naomasa wondered just exactly what he'd stumbled into now. It took hours for Izuku to review all the hero agencies that had ties with UA, hero agencies that had teaching licenses or individuals with teaching licenses, those who had or currently have interns from UA, and any with a history of taking in multiple sidekicks. Once he'd gotten a good idea on who was available, several hours later and with several pages of a new notebook filled, he began a separate search. He needed to find heroes and agencies that might take him on, and be able to teach him something he needed to know. He could research and practice the basics of heroics work himself, or learn at UA. What he needed from his work placement was something he could use to level the playing field, or give himself an edge. With both lists compiled, pointed notes on each agency included, he was able to cross-reference them to get the best possible choices. There were only a handful and most were a long shot or functionally useless, but one stood out. It took him until the next evening to review everything, but it seemed that everything really did lead back to All Might, because who would be better to teach him how to fight using analysis than Sir Night Eye? While he was famous for being All Might's sidekick more than anything else, he was a talented investigator and analyst, and due to his non-combative quirk, he fought quirkless. Now all Izuku had to do was find a way to convince the hero to take him on during the work placement week. The bags under his eyes weren't getting any lighter, but as he opened another tab and turned to a new page of his notebook, he steeled himself. He wouldn't let himself get left behind. It started with Ida. Hitoshi hadn't really been paying attention, more focused on staying awake enough to use his chopsticks and get through lunch, but Ida had been talking about his quirk, what he could do, and the problems he'd been having with it while training. Midoriya hadn't looked much better than Hitoshi felt, but after Ida stopped talking for a moment he'd blinked a couple of times before words had fallen out of his mouth like a waterfall after a flood. Hitoshi was worried about his friend. He always looked kinda wrecked, and when asked had spoken about expanding his exercise routine and not sleeping well, though tiring himself out helped. Hitoshi, after watching him be lightly tortured by a villain, and admit how many supposed heroes had crushed his dreams, could take a wild guess why he might be sleeping badly. But as soon as anyone showed concern, Midoriya perked up, a very well-made if somewhat crooked mask put on and arms trying to physically wave off the worry. Hitoshi hadn't really tried to ask about it after the first time, leaving that up to Uraraka and Ida, who had accepted him so quickly after Midoriya had invited him to join them at lunch, and God did it feel nice to talk without being judged and to have friends. Instead, he focused on making sure people left Midoriya alone or reminded him not to mutter in class, and shared a bit of his lunch here and there. The smiles he got for that kind of stuff were far more genuine than the ones they got when the "Don't worry about me" mask came up. Honestly, Hitoshi doesn't know why they expected Midoriya to open up to them or stop hiding whatever was troubling him, considering this was the same kid who had escaped villains and had asked everyone else if they were alright, when he was the one covered in blood and sounding like his lungs were about to give in. He was also the same kid who had apparently asked over 200 heroes if any of them thought he could be one. Getting shot down and told you'd never make it was something that Hitoshi was painfully aware of, but never on that scale. Never after that much work. He had so many questions about everything that had been said in that interaction, but that was for Midoriya to share when he was ready. It had definitely made him glad he had reached out in the first place, since it was pretty clear Midoriya had been alone for too long. Now Hitoshi kinda wished he'd tried to befriend someone else in the class. After Midoriya had come up with an exercise routine for Ida, along with a recommendation to try dance to help with flexibility and tight turns, Hitoshi had made the mistake of jokingly asking for help to prevent him from getting kicked out of the heroics course. Instead of laughing or maybe encouraging Hitoshi, he'd put a finger to his lips and started muttering about Hitoshi's quirk, before outright asking what his limits were, even though from what Hitoshi could pick up Midoriya had already figured out most of them. When Hitoshi had admitted there was a lot he wasn't sure of due to lack of opportunity to practice, Midoriya had gone on a tangent, coming up with ideas and writing down whole lists on a notebook he'd gotten from somewhere. When Uraraka had pointed out that Hitoshi still needed to practice with someone, Midoriya hadn't even hesitated in saying that he could do it, if Hitoshi was alright with that. Having anyone want to help or be directly affected by his quirk was something that Hitoshi had never had, so of course he'd agreed to practice with Midoriya after school. Since that afternoon, he hadn't known peace. They'd tested every limit they could think of for his quirk. Within reason, Hitoshi would never forgive himself if Midoriya was hurt because of him. Before Midoriya had asked about his exercise routine and Hitoshi had admitted to his spotty, cobbled-together routine. That evening he'd been given a full plan, with focus on both physical and quirk growth, that put him through hell, but would apparently improve his abilities greatly. At the moment he felt less improved and more like the physical embodiment of screechy beginner violin music. Midoriya had even accounted for his insomnia, the a-hole. The plan was so personalized, and had his best interests in heart. There was even a second page that was for a lighter version of the routine if he wanted to work up to it. Hitoshi rarely had people go to this sort of effort for him, so it was heartwarming the amount of care that went into this. But he'd seen Uraraka's determined face when the sports festival was announced, been accidentally hit as Ida had talked about his brother, and heard Midoriya talk back to that villain of working beyond hope. He wasn't going to take his spot lightly, and had thrown himself headfirst into training. Still hurt like a beach. Only a couple of days into hell training, and Hitoshi felt some grim satisfaction as he watched Uraraka approach the sleepless duo desks. It would catch on once Midoriya admitted he was just as bad at getting a good night's sleep as he was, and asked Midoriya if he had any tips for her. Suffering does love company and all that. Hitoshi let Midoriya's rambles on calculating weight faster to figure out limits, and tips for combating nausea, go in through one ear and out the other. He'd only stopped talking for a moment when one of their other classmates began asking for tips, and eventually a group was stationed around their desks, asking for help. He snorted, though immediately regretted the action as it used too many of his aching abdominal muscles. Maybe Midoriya's plan for the sports festival was to have them all kill themselves with these routines so that he would have one less class to compete against. From Midoriya Izuku's Midoriya1zuku@mail.com to sirnighti@nightagency.or.jp. Subject: UA Work Placement Week. Hello Sir Night I. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and I am a student at UA High School, student ID XXXX. I am a part of the heroics course at the school, Class 1A, and am aiming to graduate from there in order to become a pro hero. UA's education encourages practical experience in order to ensure students are best suited for heroics work by the time they graduate, and part of this experience comes from the work experience week that follows the annual sports festival. I am interested in working closely with your agency during this week. However, I am aware you are not one of the 40 agencies that volunteer to take on students who don't receive offers. For that reason, I know my chance to work with you is not guaranteed. That is why I am sending you this email. I know it is uncommon for students to reach out like this, especially in their first year when there's no record of ability that agencies can access, and therefore they cannot judge whether or not the student would be worth the agency's time. But I will put it simply, I am quirkless. I have been denied many opportunities because of this and will not allow myself to fall behind my peers, so I've chosen to reach out. Your agency would be a great fit for me due to several factors. While not an underground agency, you still enjoy some level of anonymity and focus on practical work rather than marketing and sponsorships. There is a strong investigative and analytic side to your agency, though standard hero work such as patrolling regularly is also a part of the agency routine. You, Sir Knight Eye, have a non-combative quirk, and therefore would know how to best approach physical combat without relying on a quirk to assist you. The agency currently has a teaching license and the ability to take on student heroes, as shown through Togata Mirio, the third-year student currently interning at the agency. Skills that I could use to benefit the agency and assist with hero work include extensive knowledge on navigating social media and other networking websites, analytical experience with individuals, groups, situations involving villainous and criminal activity, pattern recognition of individuals, groups, events, and incidents, access to the deep web and searching programs to help discover more information, programming and cybersecurity evaluation, knowledge of rescue and evacuation protocol, long-range combat ability with a sling. Unfortunately, I do not have any practical experience yet, but I'm hoping you will consider me for this year's work placement week in order for me to gain it. Thank you for your time. Midoriya Izuku. From Sir Knight Eye at nightagency.or.jp to Midoriya Izuku to Midoriya1zuku at mail.com. Subject: UA Work Placement Week. Midoriya, I have investigated who you say you are and it appears to be the truth. However, I would like to know how you were able to reach this email. It is on a secure network, and only those with official email addresses or network connections should be able to get in contact. If you do not have a sufficient answer, I will have to report you for breaking into the system and acting as a threat to the integrity of Japanese heroics. While reaching out like this is admirable, we don't give handouts for simply being proactive. You will have to go through the same processes and procedures as everyone else. One intern from UA does not mean other positions are open. We are not currently accepting students for work placement, and definitely not first years with no experience. Having a more in-depth understanding of the internet than your peers and an interest in analytics does not qualify you for special treatment. Do not contact me again on this matter. From Midoriya Izuku to Midoriya1zuku at mail.com to Sir Knight Eye at nightagency.or.jp. Subject: UA Work Placement Week. I would like to politely argue that I am not asking for special treatment. I simply want your consideration. I have found in the past that even if I try and stand out or achieve above my peers, I have been overlooked repeatedly due to nothing more than the fact I am quirkless. To answer your question on contact methods, while the network is encrypted, it still uses the regular internet to function, rather than an intranet that some agencies and organizations prefer to use for internal matters. Therefore, I was able to use a proxy that took my email address and replaced it with the coding for an official address. This allowed access to the network. Naming conventions for official hero emails are the same across all of Japan, so once I'd conducted research into the structure for these emails, I was able to deduce what yours would be, as I knew the name of your agency along with your hero name. I don't have access to the network in a traditional manner. This proxy only grants me the ability to send and receive emails, and I have to be able to figure out what the email is as I do not have access to any kind of address book. There is no hacking involved, and no breaches to the network, so this method is not illegal to utilize. This is not simply using the internet. If you'd like proof of my analysis, Then I can put together a sampling based on whatever conditions you set and send those through as an example. If you would like something specific analyzed, perhaps something current so you can be sure that I have not plagiarized my work, then let me know and I will include that as well. I also have another offer if you would like proof of ability before making the decision to take on a first-year student. You work with foresight and analysis, and I would like to prove that I am capable of both. Therefore, I offer to predict the outcomes of this year's sports festival. This would include events, class placement in these events, potential winners, and the results of the workplace offers from other agencies after the festival has concluded. If the sports festival passes and I have miscalculated in my predictions, then you can be sure I'll never contact you on this matter again. However, if I get them right, I would like for you and your agency to give me some serious consideration even though I am only a first-year student. Thank you for your time. Midoriya Izuku. From Sir Nightai at nightagency.or.jp to Midoriya Izuku to Midoriya1zuku at mail.com. Subject: UA Work Placement Week. Midoriya, I have forwarded the information on gaining access to this network to the network managers. While you are right that this was not a breach of the law, it was a breach of conduct. Since you seem confident in your abilities, here are the terms your predictions must meet. You cannot be vague with terms. There are to be no alternate readings of your predictions. Each event, with a small margin of error, must be predicted. The winners of these events, with 2 backup options, must be predicted. You must predict which students will receive the most work experience offers. You must predict your own offers. In addition, I will only be evaluating the validity of your predictions if the analysis portfolio you send is of a professional standard. Please attach it with your next email. Izuku put his head in his hands. He had a chance. He'd felt like a fake, a liar, talking himself up like that, but it was worth the discomfort because he'd gotten himself a chance. Sir Nightai's terms were pretty strict, but he could work with them. First, he'd have to assemble a good portfolio of his analysis, with a few additional new ones for good measure. While Sir Nightai hadn't asked for new ones as proof that none of his works were plagiarized, Izuku wasn't going to risk anything. And then he just had to predict the outcomes of the sports festival. That was just another thing that made him feel like a fraud, because he used it for a selling point even though he was already going to try and do that to give himself an advantage. Every year he did a bit of prediction for the sports festival. He just usually kept it to himself since his mum pointed out that it was less suspenseful to watch when he was already talking about the outcomes 2 events ahead. This time would be similar to the many sports festivals they'd watched together. Only he had to factor himself in, and do so objectively. He went ahead and grabbed a fresh notebook and put that aside for later tonight. For now, he switched to the email account he used for his forum accounts, so he could respond to the latest email he'd received. He left a bit guilty, having put off answering for a couple of days in order to focus on his research and correspondence with Sir Nightai. Recently he'd been covering the flawed idea of true heroes that Stain kept insisting on, their last topic being focused on the monetary aspect of heroics. People deserve to live comfortably and safely when not working, and unfortunately money is required for that. He'd pointed out that there was an argument for smaller salaries so people weren't as drawn to the job purely for monetary gain and to exploit their popularity to get merchandise sales and sponsorships, though those 2 things were an entirely different matter to do with the celebrity-like status the media assigned to heroes. It seemed that Stain had latched onto that final point, starting off fairly well arguing that the celebrity status wasn't warranted for people who should be regarded as public servants, but that quickly devolved into quirk talk and how pros used their quirks to be more flashy and didn't truly care for heroics. It was partway through one of his rants that Izuku noticed the throwaway line. If they won't use their quirk properly and instead use them for their own gain, they might as well be quirkless so they could never become heroes in the first place. The rest of the email kept going on, about how it was up to Stain to cull those who would jeopardize society with their quirk use. While he could not argue against the fact that perfection was subjective, and corruption was inherent but could be managed from a systematic vantage, and killing wouldn't necessarily carry across the intended message, and all people had a right to be compensated for their work, especially when it took years of training and carried a risk to their life, he would not let go of that conviction. Even if it wasn't through killing, he argued that the heroes and villains, because Stain had never stopped the work he'd begun as Stendhal, had to be stopped, and he was the one who was willing to act. Izuku read over the email a couple of times, noting Stain's powerful quirk bias that he didn't seem to be aware of. As usual, the villain raised valid concerns, even though they were getting more flimsy as he tried to argue why his specific ideology and his actions were right. As usual, Izuku had points he could use to combat Stain's arguments. But he couldn't stop going back to that sentence. It was phrased in a way that implied that someone having their quirk removed would condemn them, and that being quirkless would be a worse outcome than the usual threat of death Stain advocated for. And it was bad being quirkless. Izuku had the scars to prove it, but from smallmight1234, smallmight1234@connect.net to Ace Siege cleanups at mail.com. Subject: Please stop spreading hateful messages. You don't rely on your quirk when you attack heroes. Sure, it helps, especially if you can ambush the heroes and get their blood before they realize what's happening like you usually do, but you fight quirkless. A lot of heroes do, since their quirks are non-combative. Why can't someone quirkless be a hero? Pattern analysis was very important, and a great tool for prediction. It was also useful to have a second pair of eyes to give some fresh input when you'd already spent hours working on certain projects. Nedza figured that turning it into a teaching experience would be beneficial to both him and Midoriya, so he'd decided their entire afternoon's lesson could be spent focusing on it. Besides, he'd seen some similar analysis in his journals, and was interested to watch how the child approached the task. Midoriya worked mostly in silence, the only sound permeating the office being the scratch of pen on paper, but that was fine with Nedzu. He'd told his student to write down his observations as Nedzu flicked through different images, and at the end they could review the information gathered. However, having recently changed images to a city overview with attack markers overlaid, his student stopped writing. He narrowed his eyes for a moment, scribbled a quick note, before turning to look at Nedzu. "You're missing an attack in West Sakado, a failed ambush at Wakaba Station. And the one unconfirmed attack was definitely Stain. Kikai was getting drunk and abusing his quirk fairly consistently, then using his standing as a hero to avoid consequences." After casting a quick eye over the overview to make sure there were no notes that this was specifically mapping the serial killer's attack patterns, Nedzu turned to his student. "You've studied Stain's patterns?" "Yes." Midoriya fiddled with his pen, but he didn't look away, which was an improvement compared to their first few meetings. "I've been aware of Stain for a while." "Indeed." Nedza didn't like to pressure Midoriya for more information since he always became more closed off as the conversations progressed, but sometimes he needed a bit of prompting so Nedzu could get the whole story. "I'm on a lot of online forums, and Stain's manifesto was popping up across a couple of them, so I investigated where it came from, and then later Stain himself." If Nedzu had eyebrows, they would have risen. It was impressive that Midoriya had found enough information to be able to recognize Stain's attack pattern on sight, but it did bring forth a problem. "Why didn't you tell me any of this? Any information you have could be something we have not yet discovered. I thought I'd made it clear that I would value any information you had to bring forward." Midoriya hunched in on himself at that, though Nedzu had tried to keep his tone gentle. "That I thought you meant big things. Like the landslide. I didn't think I should bother anyone with this. I'm working on it. I didn't think it was that big of a deal." Nedzu tried to add another piece to his mental puzzle on Midoriya Izuku, and was again left more confused because the piece didn't fit. Midoriya had shown himself to be quite caring and aware, so to brush off something like this didn't quite make sense. Heroes being killed is usually considered a big deal. Heroes are trained to deal with situations like that. He shrugged, but it was not the carefree gesture that most people would have used. He shrugged like he was trying to readjust whatever weight had taken up residence on his shoulders. "Besides, I knew it was already being investigated by multiple heroes along with the police, so there's not much I could do on that front." It was then that Nedzu paused and looked back at the words Midoriya had chosen. In their meeting he often chose not to speak, unless he got into a rant. Most of his words tended to be measured for that reason, and usually held some level of importance. What do you mean, working on it? Midoriya froze. He was quick to begin talking, but Nezu had seen the moment he'd recognized a mistake. What was it that his student didn't want him to know? His current explanations were all running in circles, and Nezu was beginning to worry that he'd misjudged Midoriya, and he was about to learn that his student was indeed involved in vigilantism. However, when Midoriya finally untangled the story he was trying to tell, it was something else entirely. He spoke about finding information on Stain, getting into contact with the villain, and trying to convince him to stop, because killing people wasn't the way to produce real change. Nezu listened attentively, and by the end wanted to yell at his student to ask why he didn't think to tell anyone about what he'd been doing. Giving himself a second to repress that urge, he asked politely, "I can understand why you're so hesitant to share information, as people have ignored you in the past, but why not share this? And why try to talk a serial killer into seeing reason?" There was a long pause this time, Midoriya clearly debating how best to answer. In the end, the boy elected to stare holes into his notebook and let out a quiet, "I've done it before." Explain. Midoriya must have expected Nezu to demand answers, given that he didn't dance around the topic this time. He just spoke in plain terms about reaching out to multiple villains as if they were acquaintances about to make an arbitrary mistake, and Nezu gave up on the puzzle he was trying to put together of Midoriya. To put it simply, Nezu was terrified of what Midoriya was capable of. He was fully aware that the student was talented, and could easily turn that talent towards hurting others. This only made him more glad that Midoriya had instead chosen to keep working towards becoming a hero and improving other people's lives. He had heard from Aizawa and 13 what the boy had admitted at the USJ, that he had a toxic mindset and no one to help him, yet he was still trying to help others. The way he explained what he was doing, it was easy to believe that it was just a slow, ineffective method that involved talking a lot, but Nezu had heard of a few of the villains Midoriya mentioned. To change someone's mindset like that, to make them turn away from violence and hate through using kindness, was something monumental. It had been a long time since Nezu had seen compassion like that, and longer still since the person who'd held it understood the world and had still been able to use it to effectively help others. He still admonished the boy for keeping the information to himself, but made sure to once again reiterate that he was on his side, and any information was good information to share. Midoriya had smiled then, and Nezu had smiled back, satisfied with the growing trust he was building with the student, and confident that no matter what happened, Midoriya would not give in to villainy. From Sir Knight I at nightagency.or.jp to Midoriya Izuku to Midoriya1zuku@mail.com. Subject: UA Work Placement Week. Midoriya, thank you for sending through your predictions and analysis portfolio. There is far more material here than I was expecting, but it passes our basic requirements. Due to this, I will watch your performance at the sports festival and evaluate your predictions. I will wait for your final email after the sports festival when you have received information on work placement numbers. After that, I will give you my answer on whether or not I will accept your placement. Sir Knight. Izuku sent a quick email thanking Sir Knight I for the opportunity before he went straight back to work. There weren't enough hours in the day to get everything done, but he had to keep trying anyway. There was no safety net for someone like him, quirkless. Which meant he was weak. Pathetic. Useless. Worthless. But why? So he had to make his own, and ensure that he didn't fall no matter what. He kept working. The energy in the classroom had really started to shift with less than 1 week left to the sports festival, all the students becoming more tense in anticipation for the national event. It was Ashido who finally snapped, standing up at her desk the moment classes were done for the day. That's it. We're going to the arcade. She punctured the statement by putting her hands on her hips, as if waiting for someone to challenge her and tell her to train more. Izuku watched as several students looked between each other, Kirishima finally being the one to speak up as he gestured at the whole classroom. Yup. Ashido picked her bag up, flinging one strap over her shoulder with a flourish. Anyone who's free, you're coming to the arcade with me. Chatter began to pick up, along with the general mood, as the class began to organize themselves and their upcoming trip. It was nice background noise as Izuku packed up his desk. He wasn't paying much attention to what was actually being said until Tsuyu called out to him. "What about you, Midoriya?" She was watching him with her large eyes, head tilted with a finger on her chin. He noted a few other people had turned to look at him at her question. His first instinct was to say no, since the only times he'd been asked to go somewhere, it had been as a joke, or to find somewhere new to beat him up without any witnesses. But as his gaze drifted to Uraraka, Ida, and Shinso, who all made various gestures indicating they were going, he changed his answer. "Yeah. Okay." He didn't quite trust the full class yet, but he trusted those three. By the time they'd all packed up and started making their way to the agreed-upon arcade, most of the class had joined the impromptu excursion. Izuku had always wanted to go to an arcade, but had never been truthfully invited. He didn't exactly want to go himself either, considering the likelihood of running into one of his classmates at the local arcade was pretty high. Echoes of jeering laughter after fake invites were offered haunted him, but they were easy enough to drown out with the bustle that was getting nearly 20 students through public transport together. It was fun, if somewhat chaotic. When they'd finally made it to the place, Izuku felt a bit lost. He wasn't sure what he was actually meant to do. With such a last-minute plan, he hadn't brought much money he could use on the games, and he didn't want to try and ask anyone else for money when they might be in a similar situation. He finally found something to focus on. Aside from the constant changing lights and sounds, how did anyone not get a headache from spending more than an hour in here? When he spotted Shinso staring at a claw machine, looking like he was 2 seconds away from trying to break the limits of his quirk and demand it to give him what he wanted. As soon as he stepped into the mind controller's line of sight, he turned that dead-eyed stare to him. "This thing is rigged." "Really?" Izuku knew carnival games were often impossible to win by design, but had no idea if it was the same with arcade games. Maybe. Shinso let out a deep sigh, pressing his forehead against the glass of the claw machine. "I've already spent 400 yen trying to get the black cat, and I even managed to get it in the claw, but then nope. Slipped right off and here I am catless." Izuku tried to get a look at the game to figure out if it worked, but it was a bit hard to do without playing, along with the tall purple-haired heroic student who was still staring into the sea of plushies longingly and blocking the view. Would I be able to try? Shinso finally broke away from his vigil, though his eyes were still glued to the cat. "Go ahead. If it's rigged, then we can work together and break into it. If your training is anything like the regime you gave me, then you can swing me into the glass like a baseball bat, and we can make a run for it with all the animal plushies we could ever want." It was such a monotonous DLVY, but the image conjured by Shinsu's words made Izuku laugh. He didn't even have time to hold it back. Sure, it was a bit violent, but Shinso was significantly taller than him, so the idea of swinging him around to commit a crime in the name of animal plushies of all things was hilarious. Shinso stared at him blankly for a few seconds, maybe wondering why anyone would laugh at such a foolproof plan, before his face also broke into a smile. Still giggling a bit, he made his way to the controls and inserted his money. The movements of the claw were pretty erratic, especially because it swung once it stopped moving, so you had to wait for that to stop before you dropped it down, but it wasn't impossible to control. The grip was also pretty loose, but as Izuku watched it latch onto a turtle near the cat, only to slip off due to the way the plushies surrounding the turtle held it down, he reasoned that it wasn't impossible to win. Having conducted his test, he turned back to Shinso. "You're going to need at least 500 more yen to get the black cat. You'd have to grab 4 other plushies before the cat would be free enough that the grip strength of the claw would be enough to pull it up and out." The other boy nodded sagely a couple of times, before grabbing Izuku's hand and placing a pile of coins in it. Izuku took a breath to protest, or at least ask what was going on, when Shinso interrupted him. "Please, God of the claw machine, do it for me. These things hate me. They sense my quirk and go out of their way to not be controlled." Shinso didn't break character once, which set Izuku into another bout of laughter. "Fine, I'll do my best. Thank you." There was relief in Shinsu's voice, and no small amount of distrust in the glare he sent the machine. By the time Izuku was done, he had a dog, chicken, and 2 raccoons set to the side, and a black cat in his arms. Shinsu's earlier words in mind, he bowed, holding out the toy in front of himself. "To my devoted worshipper, your cat plushie." Both of them snorted, smiling at the cat plushie that was now held protectively against Shinsu's chest. "What should we do with the rest of them?" Izuku shrugged as he picked them up, waiting for Shinso to decide, since they were one with his money. "Let's find Uraraka and Ida, maybe they'll want one." Decision made, the 2 of them set off in search of their classmates. It didn't take them very long to find Ida. A whole group of students was watching him as he faced Ishido at DDR, getting brutally murdered as each arrow scrolled down the screen. "Hey guys! You ready to face the queen of Dance Revolution?" Ishido looked at them from her platform, still keeping up with the moves while Ida looked like he would be hard-pressed to win against a brick. "That isn't really a question, by the way." Jairu spoke up from her position by Shinso. "She's making everyone go a round against her. She's paying for each first round, but if you want a rematch, loser pays. I am, however, a benevolent queen," she said as the scores came up on screen and Ida gracefully took his leave without even looking at his grave marker. "So if you don't have the money, you can always trade me that adorable plush in your arms? I will use my quirk on you if I even think you're going to try and take my cat." "Fair enough." She clapped her hands together, completely unfazed by the threat. "What about you, Midoriya? Willing to put a few of your cuddly friends on the line?" Izuku looked down at the plushies he didn't need in his arms, then to Shinso who they technically belonged to. He just shrugged, so Izuku figured it would be fine. "Sure. You heard it here, folks. The champion gets 4 plushies. Now for the next contestant." When neither Shinso nor Izuku made a move, she called for Shinso to join her. Leaving his cat with Izuku, though only after extracting a promise that he would protect it with his life, Shinso began his match against Ishido. He managed fairly well, though he couldn't keep up with her. And then Izuku was pulled up. He was not someone who danced, had never had reason to, but reacting quickly was something he'd had to get very good at to not get himself killed when free running. So the good news was he was managing to hit nearly all of the arrows on time. The bad news was he felt like a cross between a plank of wood and one of the air-filled tube men outside of car dealerships that waved around randomly. When the round finally ended, the scores weren't too far apart, but sheer technical skill wasn't enough against someone who could actually dance. "Hey, you almost got her." The others were applauding, Tokoyami and Shoji having joined the group while Izuku was competing. On screen maybe. "Dude, have you ever danced in your life?" Kaminari was met with an elbow to the ribs from Jairu, but the laughs he got for his comment didn't feel mocking to Izuku. "Okay, but he has potential." Izuku pulled a face at Ojiro for that comment. He certainly didn't feel like he'd ever be good at dancing after that performance. Potential. And oh, that was Hagakure's hand on his shoulder. That was the closest anyone has come to beating her. Silence. Who will next challenge the queen? Ishido, to her credit, didn't look a bit out of breath, standing on her chosen battleground. Hagakure stepped forward from beside Izuku, rolling her sleeves up. "Oh, you are on. This time I'm going to win. For honor. For plushies." The rest of the class joined in the honor and plushies chant, even Ida, though he kept reminding them to not get too loud, until they were interrupted by Uraraka and Yayorozu returning with snacks. After promising Ishido they could return to Didier after eating, they managed to make their way over to the small cafeteria-like area, picking up the last couple of classmates as they went. There was talking, planning what games to play next, and increasingly ridiculous suggestions on how to win. It was as he was surrounded by a group of his classmates, all chatting and eating and having fun, that he realized. He had friends. He had friends. Izuku felt lighter than he had in who knows how long. There was no planning and analyzing, no pressure or fear. Just having fun. Before he knew it, tears were slipping down his face. He tried to blink them away, but that just encouraged more to fall, and set off his nose. "Midoriya? Are you all right?" Uraraka's words got everyone's attention, and soon they were all speaking over each other, trying to ask him if he was all right, what was wrong, and blaming Ishido for beating him in DDR so badly he cried, which started a side argument that he'd done fairly well, and if anyone should be crying it would be Ida. Izuku quickly scrubbed the worst of the tears off his face, though they were quickly replaced. "I'm fine really." He gave the whole table a smile, the expression coming easily and without pretense. He hoped it would make up for how watery his voice sounded. I cry easily. These are happy tears, I promise." "All will Midoriya." "Hey, you can't cry, we still need to decide what we're doing next." "Here, take one of the plushies back." Izuku knew that tonight he would have to go back to planning and preparing and jumping through who knew what hoops, but right now he was surrounded by his classmates, his friends, at an arcade he never would have expected to be invited to. He could forget about everything else and have fun, just for now. By the end of the afternoon, Mina was crowned the first 1A dance champion and gracefully accepted her prize of 3 plushies and a much lighter purse from paying everyone to face her. Everyone was still waiting in anticipation for the sports festival, but Izuku could feel how much lighter the atmosphere had gotten with their afternoon. It had taken him a while to think of a response. Actually, it has taken Kaizome a while to respond to most of the essay-like emails that had been sent to him. Paragraphs and paragraphs highlighting the very issues that he sought to remove from this plagued society, but not once had his pen pal that agreed with Kaizome's ideology nor conceded to his points. There was always some long, convoluted other way with less bloodshed. They had even had the audacity to contact Kaizome after he'd gotten rid of Starburst, demanding a list of the hero's crimes and proof of said crimes. Apparently, Kaizome's reasoning hadn't been enough, because he'd been subject to some very creative insults, followed by a full analysis on society, the workings of the heroic system, and several examples on how to bring about a proper revival of heroes without killing the fakes. It had taken several days for Kaizome to go through all the documents, some obsessive part of himself not letting him simply discard the information. Afterwards, he'd had to take another day to let what he had learned sink in. Not once had his pen pal called his ideals wrong, only the execution, again writing that Kaizome was only creating martyrs and staining himself for what would amount to be very little. They also tended to ask how Kaizome was doing, and on the first occasion that Kaizome had given his pen pal something to work with, aching muscles, a side effect of running over rooftops and hunting down pro heroes, he'd received a list on things he could do to improve his situation. Instructions, links, essays. There was always a wall of text waiting to be parsed through when he opened his inbox. The email in front of him was nothing like the essays he'd previously received. He wouldn't say he had been eagerly waiting for the response to his previous argument, but he had been interested to see how Small Might would challenge Kaizome's ideals and introduce a new path. But this email was only 4 sentences. The first 3 revealed that they knew about his quirk, which meant if their previous research abilities could be relied on, they could find out Kaizome's identity if they hadn't already. After all, one of the first things they had asked him about was his time as Stendhal. And yet Kaizome had been living his life unchanged since coming in contact with his pen pal. He was still cautious, but no more than usual. What kind of person found a serial killer and spoke to them rather than reporting them? Kaizome believed his answer could lie in the final sentence of the email. A question. His pen pal liked to ask questions, always wanting to know more, but this one was interesting. They were asking if someone quirkless, like them, as Kaizome had learned after getting into a heated argument about quirks and the bias people like Small Might had from having ideal quirks, only to find out his pen pal had none, could be a hero. He had no idea what the answer to that question should be, nor how he should respond to the fact that while he still had no idea who he was talking to aside from some quirkless person who uses hero forums, they knew who he was. It was these reasons that made him consider his response for so long, staring at his reply late into the night. Kaizome watched the clock past 2 a.m. before he finally began typing. He had a mission, blood already on his hands, and while his convictions may have wavered in front of the past messages of his pen pal and their well-structured reasoning, he never stopped believing in the revival of true heroes. He may not have plans to make more martyrs, but he still had targets. They had just changed slightly. So he sent off his final email before tucking his phone into his duffel bag, nestled in some old sweater to protect it from his knives. He almost felt a sense of regret, knowing it may be some time before he got to speak with Small Might again. He had grown fond of their conversations, and owed them for his new sense of direction. He would miss them. Shaking his head to clear it of such sentimental thoughts, Kaizome set out into the night. From AC a cleanups@mail.com to smallmite1234 smallmite1234 at connect.net. Subject: Please stop spreading hateful messages. Smallmite. This will be the last you hear of me for some time, I should think. You've hinted at knowing my patterns and how I operate in the past, but you've never threatened to use it against me, which made me believe you were staying in contact to learn more about me to track me down while building up a rapport. But revealing you know my quirk, especially in such a casual manner, means that you've probably known it for a while, and that this was never about tracking me down. I think you could have if you wanted to. But you haven't. Instead, you've argued every point I've brought forward, tried to protect the heroic scum that fills society these days. Except you've agreed on several points, pointed out the flaws on a personal and systematic level. I don't understand you. But I do understand your logic. There must be someone willing to stain their hands with the blood of the unworthy to fix this society, and I will fulfill that role. But I'm going to take a step back and evaluate just who must fall to my blades to bring about a proper revival of heroics. You have taught me that martyrs are their own symbol that ensure my words cannot stand up to the twisted logic society consumes. I do not think my methods or judgment are harsh, but for the sake of someone who listened and clearly wants to better the world, I will make sure to complete a thorough investigation before I draw blood again. You will know I have begun my work anew because you will have no argument that those I have dispatched had any positive influence on this world. Do not try to become a hero. There are far too many unworthy ones who would only taint the truth you can clearly see, and the kindness that you still somehow carry despite knowing what lies beyond the shiny surface of our society. Goodbye. Stay